Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyoncé in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it for men only. I'm serious.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens.
Well, a beautiful morning to you. Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm not particularly excited this morning, and that's because of the outing between the Super Eagles and Morocco. Yes, they did play. They basically played their hearts out, and then it went 120 minutes into penalties. And when it got to penalties, I'm like, okay, this is a no man's game. Anybody can win at this point. And 4-2 penalty shootout. Morocco edged out Nigeria, and so Nigeria will have to play Egypt for third place. Oh well. So that's why I'm not so excited this morning. But there are some things that have gotten me slightly excited, and that's the fact that we'll be talking about politics. So we'll be talking about Kwankwanso, and also what some Nigerians have said is a misplaced priority, and that's about the federal government paying $9 million to a U.S. lobbyist, a U.S. firm, a lobbyist firm, to help launder Nigeria's image. Well, that is one of the conversations we'll be having this morning. And then Kwankwanso, Kwankwanso gives conditions for his impeachment, all right? That also is on the table for today. And we'll also be going to Rivers State, where you have 2 more Rivers lawmakers back out of impeachment plot against Fubara and his deputy, Odu. Well, these are the major conversations this morning. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Welcome and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Moses, well, I sympathize with you. I'm not a soccer enthusiast, so
yeah, please.
I didn't even watch the match. I woke up this morning to hear that Super Eagles lost, and I asked if they were on their way back. Someone said,
why would you say they should be on their way back so soon?
No, but what else?
They are playing third place.
So I was told now that they will play third place. Ordinarily,
I had to switch off my TV 11:45. I no go get BP.
Because of football?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
I was so
like
pumped. But just like immediately they said it was a penalty, I said, nah. Let me just go and rest.
It was.
Okay, so you didn't trust the Nigerian goalkeeper?
No, I didn't.
Okay. No, it's not about
but they
did
they gave their best though.
Yes, they did.
They actually played.
They didn't push in as much as I would have expected, so they didn't have enough shots at goal.
That's what I wanted to say. Egypt,
the Moroccans had
like
more
2
shots at goal
at the end.
Well, your best is not good enough. Where second is last. If you are second and you are last, I mean your best is not good enough. Anyway, good morning, Jen, once again, and thanks for.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now let's get into it. Talking about other interesting trending stories, Nigerians will begin paying 7.5% value-added tax on selected banking services, including mobile bank transfers and USSD transactions from January 19, 2026, following a new government-backed regulatory directive. The development was disclosed in a notice sent to customers on Wednesday by MoneyPoint, informing users of the impending implementation of the VAT regime on certain electronic banking charges. According to the notice, the directive was issued by tax authorities mandating financial institutions to begin the collection of remittance of VAT and other levies. Well, MoneyPoint is the one that gave out this information. The company, however, clarified that not all banking transactions will attract the tax. Services that do not attract VAT include interest on deposits and savings, the notice read. MoneyPoint also distanced itself from responsibility for the new charges, saying the deductions were not a price increase by the company, saying it is required to collect and remit VAT, that's VAT, value-added tax, to Nigerian Revenue Service. The NRS has communicated the deadline for 19 January 2026 for all financial institutions, commercial banks, microfinance banks, and including money transfer operators to start collecting and remitting VAT. Well, I think Nigerians are not surprised. Nigerians are already used to it. Sometimes when I open my banking app, I see cham-cham deductions. I see cham-cham deductions. Some of them, they say card maintenance fee. Some of them, they say remittance fee and all of that. For every transaction you make. And these things just keep coming and coming and coming. Nigerians, as usual, we take in all of these in our strides. We don't ask questions. You say, oh, it's just about 100 naira, it's just 50 naira. Forgetting that when you aggregate all of that for a bank, it comes out to a lot of money. So you see banks at the end of each financial year declare huge profits without actually rendering services and all of that. But let's speak about the value-added tax increase, 7.5% that would now be charged on financial services. I think the issue of VAT increase was settled last time that the federal government said, look, we are not going to increase it. But unfortunately, surreptitiously, they brought it up to 7.5%. And now they are applying it in banking services and all of that. Nigeria has become a tax haven. The government keeps broadening and widening the tax net to get in more people. And at the end of the day, we are told that, look, we have met our revenue target. We met our revenue target, but we keep borrowing much more, than we even require. And we ask ourselves, if we borrow all these amounts of money, what is the essence of taxing Nigerians again? Or if we are paying so much, what is the essence of having to borrow a lot of money? I on top of my head, I think about 112 trillion naira has been borrowed by this administration in just 2 years of its lifetime. In just 2 years, about 112 trillion naira. And we are told that we deploy these things to infrastructure, deploy them to health, education, nutrition facilities, bringing up the girl child and all of these. These things are the questions we're asking. We don't even see these things. When these monies are borrowed, they end up being looted by Nigerians. It's quite unfortunate that we are going through this again. By the way, I understand that the NRS has halted the release of guidelines for the new tax regime. So I don't know why they are withholding the release of those guidelines. So because Nigerians need to see the guidelines to see what taxes are we paying, what is the modus operandi, how are we going to pay these taxes, how will they be collected, and what will the government use for these taxes. And I hope that by the time they come out, they release these guidelines, it is something that will be cheering to Nigerians to the extent that Nigerians will believe, well, if I pay tax, my tax money should work for me, because that is the balance that we need in all of these things.
I totally agree with you. For me, I think it's a lack of transparency, because even before the new tax regime went live, one of the things a lot of people grappled with was the communication. We had different people putting out so many communication, even the banks themselves. But at the end of the day, you end up getting confused. If you ask the average Nigerian what the whole the new tax regime is about, just a few, can even explain. And then this VAT, like you said, it's not even about taxing Nigerians. What is it going to, what is this money? What are these monies going to be used for? To do. So just like you said, thank God they've halted the
release of the guidelines.
Yes, so
but
we are
eventually
hoping
it will come.
It would come. Nigeria, whether we like it or not, we are now a tax haven. And it's the ordinary Nigerian that will bear the brunt of all of this. Imagine you opening your bank app, just like you said, sometimes your emails, you're seeing stamp duty, you're seeing card maintenance. In one day, even if you make 8K transfer, the amount of deductions these banks take out from your accounts, it's really, really disturbing, especially because we don't even understand, what the whole process is all about. So I think more communication and transparency.
Well, when Tinubu came into office, when President Tinubu came into office, I told a few of my friends that, look, it's going to be a tax regime. Tinubu is known as the tax master, and that's not coloring anything or hiding any information. He is known as the tax master, and this just further buttresses that point. This is a lot. This is going to take its toll on the ordinary Nigerian, because what this simply means is a Nigerian who earns 100,000 naira. Now, basically, because you pay for every transaction, 7.5 if you use USSD or mobile banking, which is what a lot of Nigerians use. You want to transfer, you have your mother somewhere, they ask you for 10K, you transfer 10K, 7.5 on that one. You get to a place you want to buy maybe some toiletries. They tell you, oh, it is 5,000. You say, okay, you don't have cash on you. You transfer 5,000. There's 7.5 on that one. Now, if what you had in your account was 100,000 naira, by the time you send 10K, you buy toiletries of 7K. There's 7.5 on the 10K. There's 7.5 on the 7K. You now see, okay, you want to buy groceries. You spend another 30,000 on groceries. There's 7.5 on that one as well. By the end of the day, out of 100,000 in your account, when you have bought things of about 85,000 naira, your money would have finished.
Your money will have finished because
7.5 on all these other things
when you were
would
doing
have
the
taken off the
calculation,
rest.
when you were doing the calculations, I'm talking about 10,000 and paying 7.5. You know, it hides under. There's a cloak of. I'm looking for appropriate word. What I want to say is that people will not understand.
Yes.
You know, the magnitude.
That's another
now,
point.
the 10,000 you are talking about is that you pay 750 naira.
Mm-hmm.
By just making a transfer of 10,000, you pay a VAT of 750 naira.
That's a lot.
So if you now do a transfer of 30,000, you'll be talking about 2,300.
That's a lot of money.
When you break it down like this, then Nigerians get to see how expensive it will be. Now, this has nothing to do with the stamp duty that you mentioned. There's 15 naira stamp duty.
It's now 100 naira. It's not 50 naira.
No, it's still 50 naira.
My bank is 100 naira. I think you need to check. Check.
And that's another thing. People need to go to their transaction and check the transactions that they make. I think it's still 50 naira. Okay. You know, but sometimes they deduct multiple times.
Okay, maybe that's
yes,
why.
There's a business account I use, and then I saw multiple deductions of 50 naira. I'm like, oh, get in there, man. What is going on?
And it gets worse to the extent that even if you go to POS to collect money now, you still pay.
You will pay. Now, what this will do is people would want to go to the banks, withdraw money.
I wanted to say that.
In bulk.
In bulk.
Now, the banks already will tell you they don't have money because all the monies are with the POS. So then people will be compelled to go to the POS. Yes. Now, when people feel POS is cheating them, they will trudge the banks, and then you have queues. Banks will be compelled to give people cash. So people will now move around with cash. The ordinary market lady who sells pepper will tell you, look, don't transfer money to me.
To me, yes. Because I can't get it out without paying.
Exactly. Money. Give me cash. So the pressure, all what they did earlier during, I think in 2022, cashless policy. This defeats everything. Everything. We'll go back to stuffing cash in our backyards if care is not taken. That's what this will do.
And it's not good for the economy.
Of course it's not good for the economy.
Because you have more money in the system. That's inflation will keep increasing. Because inflation is
and cost of business will also increase because when the businessman knows that, look, for every money I get and I want to restock, I will pay extra when I do transfers to my vendors, then I need to increase the price of what I'm selling.
Of course, you have to factor in the price.
So whatever
cost into your price.
Whatever people are earning now the impact of it will be seriously watered down. Very unfortunate.
I think Nigeria is on a wine, honestly.
That's just the best word to say.
Oh, well, let's move on to another conversation now. The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, sitting in Gwagwalada, has arraigned a former senator representing Adamawa North, Ishaku Elisha Abo, Senator Elisha Abo, over allegations of rape involving a 13-year-old schoolgirl. Abo and a second defendant were brought before the court on Wednesday in a criminal matter filed by the Inspector General of Police, IGP. Both defendants pleaded not guilty to all counts. After considering arguments from both sides, the court granted bail to both defendants with conditions. Abo was granted bail in the sum of 50 million naira with 2 sureties of good repute and was ordered to surrender his international passport. The second defendant was granted bail in the sum of 40 million naira, also with 2 sureties of good repute. Now, the case was adjourned to February 11, 2026 for hearing. The arraignment follows earlier reports that the Nigerian police filed multiple charges against the former lawmaker relating to allegations of rape and sexual assault involving a minor. Investigators reportedly concluded there was sufficient basis for the matter to be tested in court. Senator Abo represented Adamawa North Senatorial District until he lost his seat after an appellate court decision in October 2023. Now, he didn't lose his seat in October 2023. He lost his seat when, he was brought before a Privileges and Ethics Committee, this disciplinary committee, to try his actions at a toy store, basically.
Adult toys.
Adult
2019.
adult toy store, and where he slapped a lady.
Yeah.
He was buying toys. If you don't know what toys means, ask your neighbor.
I'm talking about just talk about.
If you don't know what toy means, ask your neighbor. He was buying. Give me a word for it.
No, that's what they call it.
Toys.
Adult toys. Adult toys.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
No.
So he was
Ask your
in
neighbor.
an adult toy
I don't have
store.
neighbors. I live alone.
He was in an adult toy store, had, confrontation with the lady, slapped her, brought before Privileges and Ethics Committee for disciplinary action to be carried out. And then Senator Remi Tinubu was part of that committee, and he lashed out at her. He spoke, and then, said, you don't have a right to try me. You're a woman, blah, 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 blah. And all of that happened. And I said it at that time, I said, this young man may not come back to the Senate. And truth to my words, even when he felt that he had been voted in, he was taken out by the court, of course, in 2023, and his troubles have increased. But, of course, he brought this one upon himself when he, met with a minor. I think the story has it that he told a young girl to bring the other girl to his house, and he gave them about 40,000 naira or 50,000 naira thereabout, and tried to have his way with her, or maybe he did. I don't know. They'll prove all of that in court. And then even tried to, give money to the mother of. It's a messed up story, but he will have his day in court, and this is very embarrassing, I must say, very embarrassing. But anyway, it's in court now, so we'll let the court, sit on this one and decide on whether he's guilty or not.
I think we should have stricter laws, that protect the girl child, the children, because if he commits, the court of law would give the final verdict if he's innocent. Of course, he's innocent.
This is a community where minors are given out in marriage.
Guilty. Yeah, I know. But what does the Nigerian law say? But because there are no punitive measures, imagine he already has been given bail, he's been granted bail, they've seized his international passport. Is that enough punitive measure?
No, it's in court. So,
yeah, it is. But I'm just saying that
he doesn't
it will
run
just,
away.
of course. But this is just like every other.
You wanted
case.
to put him behind, put him in chains? Put him in chains
I didn't
before
say
trial?
that. I didn't say that. but this is a 13-year-old. This is a minor.
But they get married to
Sometimes
13-year-olds over there.
They don't. 13. 13.
Over there, yes.
Not
They
even
do.
16.
They do.
They do. Even governors. Former governor of
You said
Zamfara
it.
State,
Was it
Sani.
13 years?
Yes.
It was 13.
Yes. It's normal. It's a norm there. It's a norm.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that we're
but-
excusing it.
yes,
It doesn't mean
yes.
it's right, yes. But
Yes, but we need to have like more punitive measures to ensure that the girl child is not taken advantage
No,
of.
no, it's not.
Well,
But
history has it.
we need to have
We need-
we need to have more punitive
Punitive
measures for
measures
rape.
for
Because
rape.
even young men are raped too.
Oh yes, let's
So
not
it's
go
a
into the
two-way
whole
thing.
gender.
No, you
because-
got in the gender thing.
And
that-
because this is a girl right now, so that's why.
No, but we
No,
are
that's
we are
what we're talking about,
on
the
a
gender
brother,
thing.
on
Yeah.
a brother,
Gender thing.
yes.
boys get raped too.
Boys get raped, but
Yeah.
percentage-wise,
Oh,
girls.
a lot of that is going on.
I don't want us to turn it to a gender debate, but I mean,
But
let's
you're
wait
turning
for.
it into a gender
Yeah, I'm a
debate.
woman, so I'm passionate.
I
Let's
understand.
wait for the outcome
For
of
the-
the.
if you're talking about, okay, let me start from the outcome. Let me start from the end and then come
Okay.
back. For the outcome, I think eventually they will send this man to jail
He needs to.
because that is intent.
No, you're judging him already. Let's not judge him already.
I think they will send him to jail because that is what the intentment is. The intent to to discipline him so that next time or others will even learn from him. Now, talking about the case itself, the case was mired in controversy
Yes.
about this child. I think they already had a relationship before that particular event because we also hear that at some point the child was asking,
For
send
birthday.
me money for my birthday, and he
It
sent
was-
him 200,000 naira.
Yeah.
At the point, the child's mother started asking for money too. You need to send us money. So they already had a relationship. And one funny thing is that this girl in question is also the daughter of a senator.
Oh, yes. Yes,
You know?
indeed.
either serving or former senator. So the whole thing is so complicated. But
Very messy.
for the issue of rape, I think Jen has already said a lot. We need to, society, these things happen everywhere.
They do.
I read something on in the news yesterday. I think even on airplane, there was a passenger who tried to rape a woman in flight.
Wow.
Yesterday. Yes, in the UK. In Europe. I think they were flying from one part of Europe to the other, and he tried to take advantage of the woman in flight, and I don't know. So people had to, the woman raised alarm. I think it was in the lavatory or what.
Okay.
So, I wanted to ask.
So people had to, the attendants, the air crew and all of that had to get in. And after a while, when they landed, they handcuffed the man. So these things happen. And I think it has to do with the psychology of men. It is that there is that sense, that mechanics in the sense that says this is the right time to stop. So it's when you lack that sense, when that mechanics, is tuned off, that is when you see people get into this kind of issues.
So
it's
self-control.
psychological, self-control, self-censorship and all of that. It's unfortunate, but we see these things happen every day. Why this case is reported in court is because of the fact that the senator is involved. And another thing is that the stigmatization that comes with it. There's a lot of stigma. People don't easily come out to say, oh, I've been taken advantage of, I've been raped, and all of that. So a lot of it gets hidden in society because these things happen in society.
Because of the stigma, yeah.
Because there's a stigma. It's only very few women that will come and say, look, this young man took advantage of me, and I'm ready to pursue it to the end. Because the community will hear about it, the street will hear about it. When you go to court, journalists might be there, and they'll just take it up, and before you know it, the person is stigmatized. Even in her innocence, people will say, oh, you are the one that lent yourself and all of that. So, but then society is dynamic. We are growing up. Abroad in Europe, you see women come out and say, look, this person took advantage of me, and they say it boldly. I hope it gets to a certain point where we say, look, these things should stop. By also coming out to say, people try to take advantage of me. And in the process, get some kind of closure and healing, because it can be very, very traumatic.
It is.
Absolutely. But let's get into another conversation. Jay?
Yeah, so Governor Sheriff Oborevori of Delta on Wednesday donated 65 new SUVs to traditional rulers in the state. The governor, who described the traditional institution as a tool for service for guardians of peace and stability, presented the cars to the royal fathers at the government house in Asaba. The vehicles included 60 new Prado Jeeps and 5 Land Cruisers. According to the governor, the gesture underscored the centrality of the traditional institution in governance. He described the event as a very important and symbolic day in the life of peace administration, adding that the traditional rulers are far more than custodians of culture. He reaffirmed his administration's irrevocable commitment to building a strong, inclusive economy founded on equity and justice, and lauded the traditional rulers for their support. There we go again. 65 SUVs to traditional rulers in Delta states. Gentlemen, what do you think?
Well,
That's a lot of money.
What I think is that the SUVs have been given to traditional rulers.
They have already.
65 of them, Delta states.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how the economy of Delta states runs, but I also understand that there are lots of rural communities in Delta state. There are parts of Delta state that they still don't have light now. There are swampy areas in Delta state that there is no light, they don't have water. The hospitals are not functioning. The schools are dilapidated and all of that. Even in the capital city, Asaba, there are parts of Asaba, that people normally don't. When you look at this area, say, this is the state capital, and so we have a governor. Of course, these SUVs will be brand new ones. So let's do some form of arithmetic here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, that's what you're trying to do. So if you have and the average 150 million naira for one, if you times it by 65, I think my maybe your calculator can. My own calculator cannot take that, So that is to tell you that it's a humongous
65,
amount.
yes?
Yes.
65. It should be a humongous amount.
Actually, okay, I'm actually times it by 155 million, because I just checked. A 2024 Prado Jeep, which is, close to being the latest one, brand new, is about 155 upwards million naira. So if you multiply that by 65, we're looking at about 10 billion 75 million.
10 billion, 75
10 billion,
million.
75 million.
Now we are going to give like 20% markup on that because it wouldn't be direct purchase. It will
Definitely.
be contract. Somebody will be given the contract to buy the car and all of that. So, and that's about another 1 billion naira. So we are looking at 11 point something billion naira. I think that will put up a very, very
take care of
world-class
electricity.
No, electricity. Let's not even travel far.
Okay.
Let's talk about hospital.
That's what I wanted to say.
Hospital world-class hospital to take care of.
Or even sink boreholes in some communities, because in Delta State, because of the oil spillage, a lot of communities don't have access to clean water. And a lot of them can't even fish. At least I'm quite conversant with some of the communities in Delta State. Even people who are fisherwomen, because they have fisherwomen, a lot of them have downed their tools and doing something else because the waters are polluted. So apart from that source of livelihood, there could be skill acquisition centers that could have been set up with such monies. But I like what you said, that money would have been pumped into the health sector in that state. It's really sad that they would rather spend so much money on securing political loyalty.
This is actually, as a matter of fact, this is 2027 at play.
Definitely.
Most definitely. Oh, well, let's move away from those conversations. Let's run to the papers. Let's just give you newspaper headlines now, and then much later, we'll dissect the stories from the papers. That will be at 10 o'clock. But in the meantime, just to make you aware of the stories in the news, well, we'll take a break. When we come back from this break, we'll bring you newspaper headlines. All right, here we go to Nigerian Tribune. The window headlines. U.S. suspends immigrant visa processing for Nigeria, Egypt, Brazil, 72 other countries. Also, Fubara, 2 more lawmakers withdraw support for impeachment. And then the big story here. FG, ASU unveil agreements to end prolonged university crisis. 40% salary increase for lecturers takes effect January 1. 1.7 million naira special annual allowance approved for professors. Readers to get 840,000 naira allowance annually. Don't wait for strike to implement agreement, ASU tells FG. Warns VCs against mismanagement of funds. NGX confirms listing of 3,156 billion UBA shares. NJC recommends Justice Oyedele for Supreme Court. 35 others for judicial appointments. Clears Osun State CJ of alleged misconduct. And also, why Kanu governor's defection to APC is delayed. Consultations affected by lesser Hajj. Investigations. Our party members being forced to defect. Kwankwanso. APC debunks claim. Oh well. And then something on health. Bone discovery could lead to exercise in a pill for osteoporosis. Oh well. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune.
And on the front page of The Guardian, we have a lead story here. Ambassador's absence, desperation exposed federal government's $9 million lobbying in the U.S. Falana demands immediate release of Edo protesters. Concerns as 10 MDAs budget 24 billion naira for software this year. Cracks emerge as more Rivers lawmakers push back on Fubara's impeachment. Tinubu, Mac, NPAN columnist, Mon Newswatch co-founder Mohammed. TUC demands immediate withdrawal of no work, no pay directive for health workers. Ex-SSG alleges Katsina local government budget 300 million to pay bandits. Nigeria's oil production falters as federal government sets terms for bid round and licenses. And Dangote assures Nigerians of price stability, listing of refinery stocks.
All right, then there we go. That's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. But don't forget, 10 o'clock, newspaper review will go deeper into those headlines and making sense of it Misplaced priorities. ADC knocks FG over $9 million US lobbying contract. Well, details of this story and more after this break. Stay with us.
Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I mean, like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's get into the conversation. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, along with some Nigerians, have also criticized the federal government for approving a $9 million contract for lobbying services in the United States. Now, the party noted that no government in Africa has ever committed such an obscene sum to a short-term public relations exercise, while the ADC recognized the importance of representing Nigeria's interests internationally. It lamented that spending $9 million on image management at a time when millions of Nigerians cannot afford food, fuel, or basic health care is a clear case of misplaced priorities and moral blindness. Reports emerged that the federal government of Nigeria engaged the services of a Washington-based lobbying firm, DCI Group, in a $9 million contract aimed at communicating its efforts to protect Christians in Nigeria to the United States government. According to the document filed with the U.S. Department of Justice, the deal was facilitated by Asta Legal, a Kaduna-based law firm, acting on behalf of National Security Advisor NSA Nuhu Ribadu. The agreement authorizes the U.S. firm to assist the Nigerian government in communicating its actions to protect Nigerian Christian communities and maintaining U.S. support in countering West African jihadist groups and other destabilizing elements. Now, under the terms of the contract, DCI Group will receive 750,000 naira monthly, amounting to $9 million over 12 months. The deal runs initially for 6 months, yes, an initial 6 months until June 30, 2026, with an automatic renewal clause for another 6-month period. So it's for an initial 6 months, and then later on, you know, if there is a need for renewal, there would be renewal. Now, to discuss this, we have Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter and a political commentator, with us in the building. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jane.
Good morning.
Good morning, Moses and Chukuma.
Also in the studio is, joining us virtually, that is, we have Comrade Ayoyinka Oni, human rights activist and public affairs commentator. He joins the conversation. Well, let's start off with you, Dele Fanimo. Now, first off, what are your thoughts on this? Is this necessary? Because, I mean, lobbying is one thing. Facts on the ground is another thing. Messages being pushed out is one thing. Fact on the ground is that Nigerians are being killed by terrorist groups. A lot of them have been proscribed. They are terrorist groups, and they are killing Nigerians. Yeah. What does it matter if it is Christian or not?
You see, by the grace of God, I'm a member of Chartered Institute of Personnel, Public Relations, NIPR. And by virtue of my long stay, if I had probably updated my membership, I should be a fellow. Because by the time you are 15, and I'm close to 25 years, so I understand public relations. I also read public relations. You see, public relations is not about lies. There's a difference between public relations and the propaganda. Propaganda seeks to feed you with information consistently, even when it is not true, to the extent that you see it as true. But public relations is to communicate facts in a way you would understand and key into it. Now, having said that, there is nothing wrong in lobby. There is nothing wrong in engaging public relations practitioners to work on a narrative in a pleasant way for people to understand and sit with. But when you deviate from this and you begin to raise propaganda, even when you know that you don't have enough facts or even if, any facts at all to back such, then it's no longer public relations. So now, the real issue now is it proper, is it timely for the federal government to enlist the support of an offshore public relations firm to burnish the image of the country and sell our narratives in a pleasant way to the outside world, particularly the American government? Yes, it is proper.
It is proper.
But again, I am also of the opinion that we have come a long way in this country. That if you are going to do real public relations, I think we have companies in Nigeria that should be able to do this without contracting it offshore. It's just like you have more than enough coaches in Nigeria that can coach the Super Eagles, but we are so bent on bringing in even half-baked coaches around the world.
All right, so is it better to find a way to clean up your image than solve the problem? If actions are put into solving the problem, wouldn't it automatically clean up the image of the country? Because we are seeing these terrorists being released. All right, we're seeing them let off the hook. We are seeing increased killings in parts of Nigeria, but the government seems bent on, rather than focus and ensure that you reduce the ranks of these terrorists, you're more concerned about how you are seen in the outside community.
You see, that's where I was just laying premise.
Okay.
I was coming to that. I was about telling you if it is proper to spend such humongous amounts on public relations stunts when the underlying problem has not been solved and be seen to be solved today. There is no day that passes without a mention of one kidnap, one killing, one abduction, and and it goes on and on like that. So how much of public relations are you going to do to kill, suppress this information that is always coming out? And they are based on empirical facts, because we see families. There was this video I saw last night of a woman begging people, even against government's aversion to paying ransom, begging people to please contribute money to save a child who is a medical doctor, somebody who is supposed to be the breadwinner of the family in captivity. So how much of public relations are you going to put up there in America or elsewhere in the world that will kill the narrative of that woman?
Oh, well.
Let me just say in summary, the summary of it is a misplaced priority.
Misplaced priority, you say? Well, government doesn't seem to think that way. Well, let's bring on Dr. Elder Yusuf Dambaki. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation.
Good morning, and thank you.
Yeah, Elder Yusuf Dambaki is a public affairs commentator, and he's also a politician within the Labour Party. Well, good to have you on the conversation. Now, looking at this conversation, the government of Nigeria will be paying 750,000 naira monthly for the next 6 months, which basically comes up to about $9 million, and we're talking in dollars now, to a lobbyist firm in the United States to help not know its image, the issue of Christian genocide and a few other things, to help tell the American government that Nigeria is doing something against the supposed genocide against Christians. How does this make you feel as a Nigerian? Is it something that you'll give the thumbs up to?
Well, sincerely, it's a sham. I am not so surprised because the mantra of this government is that what money cannot do, more money can do. And they've been living by that. They have come to power through propaganda, and the same propaganda is haunting them, and they are spending so much on Nigerians' resources that they ought to use to even arrest the challenge and address the challenges that we are facing into selling false narrative.
Sorry to butt in now. Do you think that Nigeria's government, the federal government, was pushed into this because the Biafra Republic in exile, the BRG, Biafra Republic government in exile, a faction of it is already lobbying with a United States company, Washington and Madison, a lobbyist firm as well, where they pay $66,000 monthly to push the narrative of genocide. All right. Now that is confirmed report, and that has been ongoing for some time. I'm trying to get the figure of the person who allegedly signed that one. That is coming now. That was signed by Harrison Anyogu, aka Ogechukwu Nkere. Now he reportedly signed that sum where Biafra Republic government in exile pays 66,000 naira. But the government of Nigeria decided to go overboard, more like countering what they feel is against the image of Nigeria, and to counter the narrative. And they are paying $750,000 monthly. Is this a good way to fight what they think is propaganda against the government? Let's not forget, there are records on ground that people are being killed. And the question I asked the analyst in the studio, what does it matter whether they are Christians or not? Should that be the concern? Or should the government be more concerned about Nigerian lives, Nigerians being killed?
That is it. Government should be concerned about being killed, whether they are Christians or Muslims. And looking at the Biafran group, they paid this money out of their pocket. We're talking about taxpayers' money. Government should not carry such an amount of taxpayers' money and imbibe on this fruitless propaganda trying to counter narratives. There should be nothing to hide. If the American government have the capacity to investigate and find out the real facts on the ground, and government should be doing her primary responsibility of protecting life and property. They need not to engage lobbyists to do any image making for them, rather than concentrating on doing the right thing, and it will speak for itself. So I think it's a misplacement of priority. It's a waste of resources, and it's a sign of their desperation and irresponsibility.
Okay. All right, Elder, let me stay with you. Because we understand that the government is already taking credit that, look, they have been able to, to push back the other group, that's the Biafran group, the BROIG group, that the government is already taking credit, said, look, despite their efforts, we've been able to sign deals an agreement with the United States government, and we just took possession of certain arms and ammunition from the United States government. Now, if the government is gloating, does it look like the lobby is working? Because the government, United States seems to have backpedaled. Trump seems to have backpedaled, in his hard stance over time, because he said we expect more strike, but we don't see any of that, We have not seen any of that because there's a space. Meanwhile, the terrorists have doubled down with on the activity. So does it look like this lobby is working in favor of the Nigerian government? What do you think?
Well, that something is working does not make it right. That's what I'm saying. That they should focus on doing the right thing. It may work for some time, but in the long run, is it going to be sustainable? But I think all they are doing is because of the 2027 election. The government is trying to paint a picture of itself as a false image of itself in the outside world. And these things are not sustainable. After the general election, we are going back to square one. So I think we should focus and do the right thing, fight this insurgency as it stands, and eventually we will get there. There is no need for cutting corners to achieve the title.
Okay, Elder Yusuf, we know that image laundering and lobbying is the mainstay of all the successive governments of Nigeria. But what does this present one, this latest, what does this say about our foreign policy, especially where we have a government that spends so much on image laundering and putting up the perfect picture, especially to the outside world, while failing to take care of the root cause of the problem back home? What does this say about our foreign policy?
Clearly that we have failed. Look at how long it took for ambassadors to be appointed. It shows that Nigeria is not serious, because your ambassador is your representative. We ought to have a relationship on ground. We must not wait for such events. Then we start putting up teams, spending money in order to cover up. So I think it shows that everything about them is artificial. And I stand to be quoted. It is not sustainable. It will not stand the test of time. It is political. And after 2027, we are going back to square one. We might even end up worse in terms of security than what we are facing now.
Okay. All right. Elder, let me stay with you. I'd like for us to expand the discussion around insecurity in Nigeria. What do you think, in what ways, if you are asked to make prescriptions now to the government, how do you think that the government can solve the problem of insecurity? And that is question number one. And do you think it's a political problem or it's a military problem? Do you think that the military has failed, or do you think that it is the call and responsibility of the politicians or the government, as a matter of fact, to ensure that this insecurity is ended once and for all?
You see, in every agitation, there is a cause. We have seen the Niger Delta. When the militants pick up arms, there's a cause for which they were fighting for. And in this militancy, you can't really point at any cause. There is no genuine reason. So for government to fight this successfully is to deal with it decisively, including the sympathizers and the sponsors. Sympathizers are as dangerous as sponsors, because sympathizers are their voice. They are speaking for them. They're encouraging them. They're giving them the booster. So I think government should bring out the sponsors and sympathizers to book, and that will put an end to it. Okay. But for as long as they keep playing politics with the sympathizers and the sponsors, we will not see an end to it. It's not a military thing. It's purely political.
Okay, when you say playing politics with it, and why do you think that if the government has not come all out to destroy these people, and you say they are playing politics with it. What kind of politics will it be? Is it the politics of, oh, let's remain in power, or is it the politics of, oh, we made an agreement with you that you are going to protect us? We recall that we had some elements, say, when a certain government was trying to take out Boko Haram, we had people, you know, from some parts of the country say, oh, the attack on Boko Haram is an attack on our people. Recently, we have people, prominent people in the north say, look, you need to negotiate with these people. So what kind of politics is that? Is that politics of perpetuating the government, or is it a politics of we are making money out of this engagement, out of the insecurity? Which one is it for you?
Exactly those speaking for the bandits and the terrorists, they are their sympathizers. They are the ones negotiating and pacifying government on their behalf. And what they are saying by an attack on them is an attack on our people. Literally is, if you attack them, you are not going to get our votes. So, and because the government in power needs votes, they would tend to do what will please these people so as to get the votes. That's what makes it political. And there is an economic aspect of it, because those sympathizers are not doing it for free. They're gaining from it, because there are different phases. There are those who are doing it for religious purpose, and there are those who are doing it for economic purpose. That they will continue to have control of certain mining areas and be doing illegal mining and be making money out of it. So they are all sympathizers and sponsors. So government should trace them and deal with them. By the time you start arresting sympathizers and sponsors, I'm telling you, this thing will come to an end. And more so, there are certain developments that aid this business. One is communication. Two is bike. Now, who are the ones importing bikes into Nigeria? Communication. What partnership is government establishing with the communication industry to be able to trace this? Because when you take away phone, you are almost suffocating this business. So we need to know what government is doing in these areas to bring an end. So government is not very, very transparent in the fight against insecurity. So that is what makes it more and more suspicious.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Elder Yusuf Dambaki. Now let's bring it back to the studio now. As we wrap up this conversation, the ordinary Nigerian. First off, I have two questions for you, Mr. Afanimo. Two questions for you. The narrative of, the Muslim ticket. How has that affected the narrative of a genocide against Christians in Nigeria? And what can this administration do differently, aside from lobbying, to correct that narrative? That's on one side, if you will. I remember all the questions. That's on one side. My second question is, if a group is lobbying the United States to come into Nigeria, sanction politicians, seek, they're being offered military support or action if there is a state of Biafra, access to oil and the rest and all of that. And then Nigerian government is also lobbying the same United States government. And the United States government that threw a bomb in Nigeria on December 25, is also giving Nigerian government weapons and the rest of them. Who's losing in all of this? And who really is gaining in all of this? Is it the Nigerian people? Should the Nigerian people be concerned that their interest may not be, on the menu here? It might be just interest of foreign organizations. I don't know. If you can help us make sense of it all.
You see, the Muslim ticket is just for the optics. I don't see, for the little I know about the current president, it's not the everyday Muslim you see.
But you don't think that buttresses the narrative of segregating Christians in Nigeria and then some sort of fight against Christians in Nigeria?
What I'm saying is, let's take it from that point about the optics of Muslim tickets.
Okay.
Yes, it was basically for political reasons that they had to raise that dust at that time. But from all indications, I don't see the president pandering to this Muslim agenda. You know, even in all
You mean
religions,
Islamization of Nigeria?
No, I don't think the president
Okay.
will want to support that. I don't think the president will want to support that. And even to some extent, though there have been allegations in the past that the current vice president was also sympathetic to the Boko Haram, but that has not been proven. But I can tell you for free that the current president is not likely to be sympathetic to these insurgents. And by extension, he would not want, I don't think he will support, because the way we practice religion in the Southwest is quite, particularly the Muslims, is quite different from the way these people, we separate culture and tradition from religion in the Southwest. But in some other places, it's almost like Siamese twins, you know. So to that extent, I would say that it may not be the real issue, because for instance,
I'm talking about optics now.
Yeah.
The optics.
Yeah, you see,
what a man has on
about
his mind.
perception.
Exactly. So what a man has, his intentions can be dwarfed by the perception of the people.
That's why sometimes you need public relations to correct perceptions.
Okay.
You understand? Now, to your second question, which is about what is the need for anybody that is involved in it, either the one urging American government to support Nigeria to make sure that these people don't overrun the Christian communities. Of course, everybody knows, except we want to deceive ourselves. For me, I am an example of both religion. My mother was a Muslim before she got married to my father, and she died a Muslim in my father's house, who was also a Christian. So for me, when you talk about religion, it doesn't really matter to me much, because I see it as a personal thing. My sister, the firstborn of my mom, and the thirdborn, they are there on the island. They are Muslims, Rashidat and all that. So now, let me tell you, at the heart of all this, we shouldn't be focusing on those elements that seek to separate us on religious line. The point is, for humanity's sake, there shouldn't be killing. And if it's located around a particular sect that seeks to propagate a religious ideology that will result into killing, I think a right-thinking person who understands what the obligation is, obligation or our obligation to humanity, he should condemn killing at all costs.
Okay.
And if there is any opportunity for anybody to support in ensuring that bloodshed is halted in this country, I go for that person.
Exactly the point. Now, you have said quite a few things that are very instructive. The people that are supposed to condemn these killings are not even condemning them.
Yeah.
So it begins to, to push that narrative, drive that narrative that there is an agenda, at the end of the plan.
Yeah.
Now, you said something again about the perception people have about the sitting vice president. Whether he's pandering to Boko Haram, whether he's sympathetic to Boko Haram or what, and he said it's not been proven. I want us to talk about Kabiru Sokoto, who was found in the Borno State Government House in Abuja when he was the governor. In fact, Governor's Lodge when he was when he was governor. Would it have been possible that such a high-profile criminal would be hidden in the Governor's Lodge without the Governor's knowledge? That is the number one. Number two, the so-called kidnap of the Chibok girls. We all understand what happened. That he was the governor then, and the Minister of State for Education then, Nyesom Wike, who is now the Minister of the FCT, said, look, we have intelligence that these people are going to strike. So that school should not be open. Schools around that area should not be open. Now, the sitting vice president, then as governor, said that nothing was going to happen. He opened the school and the incident happened. So what further proof do we need to say that, look, he is sympathetic to Boko Haram?
Well, from your analogy, which is also in the public domain.
Okay.
One, perhaps if he was not the governor at that time, he should have been prosecuted for aiding and abetting crime. Because the moment that you allow a high-profile criminal to hibernate in your house, there's no way you won't know that that man was there. So he is culpable. But you know, Nigeria, we have a way in Nigeria that if anything happens and if that thing is not attacked immediately, we tend to forget about it. As a matter of fact, if it were to be a place where data statistics are documented for future use, immediately Shetima left government house, he should have been prosecuted for aiding and abetting crime, for housing, because it is enough reason for him to be arraigned in court for providing protection for a known criminal. And ignorance is no excuse in law. Since he was the custodian of that particular building at that time as the governor's lodge, and he was the governor then. Then we have seen a lot of issues. As a matter of fact, some of those governors, particularly in Borno State, have one way or the other been indicted and accused of tacitly supporting these criminals. Okay. You know, you remember the only person that you can also exonerate in all of this is Mamman Kashala. You know, Mamman Kashala was the first governor in 1999.
Exactly.
You know, until Alimodu Sharif came.
Okay.
Alimodu Sharif, it was at the height of Alimodu Sharif's government that Boko Haram exploded. You understand? He was the one that gave them parcel of land, largest parcel of land.
All right. I want us to return to the question of, to the issue of, you know, paying so much for image laundering. Now, we have a friend who is a Trumpist. You and I have a friend who is a Trumpist now. And I don't see you pander to Trump, but you are somehow very objective in my own assessment. Now, do you think that this effort is going to sway Trump in any way? I ask that in the light of the fact that Trump receives a presidential daily briefing every day. They have what they call the National Intelligence Estimates in the United States of America across 17 security agencies. They gather them together and dump it.
It also happens here.
It also happens here. Now, when Trump sifts through all of that intelligence, because they also have their embassies here, their consulate, their military and security attaches who report. They have CIA agents here, active agents as we know them. Now, do you think this lobbying is going to sway Trump in his direction of what to do about Nigeria?
That's why in my landing submission, I said it's a misplaced priority.
Okay, because it wouldn't work.
Because it's not going to work. Because for every step you take to push out a narrative that seeks to subsume facts and evidence, there is a counter intel that gets to the President of America and the security apparatus in America that these things are actually happening. And there's no way you could shield some of these things from these people that gather this intelligence. Like you said, there are active agents in Nigeria. Those active agents are not necessarily Americans. Yes. They are indigenous to us. You could be one.
Oh, you could.
For all I care. And I could be one. You understand? So we have seen a situation where our sitting president was branded as an active agent, and we have not heard from him or anybody in government that is not or that he is. So we have seen people in the past.
So basically, you think that is not going to sway Trump?
It's not going to sway.
Now, finally, let me ask you: when I talked about the presidential daily briefing and the national intelligence estimates that they have in the United States, you say we also have it here.
Yes, yes.
So, of what value?
In fact, in Nigeria, at some point, I was aware that the NIA, the DSS, and other military apparatus, Defense Intelligence Agency, and all that, they do hourly security reports, and these are collated at the headquarters and forwarded to the president. Even in states, it's also the same thing. That's why some governors will tell you they are private to security reports. So at intervals, they get the
All right,
security
then.
reports.
All right, then. Thank you very
can't
much.
They can't claim not to be aware of.
All right, thank you
happenings around
for your submission there. Let's go back to Elder Yusuf Dambaki for his concluding thoughts. Let's make that brief, please, in 1 minute.
Okay. I just want to speak on whether Trump would change or not. I think it can go either way. This is politics. There could be other interests, despite the reports. There could be other interests that he will consider, and that might make him to stay action. So I think it could go either way, and Tinubu on his part can also fulfill certain demands that could appease the American government, and then it could pass.
All right.
So that's what I have to say on that.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's move away from that conversation. Let's get into another conversation. Kwankwanso gave fresh conditions to dump NNPP for APC. Well, stay tuned. We'll be back to discuss this one after this break.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. The issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome back. The former Kano State Governor and national leader of the NNPP, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, has made it clear that any political move to the APC would depend entirely on firm political guarantees, particularly concerning the control of Kano State and the protection of his supporters. He stated this on Wednesday at his Nila Road residence in Kano while receiving party leaders and members from Rano and Dawakin Tofa local government areas. Kwankwaso said he remains open to political realignments that will not risk repeating past mistakes. According to him, discussions about joining the APC cannot progress without clear commitments on the fate of NNPP lawmakers, party officials, and grassroots supporters who form the backbone of the Kwankwasia movement. Kwankwaso recalled that his political bloc had previously played a decisive role in helping to form governments at the federal level, only to be marginalized once power was secured. He warned that history must not be allowed to repeat itself. He also stressed that so far, no APC leadership figure has provided assurances that his political structure will be preserved or that the Kano State government will remain intact under proposed alliances. Still with us here to discuss this, we have Mr. Dele, and joining us this morning, we have Ayoyinka Uni, a former Lagos chairman of the AAC. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And we still have Elder Yusuf with us here to discuss it. So let me just go straight to you. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, speaking clearly from a political stand, Kwankwaso has said the right thing for his people, basically. The purpose of political alliance in Nigeria is to make sure that you are more closer to power, have more opportunity at the federal level, and ensure that you don't lose the little power that you have gained over the years. So, of course, he has said the right thing, but bringing it to the political climate of the country, it gives Nigeria the understanding that politicians, these regular politicians, I will use that word, do not make alliances for the progress of the country itself. It's just basically for their interest, their party, their family, as mentioned, the movement, and their states, So basically, that's the politics. To me, it's a shallow politics, and it's not going to take us anywhere.
All right, Dele Fanimo, let's bring you into this conversation now. Now, how might this move by Kwankwaso of the Kwankwansia movement? There's a Gandujia movement on the side. I'm sure you know that, and then the Kwankwansia movement. Now, how will this affect the protest votes in the north, especially amongst the youths that tend to support Rabbi Kwankwaso?
I don't understand what you mean by protest votes.
There's a select community of
Kano.
Yes, that are loyal to Kwankwaso. If he decides to move to the APC, do you think they will move with him?
You see, the Kano political dynamics is a little bit dicey now. But the AC tilts more towards the Kwankwasia.
Okay.
The movement is massive, huge.
So Ganduje
was torturing even before he left government. And the fact that he was also dropped as party chairman, it was as a result of the way they were banding Kwankwaso to succeed Shetima. And that heightened the political tension in Kano. But as it is now, I'm sure that he's no longer sure, Kwankwaso is no longer sure if he will be fielded as the vice presidential candidate of APC along with the current president. And so all these are just for him to extract as much commitment as possible. Ultimately, he will cross over to APC. But before going to that level of crossing, he wants to be sure, and he's also pushing it back to his people that, look, whatever the situation is, I am solidly behind you, and I'm trying to make sure that I get as much as I could to make sure that you are comfortable if you are subsumed in APC towards the next election. But as for this issue of protest votes, I don't think, because NNPP as a party was just like any other party, vehicle, I call them vehicle, used during the last election, just like Labour Party was just a vehicle
used by Peter Obi.
You know, for Peter Obi. And it is easy. It's just like you are cherry picking to get a cab. The moment you disembark on that cab.
All right. Let's talk about Kwakwanso moving to the APC. Recall that last week, Kwakwanso said something. He said, at this point, I'm ready to deputize for Peter Obi. The next week, which is this week, he says, look, well, we might likely, I will not stop my movement from getting into the APC. Is he playing a politics of decoy? Is he trying to deflect? Or has he come to the understanding that it might not be possible for him to deputize the president, that he might not be able to take out Shettima? Because the issue of Shettima's vice presidency, sometimes, you know, whether he's going or not, it has lulled. There's a lull in that. And people are not talking about it strongly the way it was like 1 year ago. It's more like it's been settled that he's going back with the president. So do you think that Kwakwanso is playing a politics of decoy to deflect attention what he's doing with Peter Obi or what he's doing with APC?
You see, don't forget that Kwakwanso is an old war horse.
Okay.
It's an old war horse. And he has come a long way in politics at the national level. So he will not want to go to the table with a very weak negotiating tool. So what he's trying to do is, he's just trying to fill the purse using the mass movement of Kwakwasia as his negotiating tool to see if ADC, and of course, if ADC, it is almost like 85 to 90% sure that Atiku will want to wrestle the ticket of ADC. And if he wrestles the ticket of ADC, Kwakwanso is not
in the picture.
In the picture anymore.
When you say that Kwakwanso is an old war horse, how much has he done? I mean, for everything he has done, he's not been able to expand NNPP beyond Kano State. And in fact, as a matter of fact, a lot of people feel that he's struggling to maintain that cohesion in Kano State. The governor, Yusuf, is intent on moving to the APC. And so that is why Kwakwanso is more like gravitating towards APC. So in all of this, do you think that Kwakwanso has a lot of political weight, a lot of political value, you know, to bargain for the vice presidency in APC?
You see, the only weight you can locate within Kwakwanso's camp is the mass vote from Kano. After Lagos, it's Kano.
Okay.
Kano has close to 3 million votes. And you recall that majority of these people that registered to vote, regardless of being underage or whatever, would come out on that day to vote. Unlike here that we have about 3 million and only 700 will come and vote. So what we are seeing is politics is a game of number. Where you know that you can get a chunk, you can't just close your eyes and dismiss it.
All right then.
And so it's a dicey situation for Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is not comfortable going to ADC because if Atiku gets ticket,
he won't
be.
But talking about the numbers,
and even APC is no longer sure for him in APC.
Okay.
Because Shettima has risen beyond when he was being touted as replacement for Shettima.
I want to talk about the numbers, the 3 million votes. Ganduje had it. He couldn't convert it to electoral victory. NNPP took it from him. So anything could happen.
I said, but is it not the same Kano that you have the vote?
Okay.
It's the same Kano now. So it is wherever it wants to tilt. Kwakwanso movement was just like the hurricane of Peter Obi
All right, then.
in 2023 election.
All right, let's go back. Let's go to Elder Yusuf Dambaki now. Welcome back to the conversation. The Kwakwansia movement, Kwakwanso, and his votes, 3 million votes, as it were. Now, all of the 3 million votes was only able to give him a little over 1 million in the 2023 presidential elections. Now, Do you think and then with all the bargaining that he's putting forward now, the conditions that he's putting forward to either defect or not defect, and to where, do you think he's positioning himself as, a kingmaker ahead of 2027 elections?
Okay, yes, I think to understand Kwankwaso very well and his negotiating skills, you have to do that in comparison to what Wike is doing. You can see one thing they have in common and other things they do not. Kwankwaso is not so overbearing on the governor like Wike is doing. However, he is holding on to the people, not to structures and offices, but he's holding on to the people that have the votes directly. And he's using that to negotiate very well. And aside that, you see, in negotiation, you have to give both parties impression that you have option so that you can have a good placement. If you look at Wike, he was holding on to PDP while negotiating for good positions in APC. Unfortunately, he could not manage the PDP very well, and he's now becoming vulnerable. But Kwankwaso, on his part, he already knows exactly where he's going to. But he's giving both the ADC and the APC impression that if you don't negotiate very well, I have an option. But he already knows exactly where he is going to. And I think he is going to end up a kingmaker, like you just said. He's going to win because he's threatening one party with the other. And he will look at what the offers and he will pick the best one. And I guess he's going with the APC.
All right then. Okay. Coming back to you, Ayoyinka Oni.
Yeah.
Now, with all these defections, all this, clamoring for where to align, how does this impact or affect the coalition talks?
Well, the political climb now is the games going on is a very funny one, and just picking up from what Elder said regarding Wike, everybody is holding on to what position they have now to get a bigger one, And when you lose on both ends, you run back to your people, because basically it's still the people that you use to get those strengths. But I want to shift the discussion away from the coalition of politicians that we know. Whatever happens in this election, Kwankwaso and Wike are not going to lose. Whatever happens, Kwankwaso, Wike, or whoever is fighting for position now.
You're not going to lose.
They're not going to lose. They're not going to lose. Either Kwankwaso gets vice president or he doesn't get, or he gets ministerial position, he's not going to lose. These people have been, like he said, they are hold gas, they have been in the political space for a long time. They have grabbed a lot of money and resources for themselves. So whoever becomes president in 2027, they just retire back to their wealth. But the people that will lose are the masses. And the masses seems to be quiet and not doing any coalition of their own. They are watching the games as the NNPP is playing the games, the Wike is playing his game, and they are laughing about it. And there's a lot of, this is the age of content creation now. A lot of content from every of Wike's activities, and Bravo Kwankwaso has done in the north and also so on. And that is the area that I am concerned about. These games are not new. And basically, I'm not going to blame them. That's how they are going to play it, because you want more power, and that is why Kwankwaso is talking about his people, letting them know that I stay with you. Every decision I'm going to make, you must get the full benefit, But he doesn't care if he ends up with the APC or the ADC, whoever gives him the best opportunity.
Do you think the AAC has what it takes to wrestle power from the APC? Shouldn't the AAC consider joining a coalition?
In fact, that's a very good question. And that question will now even take me back to the masses. The reason why the AAC is not in talks with any of this coalition is because the coalition of either the APC that we have had 2015, had another 2023, and the ADC, who are just remnant of APC, old guys, and the PDP and Labour, whatever, are basically pushing the same policies to Nigeria. Do we want a change of party or want change of policy process and the ideology in which we run our country? You know, so if AAC is just trying to play normal politics and, okay, let's sit with the ADC and increase their strength, you know, or let's go back to APC and how we can help them, it's basically just going to be the same result for Nigeria. And we are concerned about the transformation of the society, transformation of the country. So the coalition that the AAC wants, you know, from national level to the state, is that of the masses, of the people.
How much of the masses' votes can you brag of? You know, some politicians will say, oh, I guarantee 2 million votes from here. I guarantee 1 million here. I guarantee 3 million here. How many can you brag?
Like the man in Edo State who was doing a lot of guarantee, but 2 weeks ago or last week, they tore down his banner of Tinubu and himself. You know, all those kind of statements are based on money politics. So you are guaranteed that you are going to share money to buy the people. So, of course, you guarantee your 1 million or you share bag of rice. But AAC do not make such dangerous statements.
Do you have a record of your registered members? How many?
Of course, we do. We do. I'm not going to speak now because I don't have any official party position. Yeah, but we have. In fact, when I was chairman,
there was 1,500,000, 200.
But when I was chairman, I remember that the INEC requested for the registered members.
Okay.
And at that time, there was only
you were
AAC.
in Lagos.
Yes, it was only AAC that could provide it nationally. Other parties had to quickly rush. Now AAPC is trying to do online registration, but we have had that. We are a digital party, but I don't know the figure. But what I want to say is that the masses need to have a coalition with those that are talking about ideas that will transform their society. Look at Uganda. There's a mass support of Bobby Wine. Mass support. You know, it's not a statement of Bobby Wine coming out to say, I can guarantee 2 million because it's going to buy some people. The masses are involved in the politics. That is what's going to transform
We'll see
Nigeria.
what happens in Uganda, because internet access has been cut.
Oh, yes,
and,
yes.
Elections are around the corner there, with some opposition running and hiding, not even being able to.
The man
campaign.
has arrested and killed over 700 people since the campaign started.
We'll see what happens in Uganda. But anyway, Elder Yusuf, now you basically have pitched your tent with the Labour Party. Are you going to leave anytime soon? Are you going to look for somewhere to go to? Are you interested in running for office or supporting somebody? If you are, who would you support? Are you with Peter Obi? Are you against Peter Obi? Which one? Elder Yusuf, please.
To my personal ambition.
Okay, go ahead.
To my personal ambition, it's too early to let the cat out of the bag.
That must be a big
But
bag.
I'm with Peter Obi 100%. And Peter Obi has moved to ADC, and he has ordered us to also move. But you know, there are other local arrangements that we need to put in place at the various state level to move. So what I will tell you now is that I'm in Labour Party preparing to move to ADC. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much. That's a good one. A good place to end the conversation as well. As we move to another, we'll be going to Rivers State now. It's neither the ADC or the Labour Party in Rivers State. It's the PDP and the APC. 2 more Rivers lawmakers back out of impeachment plot against Fubara and his deputy. What does this mean for the impeachment process? Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Two more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Honorable Barile Nwako and Honorable Emilia Amadi, have backed out of the impeachment plot against Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy, Professor Ngozi Odu, by the State Assembly. Nwako represents Kana Constituency 1 in the House of Assembly, while Amadi represents Ubiakpo Constituency 2. Addressing journalists in Port Harcourt, the two female lawmakers urged their colleagues to hold the impeachment proceedings against the governor and his deputy. While the latest development came barely 24 hours after two members of the House, Honorable Silvanus Nwankwo and Honorable Peter Abe, earlier backed out of the impeachment plot against Governor Fubara. Well, we still have in our studio here our gentlemen, Dele Fanimo and Ayo Yinka Oni, and virtually Elder Danbaki. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Dele, 4 people now have pulled out of the impeachment plot. And it's instructive to know that one of the second persons represents Wike in the House of Assembly, Obiakpo local government area. That is Wike's local government. But I don't know whether it is constituency 2 or 1, but then it's also instructive that it is in his local government. So, by extension, representing him. Now, does it look like the empire is crumbling? Wike's empire has crumbled as far as this impeachment plot is concerned. Recall, we heard, unconfirmed reports said that he was in the House of Assembly on that fateful day that they read the impeachment notice to supervise proceedings there. Does it look like Wike's empire is crumbling?
I've told you that that impeachment, I told you last week, that is not going to sail through. And so I'm not surprised when more lawmakers will still jump ship in the days ahead. Because the man that pulls the string is even beyond the River State. More so now they are not...
Who would that be? Sorry, before you go, who would that be?
The president now.
Okay, the president.
Yeah. What is going to happen is, at the end of the day, you see, there's a way they do it to save their face, because it's now an internal affair. Because it is APC trying to impeach APC. And they know that it's going to be a kind of cutting the nose to spite the face if it's sailed through. So they're going to walk around it and make sure that those people will back down and it will look as if a house divided against itself, and then somebody will just come in and say, look, we have to be a rescuer of the ship, and then there will be a kind of rapprochement that will sort all these things out. But I have already told you there is no way. But another thing again that the president will not want to do, he will not want to openly humiliate Wike.
Okay.
He will find a way around it, that it will be like no victor, no vanquished. But I can also tell you that ultimately, Wike is going down.
Okay, ultimately Wike is going down. And I don't know what other humiliation he can make out to somebody if you take away his political structure from him. I think that's enough damage to him. Let's bring in Ayo Yikon into this conversation. You are conversant with what's been going on in River State. So I would like to ask you, Dele said something that we know, or that he knows, especially the person that is pulling the strings, talking about the president. Now, in a federal system of government, should we have a president who, apart from controlling the center, also has his leverage on a state, like River State? Is it proper? How does that help us build up our democracy?
It's sad. It's sad that it's even in a democratic setting. And I would say shame on the President Wike and the Governor Rivers for what they have put that state through. Let's go back from the 6 months of term impeachment or removal of a governor to install a naval officer. So terrible in such a democratic system. And that was the beginning of Tinubu taking the final grab on Rivers politics. And this politics has continued. And the people that are suffering is the people of Rivers State. Fubara is not going to suffer. What is he going to lose Neither are Wike suffer. Like I said, these guys have grabbed resources already. You remember it was Accountant General, so when Wike was there. So there's nothing lost for them than the power struggle. But it is clear and it is true that the ultimate of all this battle is to reduce the power of Wike, which is going to happen. You know, and this political arrangement started in 2023 when Wike lost out the vice president ticket in PDP. You know, imagine a man from South requesting to be the FCT minister. You know, the FCT minister has always mostly been from the North, you know, and that was a big bargain. And Wike is someone that can ask for that, you know, and most likely he might not be getting that position in the second term if Tinubu gets back to power.
If you understand politics very well, which I know you do you think that Wike has the capacity to cause some kind of upset or damage to the presidency if eventually he is taken out?
He doesn't have the capacity anymore. The capacity that he had, he has given it to Fubara. That's what he did. You know, Fubara was the PDP, was the governor. You replace the lawmakers, and the lawmakers that you replace, Fubara is going to meet them in APC. You know, and just like he said, he's an APC lawmaker. All of them are members of the APC. So basically, the impeachment or whatever, it will not stand. It's just a joke. It's just a fix.
But Wike undertook a tour of the 23 local government areas last week.
Yes.
And not even one did the local government chairman and the councillors not come out to meet Wike and give him his support.
Of course.
So does that look like a man who has lost power?
It's to show strength, and that's what they did. I think it was more than 18 days or so. Okay. It's to show strength that, well, I might have lost the governor and all that, maybe the house, but I need to allow the president to know that I still own the local government. Fubara will do his own. You know, you have money. How much is the local government? Fubara will do his own and they will still come out. So basically, he has money. This is an FCT minister. You know, if you give some few millions to local government chairman, everybody will come out and be loyal to you. The people that were loyal to Wike 2 weeks ago in the store will come out and do the same thing for Fubara.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Mr. Ayoyinka. Now, let's go to Elder Danbaki. And Elder, help us make sense of. Oh, okay. I understand that we've lost connections with Elder Danbaki, unfortunately. So let's come back to the studio. Now, the issue of River State, now, this impeachment plot is apparently, you know, falling apart. The impeachment plot is falling apart. Do you think that Fubara will now have an opportunity to make fence, you know, to mend fence with the legislators? Because the Martins Amewule, Martins is still, you know, is still smoking fire. That nothing will stop the impeachment and that the notice will be issued and all of that. Do you think that this division is going to help Fubara, you know, assert himself, especially when we hear that the 27, okay, now we have 4 people out, that the other people are still loyal to Yesu. Okay. What do you see in the coming days?
No, the loyalty is just momentary.
For Wike? Okay.
Because alliances will shift in the days ahead through inducement, through subterfuge, through blackmail. And in this game, Fubara holds the aces. And I'll tell you why. Those lawmakers, were they altruistic in their push for impeachment? No. All they wanted was to cover lost ground. They have lost so much in terms of allowances, in terms of money that should have been made through oversight functions, in terms of constituency allowance and all that. And Fubara also humiliated them during Christmas by sending 100,000 naira. I mean, you as you are seated here at your level, if your employer decides to send 100,000 naira to you, I consider it as humiliation. So you better not send anything to me. To talk of a legislator who knows the job, the budget of that state, who knows what goes to security votes, who knows what goes to some other areas that are not explainable, who also knows that there was a time when their principal, so-called principal, was in the saddle, and this particular governor was shielding 18 billion monthly for 8 years from the good people of River State, which is likely to continue. And then you are now sending such people 100,000. Definitely, they will fight back. And I'm sure that negotiation is on
All right, talking about negotiations.
underground.
Talking about negotiations going on the ground. You know, one of the bone of contention has been second term bid of the governor. Will he run for second time? Will he not run? If the impeachment is stalled or stopped, as it were, does that mean, or do you think that means he has the tickets to vie for the position again? Or will there be another underground agreement? Say, okay, we will not impeach you. Just step aside.
If you have to use the doctrine of first
offer of refusal,
then Fubara has it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I'm sorry to use this language. If you are presented two women, one is accomplished, one is just struggling, and you are about to get married, which one would you prefer?
It depends.
It depends.
It depends.
It depends on a lot of
But you
factors.
see, in politics, you rather pitch your tent with the one that is already made, because you don't have to start from all those little things. Taking care of all those little things.
Who is already made now?
For Fubara, Fubara already has the pulse of the state.
Okay.
It has the
pulse
government
of the
machinery.
state. Local governments are not his men. Those occupying the position are not his men, really.
Let me tell you,
lawmakers are not his men, really.
No matter the level of hatred,
Wike seems to be pushing Amewule forward to replace him.
No matter the level of hatred the local government chairman has for him, they will still sit at joint account allocation committee meeting.
Yes.
And he was going to preside. And he's also going to determine how much goes to this local government. They are not getting the allocation direct from Abuja.
No, the issue is, will they now support him knowing that...
They will support him because they also want second-term tickets. They will support him.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day. So, you see, the only straw that is becoming too weak for Wike is the president, not presidency.
Sorry, quickly, let me ask you, because we are almost out of time. Do you think that a situation where a local government receives 200 million naira, and the governor says, okay, as usual, what they normally do, I take 50 million, but sign for 200 million. Do you think the local government chairman in this situation will sign?
They've been signing before.
They've been signing.
So
with Fubara?
Yes, they will sign. Those guys are not there for the people of Rivers State. They are there for themselves. And as long as the pay comes in, so be it.
So they have dual loyalty, one to the governor, one to the FCT.
You see, it was a momentary loyalty to Wike because Ibas was in the saddle and Wike holds Ibas. Now, Fubara is back and Fubara holds all the aces. The only straw that is considered weak, as far as I'm concerned, is the president to Wike now. And if he loses that straw, believe me, he's sinking.
So I just want to ask, Wike is not known to keep quiet, especially when he's sidelined. Do you think he still has that political machinery to destabilize these new arrangements?
It will make effort, but that effort will be in nullity because the man, Fubara, has risen from his ashes like a phoenix. And
like a phoenix, he rises.
So let me even add that the battle with Fubara and Wike lost. Hope we know. It's nobody that stepped in for him. So Wike's power is going to be going down gradually. It's not something that you can just take out like a snap. He was a governor for 8 years.
And you don't think he can speak against the man that put him there?
What does Tinubu need to do this to win Rivers? If Fubara can do it for him, what does he need Wike for? You're just going to dump him and do another FCT minister.
And Wike will not sing.
But it's not going to be immediately.
And Wike will not sing.
Well, he will just go and retire like every other person retires, every other past governor. Two things for governors. Either you get into the Senate, you're a minister, you go and retire in your village. It's very simple.
All right, then. Well, this will be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Oyedele Oni, former Lagos State Chairman, AAC. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Also, Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, a veteran reporter. Thank you very much for your contribution. We've also been speaking with Elder Yusuf Dambaki, who joined the conversation virtually. I think we lost connection to him. But thank you very much for your contribution as well. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey.
I am Chukuma Okoro. See you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock for Newspaper Review.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for joining us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And yes, of course, we have Ayoyinka Oni. He stays back. Thank you very much. We do appreciate that. And Dele Fanimo also. So it's basically still the team. Now let's dive into it. These are the headlines. I would like to start off with the Guardian newspaper. The big story on the cover page of the Guardian is Ambassador's absence, desperation, expose FG's $9 million lobbying in the United States. Well, we touched on this already. Well, this will give Chukwuma an opportunity to, share his own part, and then we'll move on to other conversations. Chukwuma.
Well, we said a lot about, okay, the guests, the analysts said a lot about the lobbying. You see, lobbying for me, it is a normal thing. But lobbying is the bridge between perception and reality. It's the bridge. The people that lobby, and it depends on what you are lobbying. You don't lobby what it's known to the public. Lobbying is just about persuasion. You persuade people, to change their views, to change their narratives about issues. When IPAC, American Israel Republic Accounts Committee, when they lobby in the Capitol, when they lobby in Foggy Bottom, when they lobby in the Department of State, what they are trying to do is to ensure that they keep promoting Israeli concerns with regard to how America perceives the Israel-Palestinian crisis. That one is in the open, it's on the table. Everybody globally, they understand it. It's in the United Nations, And everybody understands the concept of the two-state solution. And everybody understands the concept of Palestinian state authority having to govern themselves. So what IPAC does essentially is to continue to, hammer on the fact that, look, Israel wants to coexist with Palestinians. But the issue is that are Palestinians ready to coexist with Israelis? Now, let us bring it back home. The point we have here is that a certain kind of killings, are happening or is happening in our environment here in Nigeria. Now, the Christians say, look, we are being persecuted. It's more like a Christian genocide. And the government says, oh, beautiful, people are being killed, whether both Muslims and Christians. So it is that drag, that contestation that has now lent the federal government to say, okay, now we need to clean up our image before the United States government. But like I said, and the questions I asked on the morning show, if you come to Nigeria here, America has about 3 consulates. I think there's one in either Kano or Kaduna, there's one in Abuja, there's one in Lagos, apart from the embassy itself. So making it 4. And they have their security and military attaches here. They have their active agents, like Delis rightly said. Some of them are even Nigerians. Some of them could be foreigners that are living in Nigeria. They have a way of aggregating information in all of this. And so when they pull all of these things together, they put them out as intelligence estimates. And it falls on the desk of the National Security Advisor, who now sifts through information, through interagency cooperation with other agencies, and they dump it on the desk of the president, who now takes the final decision. So how much of that, how much of that information that they have will detract from what the lobbyists do? And the figure is so humongous, talking about $750,000 a month. I asked my guest on the political legislator, Barrister Asim Adams, I said, this amount is so much. Barrister Adams said it's not much, that if you change it, that this is what politicians, governors put in their back pocket and go and do Owambe in UK and all of that. That I'm saying it probably because of my background, that is a lot of money. So if you do the calculations, you discover that there is so much money being paid, to recreate, to twist the narrative that, look, it is not genocide. It's not Christian genocide. Absolutely. But everybody understands that it is Christian, because we have asked questions. If it is not Christian genocide, now, how often do you hear, or have you ever heard, that Christians in their numbers went and killed Muslims? It hasn't happened, not even one that I can think of. So it is very clear. So the lobbying thing, it depends on what are you lobbying about. If you lobby that, look, Nigeria deserves to be moved out of the visa ban, Nigerians will understand. I think that's part of the things they're lobbying for. Okay, they are lobbying for. There's a list of things that they're lobbying for. A list of things that they're lobbying for. But now, why don't you address the factors, that led to America to even place the visa ban, which is the killings. Now, to be honest, whether they are Christians or Muslims, the fact remains that Nigerians are being killed. That's the point. So should any Nigerian be killed? That's where I would like to take it from. That's my major concern. That's a major concern to everybody. People are being killed. Nigerians are being killed. These people don't have anybody to speak for them. These people live in the hinterlands, and they are being killed. And politicians are playing politics with lives of Nigerians. And then you're setting aside such a humongous money.
Even for politicians, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot.
Dollars.
In any part of the
It's in
world,
dollars.
in any part of the world,
Yes.
$1,000 is a lot of money.
It's a lot of
so
money.
Talk less about 750,000.
Amounted to about $9 million in total.
Dollars, $9 million
in total for a period of 6 months. That's a lot
And
of
this
money.
could be part of the money we borrowed.
It could be part of the money we
Because we are looking at
we
112
borrowed.
trillion naira borrowed in 2 years.
Exactly. And ultimately, Nigerians will pay through
Pay
taxes,
one way, through
and
taxes.
the rest. So whether we like it or not. And then the role of the United States in all of this calls to question their sincerity. All right. I mean, there's a lot. I don't want to go into the other issue of BRGIE paying 66,000 and the rest. You know, the role of United States. How sincere are they in liberating a people if they feel that the people need liberation? How sincere are they? They seem to be fighting for their own gain, oil, or some sort of control. That's what they seem to be fighting for. So Nigeria should not be jubilant when we hear about U.S. involvement.
When we hear about when we discuss the sincerity of America and their intentment, in getting into certain places, most times it might be cloaked with, economic interests. But I'd like for us to go to the Sudan issue,
Okay.
South Sudan, to be very particular about it, because South Sudan is the youngest nation state in Africa. You recall what happened over time for over 50 years. They were, under slaughter by the Arab North Sudan. So, and at a point they couldn't take it anymore. And these same evangelicals that stepped into Nigeria stepped in there. And what did they do? They did what we call the CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, that ran for 6 years. And through that 6 years, after the referendum, that now gave South Sudan independence, as they said, after 6 years of self-government, they will now transmute into a self-governing mode. That was what led to the creation of South Sudan as a state, under the supervision of, may God rest his soul, Colin Powell. Now, in that referendum, in that CPA, there was a certain part of South Sudan, the Blue Nile and Kordofan area, that eventually became the albatross of Sudan. Talk about the Darfur region. They were supposed to conduct referendum for them, and which they didn't. And it's still part of the problem up until today. So when we talk America, what interest did America have there? I know that South Sudan has oil, but what quantity of oil, what level of oil do they have? What reserves of oil do they have? And so when people talk about America's interest being cloaked around, their intervention being cloaked around economic interest and all of that, I keep telling people, the United States has lots of oil reserves. Shell oil.
They have oil reserves, yet they are going for the Venezuelan oil.
No, they want more. No, they are not going for Venezuelan oil.
They are going for their oil.
They are not going for Venezuelan oil. Look at what they are trying to do in Venezuela. What America is trying to do in Venezuela is to ensure that China and Russia do not control the Venezuelan oil, because if they do, what it will mean is to alter the economic dynamics of the dollar, which remains the currency of the global currency of trading. And recall that these two countries, Russia and China, are trying to do what they buy. Russia and China buy the Venezuelan oil, not with dollar, but with Chinese yuan and their own native country. So they are gradually trying to sideline United States currency, which is the dollar. And that is not what America wants. America wants the Venezuelan oil to come under control of American influence, not necessarily to sell it and make money, but to ensure that China and Russia do not get in there, cut off the dollar, and keep dealing with Venezuela. That is the whole essence of it. Shell oil, America, and it's even cheaper for them. So why are they leaving those reserves? That's the big question.
All right, let's move on to another story. Let's move on to another story now. Let's touch on human rights related, because you're here, Ayoyinka. Yeah. Because you're here, let's go to something related to human rights. Falana demands immediate release of Edo protesters. That's one of the headlines there. Let's talk about this.
Thank you so much.
52 students.
I was very interested in America's issue. We'll come back there.
Okay.
We'll come back there. Very dynamic one. Well, the first of all, I will say clearly that Edo State Governor happens to be one of the most confused governors I've ever seen. You know, I don't know what he's doing, but it just looked like a joke to me. I must be sincere. But the reason why those people were arrested is not because of the protest per se. It's because of it was like a disgrace to whatever the governor is building in support of the APC, which includes the fact that some of their banners and all that was also pulled down, and they had to go into the hostels of students to kidnap them. It is pathetic and sad. Well, I'm not saying you should not go after those that are doing vandalism, but do your investigation properly. Students were protesting, you know, and if students are protesting, is the duty of the police to ensure that things are protected and all. Where were the police when people started doing that vandalism? They should have sent them away from there. But that arrest took us away from the issue why those students went out to protest in the first place. People are being kidnapped and killed at Ekpoma, and it is becoming something so terrible and affecting the peace of that community. And those students, regardless of their leadership, which is terrible, we understand that there's no longer a student union that stands for the people anymore, either at the university level or at the national. There might be few, but they are not much, or at the National Association of Nigerian Students. But those students, out of just their own organizing, went to the street demanding for better. Where was the governor when people were being kidnapped and killed? Then all of a sudden, he comes out with a speech that's saying we have brought out certificated security, you know, to go after the kidnappers. Were there not those certificated security systems to prevent kidnapping in the first place? People even have CCTV camera in their homes capturing them themselves being kidnapped, you know. So it is so terrible. And then you went to save face for a party to go and arrest 52 students in their homes. It's so pathetic, and they should be released immediately. One of the pathetic videos I saw was when a student union leader was singing for the governor and just behaving like babies. You know, the government, the police and everything are every day turning the university system to a combination of people that cannot do anything for society when they leave, people that don't have courage or passion or vision or a mind of their own, just treating them like kids and babies. So I saw a video of 5 of them being released, I think yesterday. We expect that all of them should be released as quick as possible. People should not be arrested or kidnapped for leading protests. It is a fundamental human right that shouldn't be joked with.
All right, then.
Honestly, I stumbled on that particular video. Maybe the same thing as what he's talking about, where you have about in a small room.
Yes, if we can. Let's put up the video. Room. If we can.
I mean, it was an eyesore. It's detestable, and I don't think our correctional center should continue to dehumanize people like this, because psychologically those guys were already traumatized. When you look at that video closely, and it shouldn't be anything near that, even for common criminal. When we talk of students, and you can be sure these overzealous policemen may have arrested the wrong people, and then let the people that actually committed this offense go scot-free. Because I was expecting that the police would have profiled these people before taking them to court. And for court, it's a bailable offense. Nobody has committed murder. There was no report of murder. Nobody died. So whatever, even if you accuse them of stealing is still a bailable offense. Why would you allow these people to be cramped in the prison just like common criminals? But I'm telling you, if they spend more than today and tomorrow in that prison, some of them will be corrupted forever. Some of them will be so incensed that they will hate the society, and then they will have a different impression about the society. I imagine if my son was among those people in that cell, those people should not just be released. They should undergo therapy, psychological therapy, before they go back to their parents. It's dehumanizing.
All right, dehumanizing indeed. You want to add something to that?
No, it's fine.
All right, then. Let's move on to another story now.
The picture painted is what is assailing him.
Yes, it's a horrible picture.
Yeah, it is.
It's a horrible picture. All right, so there are a few more headlines here on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. Professors to earn extra 1.8 million naira yearly in new FG ASU pact. Dangote assures Nigerians of price stability. Listing of refinery stocks. Nigeria's oil production falters as FG sets terms for bid round licensing. And then other headlines here. Ex-SSG alleges Katsina LG budgets 300 million naira to pay bandits. Interesting. Takes us back to insecurity. And I don't want to touch on the the River State issue since we've touched on it already. And if you missed out on it, go back and watch the morning show. Yes, right here, because we're streaming on YouTube. Concerns as 10 MDAs budget 24 billion naira for software this year. Software, 24 billion naira. Oh well. Tinubu, Mark, NPAN, columnist, Mon Newswatch co-founder, Mohammed. And also, TUC demands immediate withdrawal of no work, no pay directive for health workers. All right, so those are the headlines. Just make your pick and react.
Well, let's pay our last tribute to one of our own, our seniors in the profession, Yakubu Mohammed. Yakubu is one person that, while growing up, while in the university, I used to read a lot. I started reading Delegiwa when he was in Concord with his parallax snaps. From parallax snaps, I went to when he moved over to New York, Newswatch. I followed him, and when I came to Lagos to do my youth service, unfortunately for me, I found myself in an organization that was looking media house, Nigerian Economist, that was overlooking Newswatch, and I was like, oh, this is Newswatch. And the first day I walked in there, I met Mohammed, I saw Dan Abbas, I saw Yakubu, I saw Ray Ebu. By then, Dele had died, Dele Giwa had died. So, and I felt like, oh, these are humans, people that, like, flesh and blood. And I was like, oh, these are human beings. Because back then, we used to think
idolize them.
Idolize them. We used to think that Newswatch is somewhere. You see
the angels will write the news and send it down.
I'm telling you. So, and the other, last month, I think we lost Dan Abase too, and now it's Yakubu Mohammed. My heart in particular goes out to the family. These are the people, that gave us the torch, that we are still holding up until today as journalists. Unfortunately, we have lost those two eminent journalists. Out of the quartet, I think it is Ray that is still alive now. He's doing well in his own. I think he's retired now. So, to the family of Yakubu Mohammed, my heart, my condolences to you people.
All right. You see, why I sympathize with the friends, family, and colleagues of our dear Phobia Mohammed, my worry is, do we have a reservoir of people who can step into this guy's shoes? As we speak today, are we going to equate them with the...
We have a new set, to answer your question, we have a new set of journalists with the advent of social media and AI. Back then there was a lot of digging, a lot of reading hard copy books, a lot of interviewing to get stories. But these days, people just rely on artificial intelligence, type a prompt, and then whatever comes out, you put it up there.
You see,
so essentially what Moses is saying is that it might be difficult to recreate that crop of, journalists.
No. You see, except we are trying to shy away from the norm. We can recreate them in another form.
Okay.
For instance, as a media practitioner, you don't rely on press release to write your story. You could also use AI, you could use ChatGPT to get further information. Because any story you write, anyway, that was the way I was trained as a young reporter. Any story you write, and you still have people asking questions about that story is not complete. But what do you have today? People sit within the confines of their rooms and create...
Armchair, what we call armchair.
Yes. And then the public relation officer of that organization writes a press release. Do you want the public relation officer to write something that will indict his organization? No. Somebody defined journalism as writing what people don't want to be seen. that if you write what people want, that is no longer journalism but PR. So, I know why I said this, because I recall that the last time I met Mohammed and I forgot this other man's name in Newswatch. Dan Agbesi. I think it was in Calabar. There was this South leaders, business leaders forum. I was invited as a journalist in the Guardian. You know, at the end of it all, this man, that accountant, Ijewere, was the chairman of the forum, and Donald Duke was the governor then. So at the end of it all, Donald Duke stood at the doorway and he was having a handshake, and Emmanuel Ijewere was introducing each person. So when it got to my turn, he now introduced me as, this is one of our press boys. So I quickly retreated and looked at him and said, what did you just say? Do I look like a boy? You are an accountant by choice. I'm a media practitioner by choice. Gone are the days when you have only school start holders in the newsroom. In my newsroom in the Guardian, we have PhD holders, we have doctors. So, you know what? This man, he quietly, and his colleague, they quietly left the scene. And Donald Duke had to apologize to my other colleagues and I. Unknown to me, I think there's a hotel they call the Meridian in Calabar. So we were both there. As soon as the man waited for me, knowing fully well that only journalists were kept in that hotel. So as soon as I came in, he was so happy. He said, "You made me proud today by redeeming the image of my profession." And you see, those guys, they never knew any other profession apart from this trade.
Of course.
And they made good use of their time. But I just hope that,
so
you raise my hope. Maybe someday we'll see another round of.
We need a lot of tutoring and the rest. Mentoring, exactly, going around before. And some people, have this ideology that journalists, all they care about is brown envelope. Very insulting. Very insulting, I must say. But anyway, let's touch on another headline here. Federal government orders banks, fintechs to remit VAT on service fees. I think that's putting it lightly, actually. That's from the Punch newspaper now. We've gone to the Punch. From the Punch newspaper, putting it lightly. But it's 7.5%.
No, on services, which of the services are we looking at?
USSD, mobile transactions, any transfer you make using your phone, 7.5. Any and every.
So the volume of the money I'm transferring.
So the volume, 7.5 on the money you are transferring.
So if I'm transferring 100,000 naira to you now, they will take 7,500.
Then when you are done transferring, and now say, Baba for the boys, Twale, you now say, okay,
so,
you take another 100.
What about you? That's
another 7.5.
Yeah, another 7.5.
No, the recipient. No, I don't think the recipient pays 7.5.
The recipient pays.
I don't think that is
the recipient.
That is not likely to be.
For every USSD transaction, USSD, electronic transfer transaction. Yeah. So the recipient
will not pay.
May not pay.
No, there's a deduction. I'm not sure. There's a deduction of 15 naira already.
That's a stamp duty charge.
Apart from the stamp duty charge, there's a deduction of.
There's another one.
When you receive 10,000 naira upward.
Okay, so don't transfer 7. Don't.
When you receive, so people now tell you don't send
9,000.
999.
Okay. People, if you want to give me 100,000 naira, please enter motor, come and give me.
I'll just pay 99,999 naira.
You'll pay.
It doesn't matter.
They still remove, but it's not.
There's no cap.
It's not up to 15.
There's no cap.
But then
for
you
every amount,
you pay 7.5. It's a head hotel. They win.
They win. Head hotel.
The taxation discussion by this government is too much. It's too much. It's taxation year and year. And when you are doing so much PR to defend a policy, there's a problem with that policy. If a policy is going to work for the people, if people are comfortable with the policy, if policy is going to lead to progress, you don't need to do so much talking. When it's hard there, people say, oh, this is nice, we're going to enjoy it. But the federal government, and they didn't start last year, people think that from the beginning of the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it was subsidy, taxation, devaluation of Naira, Those were the discussion. The tax couldn't go through completely because immediately they brought it out, there was a clashback from the people. So they had to go back into their shell a little, even though they were still doing it through the banks. But now they want to step it up. This is not going to help Nigerians in any way. If there's no way that you pass through, people will find a way to adapt. And this adaptation will affect the masses. If you say you want to increase the taxes on so-called rich people and all that, these rich people are the business owner, they are the one that sells some products and all that. They are going to increase the price of this product.
Of course.
At the end of the day.
Cost of business.
Yes, it will affect the masses. So what exactly is this government doing? Now, nobody in his right senses has been against taxation. Taxation has been happening as long as we know we are taxed. I am taxed, But you do not tax at the expense of the livelihood of the people. And also, the people must see the benefits of their taxes. And that is what does not happen in Nigeria. There's no accountability for any of these people, and you don't even see the benefit of these taxes. Okay, let's just say, give us perfect infrastructure. People went to Morocco and Algeria and all that for the World Cup and see how Nigerians are making videos and say, look at this country, it's Ramat, just Ramat. Ramat is basically like a town. It's not even close to Lagos in terms of what the capital should be. But their infrastructure is perfect. In Nigeria, in Lagos, now we are swimming with refuse dump everywhere. We don't even have a perfect waste management system. And every day we keep on hearing taxation, 7.5, 5 point. This has to stop. It's getting too much, and we have said it. And even the man that is the chairman now, Oyedele or whatever, has said it in 2019 that you cannot enrich a country with taxes. There's no way. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu want to make more money for Nigeria, he should go to our resources, mine those resources, refine those resources, and make money from resources. We have enough resources to cater for Africa. Talk less of our country.
If Taiwo said that in 2019, probably he wasn't schooled enough. The man had to send him either to Harvard, to MIT, or to Oxford to go and learn, or Michigan,
the art and science of
taxation. Now he understands that you can tax your way into wealth.
And now he said Nigerians are issuing that he's receiving death threats.
Yes. Because it's going to affect people's business. It's the face of this thing.
Well, cost of living will definitely go up.
It will go up.
It will.
That's a guarantee.
But one thing I'm sure of, trust Nigerians, I've never seen a law, a policy that cannot be circumvented.
Yeah, but
in the days ahead, you see you see the way they will circumvent.
Different approach and methods.
Different methods.
As well bring out to our own likeness.
Rather than you giving me 100,000 and somebody is deducting 7,500. If you are coming to me from Toyota, maybe just 200 naira bus, you come and give me now.
That's the thing. So people will now start to carry cash around, and then robbery will now increase.
And already the Northerners do not believe in banks.
Yes.
That is why they are the most bully.
That mistrust in the banking sector.
So we'll now have an increase in robbery, one chance, and the rest, because now
everybody is moving with cash.
With cash.
They need to rethink all these things. It's not helping the people. It's not. First thing to do about taxation is to be accountable. Tell us what you have done with the one you have done.
Give us all this wahala. Fix all these moribund factories around us.
Yes.
That are government owned. Tap bitumen in Ondo State.
Enough.
Money will come.
Enough. We have so much resources.
We have teak, timber everywhere. Resuscitate this what is it called? Paper mills. Mm-hmm. Money will come.
Yeah, brother made a lot of money for me those days.
Sometimes when I sit back and I think, people in
can
government,
give 30,000 direct
government. Made so much money in the 70s, 80s for my
I ask myself this question: people in government, do they think and reason the way we do?
People in government are people that were out of government before they got into government. When they were out of government, they thought, they reasoned, they thought out solutions to problems. But then they get in there and the narrative changes.
So is a problem of the system?
It's a systemic problem.
It's a systemic problem.
A wicked one.
It is a systemic problem.
Let's assume that for the 26 years, was it 26? 27 years of our democracy, this is our 27th year, that we had a government that devoted its 8 years in office to say, Nigerians, excuse me, please, you will suffer here, you wouldn't have good roads, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have that. But I'm going to fix the steel mill. And we have another one. Of course, there is no way. We've been suffering on along, but we'll understand. And we have another one that come in and say,
at least there will be hope.
There will be hope.
Even if it's not going to work in 8 years.
And then the steel mill starts to operate
And
within that
it
8 years.
starts to operate. Now, you first, another one comes in and gets into electricity. Fix the basic things, the structure. If you have the structures on ground, the economy
The
will
superstructure will automatically
grow.
follow you, you know?
Nigerians are
Another one
hardworking
comes
people.
in and does roads.
Nigerians are hardworking people. You know, but
I mean, this is 27 years. We've done nothing. We are still looking for $12 billion
Do you know that
that we
most of
put
the-
into electricity
Do you know that
between
most of
1999 and 2007.
Most of the legacy projects that we can point to today in this country
was
were
before
done by the
democracy.
military.
Were done by the
Yes,
military.
Yes, so the 27 years not even built on nothing. There were a lot of things already done before you even had the democracy. And that takes us back to the fact that it's a policy issue, it's an ideology issue. And that is why Tinubu is a boy of the World Bank and the IMF. These are their policy. Leave your resources for us. Give it to us through the back door. Borrow money, increase taxes, remove subsidy, and we will be your friend. That is what it's doing. They are not interested in what. See, countries work. There's a country that they export cocoa. Cocoa. That's what they use to develop their society.
Cote d'Ivoire relies on cocoa.
Cocoa.
Even Ghana does a lot.
You know, we used to be there. We used to be there. Cocoa, granite, palm oil. That's what we were doing in the 50s and the 60s. But these guys have left production. They have left mining resources. Everything is now. I was flying to Abuja the other day, and the flight was supposed to go to Gombe. When we were coming down, the only people left on the way to Gombe were expatriates, China, Indonesia. What are they going to do there? These are the people that are after our resources through the back door. Why Nigeria is not doing anything to develop its resources? There's no way your country will go. Then you now add corruption into it. It is a mess. Now we should be suffering from it. Taxation. It's terrible.
It is terrible. It's a lot on the ordinary Nigerian. And, well.
Maybe, Chukuma, maybe you and I should consider Japa.
No, at this age.
At this age.
People are doing it.
There's an age you get to. Japa will not be an option. What do you want to go and do there?
People are doing it. I know
I'd rather my children go and come back.
I know a lawyer that closed up his chamber in Lagos here, very established lawyer, closed up his chamber and he moved it on his family. He's not a lawyer of 20 years, over 30 years.
Well, a lot of people are doing it. It's scary, really, because,
But you know,
like you said,
some of them do it for the sake of their children.
Yes, I agree.
I know there are many stories. It's not, I won't say it's for the sake of it. Some have lost hope entirely in Nigeria. Somebody who works in an oil servicing firm, who was making in the millions monthly. No child. Married, yes, but no child. Advanced in age too. Packed up one day, sold his house here in Nigeria, sold his properties, house in Lagos, sold the house, lodged in a hotel for a period of time. When his visa came, he left. With no hope of coming back. If he wants to die, let him go and die over there.
So sad.
Because he feels insecurity and other things is, too much, let him just go over there. So there's a lot. A lot of people are not even saying, what they are going through.
Just want safety.
This is somebody who is comfortable here in Nigeria. But he sold everything with the wife. So you wouldn't say, it's because of their children, because they don't have any. They might get later, even though they are, advanced in age. They might get later, but it's just the two of them. Just go. It's sad. It's a sad development. Oh well, let's before we get emotional, let's get into some of the headlines here. There are some headlines from the Punch newspaper still. I'm just going to read out, and then we'll make our pick and react. Well, I do understand that. Okay, I'm going to take these headlines. FG orders banks, yes, fintechs to remit VAT. FG ASU unveil agreement to end strikes, varsities, and NPAN. Okay, yes, we've taken most of those headlines already. We'll take a break. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll continue with the headlines here. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Uye Osarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
All right, thank you very much. We had to let Ayoyinka Oni leave us, but we still have Daily Fanimo with us. Now let's get into some of the headlines, still from the Punch newspaper. Russia to expel UK diplomats accused of espionage. UK economy rebounds stronger in November. Official. Obi pays tribute to fallen heroes on Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Legion gets subsidized farm inputs for military veterans. And also, dispatch rider bags 7-year jail term for trafficking tramadol. And opposition knocks FG over a $9 million US lobbying deal. 2025, Morocco beat Nigeria 4-2 on penalties to face Senegal in final. Well, I've given my opinion on that one already. Gentlemen, these are the headlines on the cover on the papers. How do you react? Make your pick, really.
You should do the pick for us.
Do the pick. Do the pick.
Make your pick. Okay. Let me pick for you then. So, lawmaker slammed delay in probe of $25 million FIFA CAF grants to NFF. Yeah, let's talk about that one. You asked that I make your pick. I mean, I pick for you, which I have done. So monies meant for there was certain monies to be given to NFF, which trickles down to the nation's coffers. I think there has been a delay in that one. But to have a better understanding, let's read through it. So more than 2 months after the House of Representatives resolved to probe the use of financial grants advanced to the Nigerian Football Federation for the development of football in Nigeria, the House Committee on Sports has yet to submit reports on its findings. Now, this particular paper, The Punch, reported in October that the resolution of the House to investigate financial grants to the nation's football governing body totaling $25 million from a period of time, actually. It's not a from 2015 to 2025. Now, the resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance at a plenary last year. The motion was titled, Motion to Stop Further Misuse of FIFA and CAF Grants by Nigerian Football Federation.
You see,
let me stop.
It's been there all over the years. You see, what happens is, for every appearance, once you are qualified for a tournament, FIFA organized tournament, you have a certain amount of money that goes to the coffers of the government. And usually it is from this government that bonus.
So why is it that NFF is not remitting? Because we hear that between 2015 and 2025, the NFF, that's the Nigerian Football Federation, allegedly received development funds in excess of $25 million from FIFA and CAF.
That's what I'm saying.
With no proportional investment to justify that huge amount.
You see.
So are you surprised?
That sitting fund is one of the reasons why they go for foreign coach to cut a slice. Even when those coaches are third rated.
See, corruption is just everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
The level of your corruption is to the extent of your exposure.
Yes, the kind of monies that you're exposed to.
Yes. So it's the same thing going on here.
And our athletes are
when you have
neglect.
Some of them promises made are not redeemed. And when the person dies,
the houses promise
the government will go and visit the family and probably dole out 2 million naira.
Not shooting star. ICC dead 34 years after. Some of them have died. That was when the current governor deemed it fit.
So what then is the joy? What then is the joy of flying your country's flag at events?
That's why you see some of them, when they eventually get to Europe, they say, enough of this. They get in. And sometimes when we even dump them, other countries will pick them up.
Look at Olympics. About 5 gold medals were won by Nigerians for other countries.
But when they are in Nigeria, because you can't manage them well, they can't win those medals.
Yeah, even those who want to stay, they deprive them of training kits, just ordinary training kits. So some of them on their own will sponsor their own training and still win laurels for the country.
The last Olympic, you recall there was this athlete, female athlete, that had to change.
Yes.
She had to switch nations.
Bicycles. No? Is it that one? Okay, no. That's another one.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm talking about. But there was one that had to switch nations because cycling because she didn't get proper apparatus and all of that.
Oh yes.
Even the right bicycle to ride, they couldn't provide that.
And she now switched
because there was a particular brand of bicycle for that kind of race. They didn't provide, and yet $22 million.
It's
$25 million.
$25 million. You get into the books of government. Projects done. Projects executed, projects completed. You see them in the books of government, when they retire their accounts, when they do their monthly audit and all of that, quarterly audit. You see all those roads paved. But when you go to those roads, you don't see them.
I shared the personal experience here, where I was living as a tenant in Ibadan. We went to a local government chairman. We begged him. He assured us that they will fix the road. By the time he left office, we went back to the current chairman then. And the chairman said, but I recall that we made payment for this road. I said, which payment? By the time they brought it back, in fact, the road is more beautiful than Lagos-Ibadan Express on paper. Yet, not a single grader passed through that road for that period. Come and see the well-paved road with culverts, with drainage system in their book and money paid out. That's the kind of thing you get here. It's so pathetic.
It is. It is.
It is. But now the big question is, how do we flip the coin now in favor of the Nigerian people? Because it is convenient for us to sit here all the time and blame leaders. But in our own little corners, what have we done as a people?
Are we not the ones that will praise them when they steal?
No,
and give us some.
apart from praising them, you see somebody that is in charge of one small office, the person behaves like a lord of the manor. If you don't do this, in fact, people sit on top of your files. Is that the governor sitting on top of the file? It's not the governor.
In fact, if they are sitting on your own, it's very easy to identify the one that is missing. How do you even find that?
So that is the question. Sometimes it's not convenient for me to blame leaders because I see people, when you walk into a small office, you see somebody who is supposed to render a service, and the person is sitting down, chattering away with another person, and they just want to ask you, yes, what can we do for you? When you talk, hey, next
so go and sit down there, we'll attend to you.
We'll attend to you. And you sit there for 2 hours.
And if you rage, they say you are mad.
No, you dare not now, because if you do, they will frustrate you. They'll frustrate you. What you are looking for, you won't find it.
It's a horrible situation. And I don't know if we should hinge this on, if we should call the NOA and say, look, you're not doing enough sensitization. Because the kind of corruption we're talking about, it goes even deeper.
I think there's no corruption in NOA. So if NOA is corrupt, who is going to do the sensitization?
So when will we be redeemed of this? When will there be redemption?
I think that was
because even the younger ones, children that are 5-year-olds, 3-year-olds, already thinking of how to swindle. I mean, it's passed down. So should we ask that the generations be wiped off and a fresh one?
You were the one that played a video last year of a naming ceremony where a woman gave biro to that baby, a pen to that baby. That with this pen, God will enable you to steal altar figures so that you can become rich. You are the one that played the video here. So what does that speak to?
So no redemption in sight.
Well, we believe in God.
God will help us.
Some will say, like a friend of mine said, we need a Rollins in the system. You think that will help?
In Nigeria?
Yes. A Rollins in the system. Looking at what he did in Ghana when he came into office.
It was the Rollins in Nigeria is not likely to survive.
It was the pre-Rollins we tried in 1966 that brought us to where we are today. Because it wasn't effective.
A Rollins will not survive here. Because if it's coming from the north, they say they came to come and annihilate us. If you're coming from the southwest, they say, hey, these Yoruba people. If you come from southeast, they say, hey, Biafra agenda. So where would that Rollins come from?
There's a song that says, which way?
Which Nigeria.
So many years ago.
Which way? So many years ago. Which way?
And we're still asking that same question.
I'm even asking you now. Which way, Nigeria? Which way to go? And the gentlemen are mum.
Because we don't have answers. That person I don't have answers to that question.
Well, that's it on the show today. That's it on Newspaper Review. Thank you very much, Dele Fadimo. Achikumo Okoro, thank you as well. But he makes a comeback later tonight on Political Lens.
And I'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agomo. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories.
All right, there you have it. So 6 p.m. later tonight. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Which way, Nigeria? Which way to go? We love our fatherland, and we need redemption. God bless Nigeria. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
You continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 49, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Oyedele.
5 AFCON winners. Of course, I mean, years of history and so much glamour last night. Eventually, we now have the finalists for the 2025 African Cup of Nations. The question on the lips of the minds, on the mouths of all Nigerians, as well as the Egyptians, is what went wrong last night as the Pharaohs of Egypt and the Super Eagles of Nigeria crashed out, leaving the Teranga Lions of Senegal and the Atlas Lions of Morocco. It seems like a Lion final in this year AFCON. On that note, I welcome you to this morning's episode of Sport Republic. My name is Ikechukwu Aguago. As you can see, it's been a gloomy day for Nigerians when it comes to football because a lot of persons are actually trying to wrap their heads around what really went wrong last night. Some persons are actually blaming Eritrea for his tactical approach to the game. Other persons are calling out Samuel Chukwueze. And some other persons, it's just the referee that actually spoiled the whole thing. But then we'll be looking at that and more in this episode of today's conversation that regards sports this morning. Don't mind me because I'm still trying to, come out of the whole drama that actually went on yesterday. At some point, I just felt like, what, the Moroccans have actually won even before the penalty shootout. Because, the mood of the boys and, of course, how, the Moroccans are actually coming at the players and how the referee was actually managing the game, everything just points towards the fact that Morocco will definitely go into the first finals in 50 years. Exactly, this is going to be the second time if they eventually win it and they're playing right there at home. Some other persons have actually alluded that maybe CAF is just trying to, compensate Morocco for bailing them out. Over the years, they've been more like the de facto CAF, or WAFCON host when it comes to female football. They've hosted and bailed out CAF on numerous occasions when it comes to hosting the female category of this particular championship. So perhaps, and remember also that the Super Falcons of Nigeria actually, last year actually won this particular title in an agonizing defeat, right? Or win, or we want to say defeat, if you are actually Moroccan. And it's actually ended where they actually 2 goals up and they eventually lost the game 3-2. So all of these, a lot of conversation, a lot of controversies, maybe just why we get to see this sort of officiating this particular episode or, version of AFCON. Recall, this is not just about Nigeria. A lot of countries have been complaining. The Indomitable Lions of Cameroon also complained. The Tanzanians also complained. So it seems like, there's a plan or an agenda to eventually gift Morocco this particular championship. This is not to take anything away from the qualities of the Moroccans. They actually did so well to actually make it through to the finals. Of course, to also win that particular game against Super Eagles of Nigeria. But then, before my host, Biodun Akpeno, eventually joins, let me definitely take you through, the events that actually happened yesterday. I'll definitely be starting with the game, that actually was played before that of the Super Eagles, which is the game between the Teranga Lions of Senegal and the Pharaohs of Egypt. As, this 2 teams, these guys are heavyweights when it comes to African football. And a lot of persons were actually, expecting Mo Salah to actually find a way around, his former teammate and, international foe in the person of Sadio Mane. Because this is the 3rd time Sadio Mane is actually denying Mo Salah, in a very, very big moment. The very first one was in 2019 when they actually took the African Cup of Nations ahead of Mo Salah. The second was denying him, Mo Salah, the chance of going to the World Cup. And now he's actually the man behind, the downfall of the Egyptians, as he actually scored late in that particular tie to, end the Egyptians' chance or surge of a 7th African Cup of Nations, leaving Mo Salah still seeking his first continental title. Man United, the only goal, tightly contested match with 12 minutes to play in Tingere, firing a low-footed shot inside the left post after the ball broke to him outside the box. This victory marks the 3rd time Mane has triumphed over his former Liverpool teammate in a crucial international match. These previous encounters were 4 years ago, where Senegal defeated the Pharaohs in penalty shootout during the 2021 AFCON Finals playoff, and of course 2022 FIFA World Cup playoff, where Mo Salah actually lost again to Sadio Mane, like I rightly said. And I mean, this is actually one of those times, you don't want to be an Egyptian. And it's largely effective in that particular match. I'm talking about Mo Salah, with the North Africans failing to test the goalkeeper. I'm talking about Edouard Mendy, until Mamamouche's long-range effort was saved in the dying moment of the game. Senegal will face Morocco in the final on Sunday. At about 7 p.m. that game will be played after the host nation advanced by defeating Super Eagles of Nigeria 4-2 in a penalty. Another semi-final, unfortunately for Senegal, they will be without captain Khalid Koulibaly and midfielder Habib Diarra. These guys are actually crucial, in that particular team. And in the final, due to suspension from receiving second yellow card, I'm talking about Koulibaly, also he's got fitness issues to also worry about. And it's one of those very big moments. You start asking yourself, this question. I can actually, understand why this is going to be a very big miss, because Wilfred Ndidi's absence was also huge for Nigeria last night. And it was actually built to be a clash of titans between Senegal. Like I said, I mean, these guys, anytime they come up, maybe because of, Sadio Mane and Mo Salah, these guys always want to actually show they are actually big characters. And every single time, it seems like, the pendulum will always swing towards the Senegalese. And this match was actually built, to be a clash of titans as a showdown between the two former Liverpool stars. But Senegal demonstrated their dominance with solid midfield control. Nicholas Jackson's first half effort went over the bar, and attempts by Diarra and Pape Gueye were untimely blocked by Egyptians' defense. Egypt struggled to create meaningful chances, I must tell you, in that particular game, with Koulibaly earning a booking for tipping Mamouche outside the box. The tension intensified when a Senegal coach Papito crossed into Egypt's technical area to issue instruction. The truth is, Papito also was part of that golden generation of Senegal's side. the side actually defeated France in 2002 World Cup. So I think it's something about the Senegal national team that that generation. You recall Cisse actually got them their first AFCON. He was also part of that golden generation. And it seems like there's a trajectory, there's something about that generation that will continue to actually produce something awesome for them. Now they're in another final. Maybe they might just go all the way again, come on Sunday. And Tao also went to the technical area of the Egyptian side to dish instruction, and it was heated. I saw him and the Egyptian legend talking about Hossam Hassan. They were actually exchange of words, heated arguments. The bench, the both bench went rowdy, and then match officials, the game had to be paused for a few moments, and then the game continued, leading to a lot of exchange. And before halftime, that's actually happened. Then the second half saw pattern continue, the same pattern where Senegal continued to dominate in that particular game, with Teranga Lions attempting long-range strike, while Pharaohs remained largely defensive. I think one of the biggest mistakes of the Egyptians was that they came into that game, to actually play transition football. And when you want to play transition, one of the key ingredients or elements for you to actually play such kind of football is that you must have, good midfielders, good ball playing midfielders, people who can actually pick, that awesome pass from different level, maybe range, maybe short. And you must also have somebody who is an excellent ball carrier. The Egyptians lack both, and the Senegalese have top-notch defensive midfielders in person of Gueye, who's got a lot of experience, and Habib Diarra is also another will I call him enigma in the midfield for the Senegalese. He was so huge, and it was difficult for the Egyptians to find a way. And then it was just let's find a way to actually get Mo Salah on the ball. And every single time the ball was thrown to Mo Salah, there's 2-3 man on him, and it's difficult for him. Even though Mamouche was largely ineffective in that particular game, and the defense of the Egyptians, Senegalese, I must say, was very, very awesome. And the Egyptians also was forced to actually play defensive, and it was more like one-way street. Everyone who was watching that game believed that, hey, there's no way the Egyptians would have won it. And trust me, if the Egyptians had won it, it would have been against run of play or perhaps, penalty shooter. And eventually, Teranga Lions actually won. I must say that was a deserved victory. Even after the strategic introduction of a veteran, Trezeguet also came into that particular game. And the breakthrough finally arrived in 78 minutes when Mane capitalized on a blocked effort from Lamine Camara. Lamine Camara was also very, difficult to actually play in that particular game. Alongside, Ndiaye, who was actually turned in the flesh. He was skillful, he was strong, was quick, and it was a lot for the Egyptian backline to handle. And striking from 20 yards, I'm talking about Sadio Mane, that shot from 20 yards with El Shenawi unable to react in time, and it goes sparked celebration among Senegalese fans. And despite the VAR check, a lot of persons also initially felt it was handball, but no, it was just, Mo Salah's chest, Sadio Mane's chest, and that was a goal. And the handball claim against Mane was, turned down. And Egypt's coach Osama Hassan sought to spark a comeback by bringing on fresh legs in the form of Zizou, Mustafa Mohamed, and Salah Hussein. However, their efforts were largely ineffective again, and Senegalese Mendy eventually made a crucial save from Mahmoud's strike. And this is where, it gets interesting. Now, a big question has been asked, after that particular game. Mo Salah, a lot of persons is just expecting him to just pick up, that particular title. Once he picks, I'm talking about the AFCON now. Once he's able to actually pick up the AFCON, it means he's going to be undisputable, greatest Egyptian player ever. You might want to argue that even though, but then, seeing him that he's 33 now, and he has failed to actually pick this particular one. And the next AFCON is going to come in 2027. And after 2027, AFCON is going to be quadrennial, which means it's going to be every 4 years. I don't know how he's going to do it. The next AFCON is going to be, it should be 35. And at 35, you'll be expecting him to be, he's very slow in this particular AFCON. And then come next AFCON, it's going to be even more slow. And it was a very, very, terrible taste for, the Egyptian king. But then the latest defeat will be particularly painful for Salah, I must say, who had hoped to finally lift the AFCON trophy after losing in the finals in 2017 and 2021, experiencing a last 16 exits in 2019, and he will face questions about another missed opportunity, especially with the next tournament set to be co-hosted by Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. That's going to be called the East African Tournament, I must say. And in 2027, possibly being his last shot, and Egypt's wait for a title continues, extending back to the last AFCON victory in 2010, while the semi-final defeat marks his first since 1984. And trust me, right, that's over 40 years, the last time, Egypt was knocked out of, the semi-finals of the AFCON. And trust me, with the way I'm seeing this Egyptian side, I must say that they do not even look like a side that's got the quality to actually, stage a comeback in 2027. No disrespect to them, but what I saw yesterday, they do not have it. And maybe because, you might want to say 2 years is quite long in football. The defending champion of the CAF championship is Pyramid of Egypt. So if they can actually produce another champion in CAF championship, I'm talking about African version of UEFA Champions League, then definitely they might be fancying the chance of getting a very good team. Now, I said this in the light of what happened in between 2006 and 2010, golden generation of Egyptian footballers. These guys were basically playing in Al Ahly. These guys were playing in Zamalek. These guys were playing in Egyptian club side, and they actually dominated Africa, blew Africa, by storm. All the big players, the Yaya Toure, the Mikel Obi, the Gigi Okochas that are coming from Europe. These guys made them to understand that African football is quite different. So maybe if the Egyptians are able to actually keep this set of players in their league and get good talent between now and 2027, they might actually stage the comeback and then get their seventh title. Maybe, just maybe, it might just be the last dance from Mo Salah that will give him what he has really eluded him. But so far so good. You got to look, at players like Osama Hassan. These guys have enjoyed AFCON titles. You get to look, back at players like Egyptian great like Ahmed Mido. You get to look at a lot of players in Egyptian ranks, and you start asking yourself, why not Mo Salah? What's wrong with Mo Salah? This guy has done everything, broke all the records, basically all the records in England. He's done a lot for himself, even in Europe, and he's one of the biggest and, most talked about marksman in the world, and now he's struggling to actually replicate the form in Africa. It's one of those very sad things where, you do everything for your country, but somehow, it just doesn't pan out. I felt so bad for him because, not because I'm a fan of Mo Salah, but because I look at people and I understand what it means to actually work so really hard and not get that thing that you really, really want. And every single time, you come up to actually chase a particular title, somebody is just right there to actually stop you from it. I mean, someone even described Sadio Mane as the weapon fashioned against Mo Salah not to pick up, an AFCON title. And it's so sad. And I mean, I must also give it to, Sadio Mane. He was magnanimous in victory. He even though they actually won that particular game, he was very, very, reasonable enough to actually go to Mo Salah, give him a hug, and he told his team to actually, concentrate. This is not the time to actually go into jubilation. There's still a lot to play for. Let's get it all out. Let's get to the finish line before we start jubilating. But at this point, he really showed, the Egyptians and, Mo Salah a huge respect, like he did, in 2019 when they actually picked up that particular title ahead of, Mo Salah. But I mean, that's what really happened in the very first, semi-final that we saw yesterday, and then we now saw the big one where Morocco eventually eliminated Nigeria in a thrilling penalty shootout. That was huge, right? The Super Eagles actually were eliminated from 2025 African Cup of Nations after a 4-2 defeat on penalty against Morocco in the semi-final held in Rabat on Wednesday. The match began with a shaky moment for Nigeria. Semi Ajayi, weak pass in the second minute, nearly gifted Morocco an early goal. Unfortunately, his timely recovery prevented any damage. Ibrahim Diaz almost broke the deadlock in 8 minutes when his sharp left-footed Koila narrowly missed the target. Nigeria's first attempt on goal came in the 10 minutes, but Ademola Lookman's effort was parried away by Morocco's goalkeeper Yassine Bono. That guy was so immense. I mean, that guy was, for me, I think he's the best goalkeeper of this tournament. Morocco had 2 solid opportunities within 2 minutes span that were squandered by Yacoub El Kabi. At some point, El Kabi almost tried a bicycle kick against Nigeria, and I was wondering, what's wrong with this dude? Must he even score a bicycle kick? And Ibrahim Diaz, I must give it to Bruno Emechi. He was so good. He actually did a good job on Ibrahim Diaz. And the Super Eagles struggled to create chances, while attackers like Victor Osimhen and Akodams effectively neutralized by a disciplined Moroccan defense. In the 36 minutes, a free kick taken by Ashraf Hakimi didn't pose a significant threat to goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali. However, Ismail Sabiri nearly puts the host in front 39th minute, expertly maneuvering past 2 defenders before a shot was deflected by Nwabali. The first half concluded with neither team managing to find the back of the net. The truth is, Sabiri was really a ton of fresh for the Super Eagles in that particular game, because he was the man who was tasked with actually creating chances. He was skillful, he was slick. It reminds me of Ahmed Fati in that Egypt golden generation. So quick, so slicky. He doesn't think too long on the ball. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And Nwabali, for me, I think going into this particular tournament, a lot of us had this what would I call it, reservation about him, because I mean, his form was actually not as it was, in 2023. So we really had a lot of questions. A lot of us were actually looking at Madukoko coming to actually take jersey from him. But I think he was very, very good last night. He was at his game last night, and he did a very good job. But unfortunately, it wasn't, the Super Eagles. Now, as the second half also kicked off, the Super Eagles looked to press forward, but a promising effort from Frank Onyeka went wide in 47 minutes. Nwabali maintained his team's hopes by making a crucial save against a coiled shot from Abdulsamad Ezazuli. That's another very difficult player to deal with last night for Super Eagles. He was skillful, he was quick, himself, Ibrahim Diaz, and Ashraf Hakimi, Sabiri. I mean, these guys just kept coming on the Super Eagles. And that Anoy guy in the midfield, also very, very difficult, winning all the balls. I think one thing that really helped the Moroccans was the fact that they seemed to actually went after all second balls. They won virtually almost everything. In the first minute, Nigeria's best chance also came around, and of course in the 65th minutes again, when Alex Iwobi's true pass to Victor Osimhen, went astray due to an unfortunate touch. Later in the 74th minutes, Bruno Emechi successfully headed away a dangerous cross from Moroccan winger. At that point, I think I must say that I can mirror the minds of, the entire country at that point. Everyone was actually holding their breaths in their hand, because that felt like, there was someone behind Bruno Emechi. Even though there wasn't, but Bruno Emechi actually did a very good. I mean, for all it's worth, a lot of defenders would have even headed that ball home, and it would have been an own goal. And that's why I'm saying Bruno Emechi actually, did a very good job last night. And with the subsequent corner cleared by Nigerian defenders, another attempt by Zazuli in the 81st minute of that game, thwarted by Nwabali, who kept the score at 0-0 as 90 minutes came to close. Extra time saw Morocco looking for the decisive goal with Osman Tagan's shot in 94th minute, drifting past the Nigerians' goalpost. Now, let me put it a hold here, right? At 90 minutes, right, I was expecting a lot of stuff to actually happen. You know, the coach of the Super Eagles, I was expecting him to actually make several changes. Yes, we'll definitely come to the referee part in that particular game. But I was expecting the coach of the Super Eagles to make a lot of changes. I was expecting Samuel Chukwueze to actually really step into that particular game to, you know, affect that game, because the way it was at that point, you know, Alex Iwobi was being closed down. These guys were really pressing hard, and it was difficult for, you know, the Super Eagles to actually find a way because of how the Moroccans were really pressing the Super Eagles. So, and that's exactly what, you know, the 90 minutes actually gave. But then let's go on a quick break. When we come back, I'll talk about the extra time as well as a penalty. And then we'll look at, you know, what really happened, what really went wrong, why did the Super Eagles lose, and all of, you know, the talking points of that particular game. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary?
So welcome back to Sports Republic on Voice of the People TV. Like I said earlier on, before I went on that quick break, I said after the break, I definitely will continue with what happens after 90 minutes. So in the 103rd minute, Victor Osimhen actually missed a clear chance when he chested a float across, but failed to actually connect properly, relieving, you know, the Moroccan side as the second half of the extra time unfolded. Both teams fought for goal scoring opportunities, but ultimately saw none materialize. A powerful shot from Nafi Agad in 119th minute was met with another solid save from Nwabali, leaving the match still goalless after 120 minutes. The deadlock forced the match into penalties where Nigeria faltered. Samuel Chukwueze and Bruno Emechi both missed their attempts, allowing Morocco to advance with a 4-2 victory in the shootout. And that's exactly where I'll be introducing my guest, David Edwin, who's joined me this morning. David, it's good to have you join Sport Republic.
Well, good morning, IK, and good morning to our teaming viewers. It's happened. We never, I would not say it, we never expected this result. Nobody did. But the irony of it is that we have a team that soft-pedaled. They soft-pedaled yesterday. I at least believe that we're going to be playing at the back of all of the pressure that the Moroccan side were bringing. If you ask me, the Moroccan side were more hungrier for that victory, because all through 90 minutes, all through the other 30 minutes, 120 precisely. They had that energy. The energy was consistent. But unlike the Super Eagles, where we only had, I think, 2 shots on target in all of the 120 minutes. I mean, that was not
just one shot on target.
No, it was actually 2. I just don't go that way. Just 2 shots. But it doesn't tell well of a team that scored as high as the highest in the competition
12
during the group stage. So if we're going to look at it from the last time such happened was with the Zambian team, where the legend of Zambia now was playing for the team. What I'm trying to say in essence is we saw a Super Eagles side that decided to soak in the pressure, decided to not, push further. Should we be concerned about the fact that it was the home advantage? That also played a part, because I saw, what's this guy's name, the comedian and skit maker, he's in Morocco. He made a video afterwards and it was like, I thank God say we lose, because if you follow us there inside that stadium, the people will experience, not waiting, you will fit talk. Thank God say we lose. I didn't say we win. How for 10 years later? How for 10 even celebrate? Even though some might want to say that was a joke, but we know how hostile host nations can be when they lose out to a team that they know for a fact is good enough to defeat them. But kudos to the Super Eagles, I must say. Yes, one game made us not get to the final game. Do we go forward from here? The time this match is by Friday. Do we move forward from here? It's a long, long conversation that we all should be having. Let's talk about the penalty. If you ask me, Chukwueze was, I don't know, a lot of persons have criticized him, how he took that shot, and the fact that he had gum in his mouth, it was a distraction. I mean, I've seen so much on the internet since after that shootout. And I only told myself the best of players in the world loses penalties. So let's not just blame it on Chukwueze. I mean, Bruno Yemechi had a very, very beautiful shot, but of course, trust Bono. A master of what he does. He knows how to, stop, such spot kicks. And he only anticipated that ball was coming his right-hand side. And of course, he just threw the hand and boom. That was just a I still think the Super Eagles did what they could do at the time.
So let's talk about this particular AFCON. A lot of persons have actually raised questions about the AFCON's preparation. In fact, some persons even said this seems like CAF is trying to actually compensate Morocco for the job well done for bailing them out, particularly in the female category where they keep hosting the tournaments. We recall that Tanzanians did complain about the officiating. We also recall that before the game against Cameroon, the FECAFOOT president, Samuel Eto'o, also did complain. Yeah. And we also saw a clear penalty denied, the Cameroon by, the one that the attacker, I'm talking about Brian Buemo, was actually brought down. Yeah. And now we're also seeing this particular game. Let's talk about this particular AFCON. Is it the worst AFCON we've seen? And let's talk about the referee calls as well in this particular game against Nigeria. How much of a rating are you going to actually give the referee, looking at all of the calls he made? 26 offense or foul called against the Moroccans. No yellow card in that particular game. Yeah. And, I mean, it's a lot to actually talk about.
So for me, I think the referee played to the cards of the Moroccans, because it was, I beg about the script of the Moroccans and of course the script of CAF, because CAF definitely have a hand in this. And when I say CAF, I'm talking about Musepe. Sore loser at this point knows how much the banter would be if and should Nigeria get into the finals and maybe win that trophy. Should we move away from the CAF part and talk about the officiating yesterday? Very terrible. Very, very terrible. The same offense you carded Oyedele for, another Moroccan player did the same and you did not. You just acted like, okay, I've given you guys this foul now. Yeah, play it now. It was more like, so this is an agenda that was set by CAF, and of course the Ghanaian referee did play to that script and it worked well, because officiating was not top notch for me, if you ask me, as against what we saw against the Algerian side. I mean, the referee that he didn't even, he was never biased. On all fronts, the Algerian game was clean, clear, and so much was spoken about of that game. But then again, it has happened. If we cry about this, maybe the reason why we have to start having this conversation is the fact that we need to start putting officiating referees, in check whenever we know, okay, this person has an antecedent of doing this kind of thing before, and we're not talking about it.
So I'm struggling to wrap my head around this. In 2023, in fact, after the championship in Cote d'Ivoire, a lot of persons were saying, PGMO, come and learn how to use VAR in Africa. Come and see, top-notch officiating. Now, just 2 years afterwards, we're having, people complaining virtually about every single game that, in fact, at some point it was said that, some North African teams were given undue advantage. Is it about, the tournament being hosted in North Africa, or is it just that the CAF president or CAF itself, when it comes to officiating, has really promoted so bad that, we're actually at this level where nobody can now really trust what happened? Because if you look at that particular game against Morocco yesterday, I'm still trying to understand why Kevin Bassey was booked, if you can actually help me. Because Kevin Bassey was his shirt was actually being pulled.
Yes.
And he was in front. And then his hands was, somewhere here. And then it was, Ibrahim Diaz who was actually chasing him, whose face was down. So I was trying to actually understand what's going on. But, David, is this the worst of, championship in terms of officiating? I'm talking about AFCON.
No, so I would not generalize all of the officiating, because like I said, I did point out the officiating between Nigeria and Algeria. There was also beautiful officiating in the game against, I think it's the DRC, and during the group stage, I can't even remember now. But, because I saw those games. But one thing I know for a fact, my opinion now, that did happen in that particular game yesterday was that CAF had a script, and the referee and all of the officiating referees had to play to the script. Now, before that game, or even after that game, Calvin Bassey was about one of the best players in the tournament, not just with the Super Eagles, in the tournament. So if they know that Calvin Bassey should be carded, it means there would be some kind of weak link in the back of the Super Eagles that have been not somehow solid, because the team is also scoring. Now, looking at the fact that that has been done, that was already a damage into the final. Should Nigeria qualify? And I mean, at this point, we'll be saying, okay, who would be the one that will stand in so solidly the way Calvin Bassey have done in the past games? So this was a script that was clearly played by the referee, and of course, as orchestrated by CAF and the Moroccan team. I beg your pardon, the Moroccan government, because again, they are also co-hosting the World Cup, and that again is a plus on the part of CAF to say that an African team is also co-hosting the World Cup again after South Africa did it in 2010. So these whole script of CAF and I want to use the word Arab nations now because that's where the money comes from. It's something that will keep going on, because like it or not, these guys are paying real money. And don't forget, they also did support Musepe in his candidacy as the president of CAF.
All right, now, so let's talk about the game itself. How much of a miss was Wilfred Ndidi yesterday?
Honest truth, he wasn't totally missed. I just felt that the entire team decided to play what nobody expected them to play. And that was lay back, soak in the pressure, and if you can, catch the Moroccan.
But when you say it wasn't so much miss,
because Onyedika was all around the place. He did a yeoman's job.
But you know how the presence of Ndidi is. Sometimes a player's character on the pitch, you've seen it all, you're exposed at that level.
I'm not taking that away, honest truth. I'm not taking that away. But to be very fair on that player called Onyedika, he gave his all. I mean, the yellow card he took for the team, that was one that even a Wilfred Ndidi would do, because it's for the team. If you had allowed Hakimi move that pace, we don't even know what will happen. And then, of course, kudos to the entire team. Yes, they defended well. Even though, one time or the other, there were a bit of jittery at the back. But the confidence of defending well was so seen. And, of course, that, again, was as a result of the fact that the back line had been solid all through this competition.
So David, tell me, what exactly went wrong yesterday with the Eagles?
I think what went wrong is the fact that for some reasons I felt the Super Eagles were scared. I don't want to. Yeah, maybe that's about the only
Maybe
word
because
that's coming
of-
through my head.
okay,
Because of the home advantage.
Okay.
And of course, I mean, if you saw the pitch, we're playing against 13 men. The referee, and then the entire fan base, including the man at the hands of affairs that was seated down there.
Okay, let's talk about Eric Chell's tactical approach. Did he approach the game the right way?
Sadly, I think he did not. I think he allowed it happen. Because if he was going to consistently play what he was playing all through the group stage, even to the round of 16, I don't think it would have been a let's play mano a mano. And that was just what happened. So yesterday we saw a Super Eagles that came sitting behind, trying to so-called the play, and you don't do that with it. Funny enough, the Moroccan side were not so tactical as everybody would want to say.
They're very organized.
They were, I mean, the North American side are always organized. They are always organized. With the Egyptian team, the Algerian team, they are always organized. But they are not as tactical as I felt they were going to be. Because if they were, the fact that you so-called of the pressure, I don't know if you saw the Real Madrid Albacete game. I mean, that's a Real Madrid.
We'll talk about that as well.
That's a Real Madrid team. So what I'm trying to say in essence is, if you decide to play behind and allow a team that is gifted, tactically gifted, and of course organized, these three put together, you will suffer for it. But unfortunately, the Atlas Lion of Morocco did not just have that thing that I felt they were going to have.
Okay, so let's look at the
Because
Super Eagles.
they were supposed to really trash the Super Eagles with the kind of gameplay we brought.
Let's run through the Super Eagles lineup and let's look at the players' rating for you. So, Asani Nwabali, what's your rating for him?
Well, yesterday he came up to the billing, and that's because that's about the first time he was really tried. So yes, if I'm going to judge him by yesterday's game, fantastic. He did well. He did well. I mean, when the first one out was going to be taken, in my head I'm like, Nwabali, move to this place because that's where he's going to play. And boom, he moved the other side. But overall, for yesterday's game, he did so very well to keep the team in that game all through 120 minutes. He did amazingly well. I mean, we also cannot look away from how much Semi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey.
So what's your rating?
Backline.
Your rating for him and how? I mean, over 10.
Nwabali, if I'm going to judge him yesterday, yes, he did amazingly well. I'm going to give him an 8.
8. So let's look at the fullbacks: Bruno Emechi and Samuel Samuel.
Oh my! I cannot sit here and tell you that these guys did not give their all. They did. They did. Penalties, unfortunately, is anybody's game.
Yeah, I know. And that's why we're actually looking at the ratings.
The only thing I would fault the entire team, and I'm not taking one person off, the entire team for was playing behind.
No, that's actually not.
That's not what you were. So that's not what you were doing.
That's not on the players. That's actually on the coach. So let's look at the ratings.
They also should decide.
No, they can't.
I mean, we've seen
tactically they can't.
We've seen players decide things on the pitch.
If
by
you
themselves.
decide and then you end up losing the game and the coach, comes out to.
If you end up winning, what then happens?
Again, I mean, you can't do that with the Pep Guardiola, You can't.
Sometimes we feel some of these players can do.
You can't. We've seen him put a player in and then take the player out because the player refuses to follow instructions.
Well, yes. Again, I wouldn't want to. So again, should we blame Eric Chell?
No, we're not. This is not actually a blame game. We saw the Super Eagles play yesterday. Some persons did perform better than some, even though we want to say collectively the team actually did a good job, and that's why we're actually looking at the players' ratings. So,
the fullbacks. Whew. So my head is all around Bruno Yemichi and Osai Samuel. They made me feel super proud of their position.
Okay, since it's difficult for you to actually call, just tell me who your man of the match of the night for the Super Eagles was.
Yesterday, let me see. Yesterday. It's difficult, really. But I'm going to give it to Nwabali, unfortunately, because he really stood up to the occasion. I mean, there were some times that I felt Nwabali was just going to mess up. So yesterday they say the bad child has his own day. The good child has his own day. Yesterday, Mavali had his day.
So yeah, beautiful. I mean, talking about one big team in Africa losing out, another big team also in Europe also lost out. Of course, in Africa, you might want to say that wasn't really an upset because if you look at the trajectory of Moroccans, how they've actually traveled the last couple of years, you want to give it to them as arguably the favorite tournament actually. So yeah, now yesterday we also witnessed right most of the team in Europe. I'm talking about Real Madrid. Also faced a shocking exit from the Copa del Rey, bowing out to second division team Albacete in a dramatic 3-2 defeat. This marked a nightmarish start for Alvaro Arbeloa, who was appointed just 2 days prior to replace Xabi Alonso. The match held in round of 16 concluded with a last-minute winner from Jeff Bentancur, sealing a famous victory for Albacete. Despite Real Madrid's status as second in La Liga, defeated largely backup team resting stars like Kylian Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, Thibaut Courtois, and Rodrigo. Albacete initially took the lead through Javi Villa just before halftime, and Franco Mostentuno equalized on the stroke of halftime before Bentancur struck again for Albacete in 82nd minute. Gonzalo Garcia seemed to have salvaged a draw for Real with a stoppage time equalizer, but just 3 minutes later, Bentancur's decisive goal sparked wide celebration among the Albacete fans. The defeat marks the second consecutive season in which Real Madrid has been eliminated, I beg your pardon, in the Copa del Rey at round of 16 stage following their recent penalty loss to Atletico Madrid. This early exit is particularly disappointing for Arbeloa, marking his debut in senior management with a loss to a second division side. I mean, that game was being played alongside Nigeria's game and the game between, the London boys. Talk about that as well. Tell me, is this, the end of the beginning for Arbeloa?
Well, if we know...
or the beginning of the end?
If we know Florentino Perez, this clearly will tell him, no, this person is not it. But that also goes to vindicate Xabi Alonso that was, let off just a couple of days ago, because I kind of wonder why you let him go, if truly. So again, let's also establish one fact. Real Madrid is not building. They're not building. They are only, should I use the word, renovating? Yes, because if we say a team that is building, of course, building would now be using maybe Jude Bellingham or Vini. By the way, Vini was the captain yesterday. So, but in all, really, Arbeloa will be wondering, how did we get here? This is a Real Madrid side that, if we're even going to start rating how much each player is worth as against the Albacete side, you'll be shocked.
Upset happened in football, David.
That's kind of upset.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen.
Okay, more like Grimsby and Manchester United.
Yeah, we've seen crazy upset, David.
But the sad part of it is this: Florentino Perez will not call this upset.
Of course,
he will call this.
No, he'll
being incompetent.
Well, I mean, considering this is the first
How
game,
terrible did Alonso make to let him off the book?
Well, Alonso's case is actually, particularly different. I mean, it's not. I think Alonso's sack, really has nothing to do with what's going on the pitch. I think it's more political because of player power, the likes of Kylian, the likes of Vini. These guys were not listening to him, and at some point, even before he got sacked, he also complained that this level of power that's given to players should not be allowed. A lot of stuff happening. In fact, if you recall that Super Cup game when Barcelona won, you see Xabi Alonso, telling the players to come give Barcelona guard of honor, and Kylian was telling them to, leave, and they left. So it's a lot. I mean, the whole drama, about Xabi Alonso, it's not about his tactical acumen. We saw him; he was actually an awesome coach. He did the unthinkable right there in Germany. But I mean, Bernabeu is another, different kettle of fish. Now Arbeloa is actually controlling things. This is actually a shocker. It has happened before. 2002, we saw the world champion fell to a Senegalese side that's not even decorated at a point. No AFCON title, nothing. They didn't even win anything. They're just having, a decent side. But unfortunately, they did lose to, the French side, they didn't won that game rather against the world champion, which is France at that particular. So sometimes this things happen. So, but no, they run out rather. France won in 98, Italy won in 2000. No, France won the World Cup before that. So, yeah, so the defending champion. So that's exactly what happens. It's sometimes I'm upset, but I'm asking: is this going to mark, some sort of, is it going to trigger some sort of another replacement before, the end of the season for Real Madrid?
Abdullah was just should we use the word caretaker?
Yeah, that's exactly what
so
it is.
It definitely means that right now,
you think we should be giving more time?
Florentino Perez would, look, the honest truth is, we know Florentino Perez. He himself and his entire team will be shopping for the new replacement. And with this kind of results, he definitely will be telling himself, no, this is not how we're going to make money. If we keep losing this kind of game, I mean, to think that we have lost a title that we're supposed to consistently, fight for. And so this again will tell him, okay, this is about the time that we need to get back into shape. The La Liga title is not over yet. We can still get it if we get someone competent to help us, go through it. But then again, should we give Abelua some time and judge him by that? Possibly not. But let's not also forget, it's not the only manager that started the job and lost the job. Chelsea did the same.
So let's talk. Yeah, talking about Chelsea. Yes, last night we also witnessed, one team that actually, replaced their manager to another team that also replaced their manager. I'm talking about, the London club Chelsea in an exciting, right? Rather, I want to say an exciting game because the game was actually beautiful to actually watch. Game of football right at the bridge. Arsenal triumphed over Chelsea 3-2 with a scoreline. And from those goals came from Ben White, Victor Gyökeres, who seemed to actually finally got a goal after a long time. And of course, Martin Zubimendi, who for me has been Arsenal's standout player of the season, secured the victory for the Gunners. Chelsea's midfielder, Alejandro Garnacho. Yes, Manchester United rejected and wanted away. Player actually did, the double for them to actually put them back in the tie, hoping that second leg is going to actually be different. Arsenal boosts confidence as they aim for spots in the Wembley final, hoping to end Mikel Arteta's streak of 4 consecutive defeats in 2-legged semi-finals. Meanwhile, Leandro Rossini's first home match in charge of Chelsea ended in disappointment. However, there remains optimism for a turnaround in the second leg set to take place on the 3rd of February, later next month, right there at the Emirates. Do you think Chelsea can actually turn the tide? Looking at what Chelsea fielded yesterday, a lot of the players actually are not the first team player. Actually fielded a very strong side, and a lot of us expected Arsenal to actually get it over Chelsea, and they actually did. But with what we saw, Rossini also said he was actually impressed with the Chelsea side because of what he actually fielded against Arsenal and how they actually played. 2 goals from Garnacho. Is Manchester United the problem?
Well, I like the fact that you went to Manchester United. Manchester United is going through a phase, and I'm hoping that they can get through it and do better. Because right now, from Amorim, we're going down to Carrick, and maybe from Carrick, we will go down again to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I don't know what the Manchester United board is doing, but we can't look past the quality of Garnacho. He's done well. He's really fought for every single shirt that they give, every single moment in that shirt that they give to him. For Chelsea yesterday, they were not the better side. Arsenal was the better side. And going to the Emirates, I don't see them coming back from this, because Arsenal also would have learned from the fact that we let up some errors that made Chelsea look like they're going to come back. So if the likes of Arteta is thinking of a trophy, he definitely would know that at this point, this particular one is right in my face. I cannot but miss out from going to Wembley. So going to Wembley is a target for Arteta, however way, to lift the trophy, even though the league looks like something that is slipping away slowly but surely. But we wait to see how it goes. But I'm definite that Arteta would know what to do going to the Emirates for the second leg of this encounter.
Thank you very much, David, for joining me right here.
A pleasure.
And that is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode of today's Sports Republic show. It's really sad that the Super Eagles eventually will still have to wait for that 4th title. But then, as it is, you have to join the guys later in the evening as they break down, every single detail of that particular game. I'm talking about locker room. Jerry and Afis will be definitely here to do justice at 5 p.m. And then up next is News Hour David will definitely be taking us around the world to tell us exactly what's happening. Perhaps a Nigerian story might also come up, in between the line. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Stay tuned.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The federal government has announced new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in WAEC and NECO examinations from 2026 and beyond. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, alongside Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Said Ahmad, said the reforms are aimed at strengthening credibility, transparency, and public confidence in Nigeria's examination system. Key among the measures is enhanced question randomization and serialization. Although candidates will answer the same questions, the arrangement will differ for each student, reducing chances of cheating and collusion. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke with stakeholders who shared their thoughts, as the federal government says the measure are part of sustained efforts to protect the integrity of national examinations.
Some of the things that have actually been in place is maybe not publicly documented or dead as they are trying to do now. But then if now is the time to drive it and reinforce it, so be it. I think it's laudable because you would educate the academic levels over the years. We have seen it go up, go down, and at some time it's just at the level where you don't know whether it is up there or down there.
Academic integrity and honesty should become what we noise on the loudspeakers everywhere, and it should start from leadership as well. We should show that honesty pays, So students and parents basically need to understand that you are preparing yourself for a future that you want to be proud of. If you are not prepared, the future will test that lack of preparation, and then the embarrassment you will face might be. That's why we have, quacks, we have, doctors, we have lawyers, we have all who are trying to cut corners because they didn't go to the rudiments and the solid foundation of the discipline. So all of those things are critical. You want to build a future that can stand the test of time. It's not by cutting corners or by engaging in sharp practices that you will get there. Read your book. Sit down with your book.
As this new law is set to reshape the future of public examination in Nigeria, stakeholders say its success will depend on effective implementation and strict enforcement across all examination centers. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each
VOP.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Shettima leads tributes to armed forces fallen heroes. President Tinubu pledges better welfare for military. Federal government plans 500 billion naira green bond for climate financing. ASU hopes new federal government deal ends strikes. NIS launches new passport tracking feature. Governor Oyedele hails Oyedele Supreme Court appointment. In the world of business, Dangote backs expansion of Naira for crude policy. And in sports, federal government hails Super Eagles despite defeat. In entertainment, Reggie Daniels' friend freed from detention. Now the news in full. Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, is leading national tributes to fallen heroes as Nigeria marks the 2026 Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day at the cenotaph of the unknown soldier, Abuja. Shatima is representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is attending the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week at the UAE. The event, organized annually by the Ministry of Defense, honors officers and men who paid a supreme price in defense of the nation, including those lost in the world wars and the Nigerian civil wars, peace supporting operation, and the ongoing fight against terrorism. Beyond remembrance, the ceremony also celebrates living veterans and seeks to mobilize support for their welfare and that of their families of the fallen service members. While Armed Forces Remembrance is observed globally on November the 11th, Nigeria now commemorates it on January 15th to mark the end of the Nigerian Civil War and reflect national realities. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reassured Nigerians military of his commitments to improving troops' welfare, logistics, and operational capacity. Speaking through Defense Minister Christopher Musa at the Regimental Dinner Night in Asokoro, Abuja, Tinubu highlighted the professionalism, courage, and reliance of serving officers and men while remembering fallen heroes. According to the president, Nigeria's troops continue to confront complex threats with dedication, and the nation's peace and security are products of their vigilance and sacrifice. Tinubu also paid tribute to the families of fallen officers, describing them as silent pillars of Nigeria and national sacrifice and inspiration. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lufemi Oluyede, called the Regimental Dinner Night a cherished tradition blending remembrance, fellowship, and pride in the profession of arms. In another development, the federal government plans to raise 500 billion naira through green bonds in 2026 to fund climate and environmental projects. Environmental Minister Balarabe Lawal announced this on his verified X handle following Nigeria's participation at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. The proceeds will support projects in climate change, mitigation, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and environmental protection. The minister said the move reflects Nigeria's commitments to expanding climate financing, reducing reliance on oil revenues, and attract environmentally conscious investors. And now to some education matters. The academic staff of universities has expressed hope that the new agreement it signed with the federal government will prevent strikes for at least 3 years. The two parties on Wednesday signed and unveiled a new agreement aimed at improving the quality of the university education system and ensuring stability. Over the years, ASU has repeatedly gone on strike to demand increased funding for public universities, better welfare for lecturers, and full enforcement of previous agreements. Speaking in a television interview, the president of ASU, Professor Chris Piwuna, said that if properly implemented, the new agreement could prevent frequent strikes. The ASU president said the new agreement incorporates an implementation monitoring team, which will domicile at the National Universities Commission and coordinated by the Office of the Executive Secretary of the NUC. According to him, the committee will continue to monitor the agreement to ensure that the pact between the parties is always respected and properly followed up. Still talking education, the University of Lagos is set for its 56th convocation ceremony running from January the 14th to the 25th, 2026. At a news conference, Vice Chancellor Professor Folashade Ogunshola said 16,506 students will receive degrees and diplomas, including 10,584 undergraduates, 5,782 postgraduates, and 140 from the business school. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Ogunswada has more in this report.
An atmosphere of anticipation and pride filled the air as the University of Lagos officially announced its readiness for its 56th convocation ceremony, scheduled to hold from Wednesday, January 14, 2026 to Sunday, January 25, 2026. At this press conference held ahead of the ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, disclosed that students will be conferred with various degrees and diplomas, marking yet another significant milestone in the institution's long-standing tradition of academic excellence.
This year, we will be graduating 16,506 students. Of these, 10,584 students will receive first degrees and diplomas, while 5,782 will be awarded postgraduate degrees, while 140 will graduate from Unilag Business School. Our overall best graduating student, who is also the best graduating student in the humanities, is Chukwu Zubelu Benedict Umeozo from the Faculty of Management Sciences in the Department of Business Administration, in the perfect score of 5.0.
She further revealed that the university has put strategic plans in place, including collaboration with industries and business organizations, to ensure that graduating students are well prepared for the labor market and equipped with relevant practical skills.
The university has continued to strengthen collaboration, expand student exposure to competitions, internships, and global learning opportunities, and deliberately created environments that inspire innovation, critical thinking, and inquiry. We have retained our first position in Nigeria, co-shared with the University of Ibadan in the 2026 Times Higher Education ranking.
Other distinguished members of the university's management and faculty charged the graduates to uphold the values of excellence, integrity, and leadership, urging them to serve as worthy ambassadors of the University of Lagos wherever they go.
The University of Lagos, we already have an entrepreneurship center, and our students, as we had during DBT, that they're being supported even to develop, their own projects and also to develop their businesses. And some of their businesses are also being registered for them by the University of Lagos. So we want our students to not go out of the university and start seeking employment. We want them to go out of the University of Lagos and be employers of labor.
Anybody that is graduated from here has been skilled. What I will counsel them is don't be in a comfort zone. Knowledge moves, knowledge is evolving. So continue to reskill and upskill. Make sure that you work with professional bodies and regulatory bodies. That's how you know current trends, direction of things, and also continue to upskill and reskill in those areas.
As the institution intensifies preparation for the convocation ceremony, expectations remain high that the event will once again showcase the University of Lagos' commitment to producing globally competitive graduates. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Martin, for that report. Moving on to other stories, Nigerian Immigration Service has rolled out an update to its passport tracking system to help applicants better monitor the status of their passports. The service says the update became necessary after discovering that hundreds of already produced passports remain uncollected, leading to complaints from applicants. According to the NIS, the new feature tagged passport produced, ready for collection, now notifies applicants when their passports are ready for pickup. The update provides clearer information on whether a passport is awaiting physical collection or pending delivery through courier services. The NIS says the upgrade is aimed at improving transparency, reducing delays, and keeping applicants better informed about processing timelines. The service reaffirmed its commitment to an efficient and user-friendly passport system in Nigeria in line with global best practices. Elsewhere, the Independent National Electoral Commission in Zamfara State has reaffirmed its commitment to integrity, transparency, and fairness ahead of the 2027 general elections. The state residence electoral commissioner, Mahmoud Isa, gave the assurance at a stakeholders meeting on the resumption on the second phase of the continuous voter registration exercise. Isa said the success of the CVR and future elections depends on the collective efforts of all stakeholders, stressing that INEC cannot deliver a credible process alone. He urged all eligible Nigerians to register and obtain their permanent voters card to participate in the electoral process. The meeting was attended by traditional rulers, political party representatives, members of Inter-Party Advisory Council, security agencies, and the media. And in another related development, the chairman of the Ekiti State Independent Electoral Commission, Justice Cornelius Akitayo, says the commission is ready to conduct free, fair, and credible local government elections on December the 12th, 2026. Speaking at a stakeholders meeting in Ado-Ekiti, Akitayo said measures have been put in place to strengthen public confidence and urge election stakeholders to cooperate for a smooth exercise. The meeting was attended by political party leaders, security agencies, and representatives of the Independent National Electoral Commission and other government bodies. We are still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo.
Good afternoon, David.
And thanks for being here.
Also,
joining us virtually is Mr. Opeyemi Ogunlami. Mr. Opeyemi is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator as well. Mr. Opeyemi, let's establish communication with you. A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Media News Analysis segment.
Yes, good afternoon to you and thanks for having me with you.
Thank you so very much for being here as well. Well, let's start off with a very interesting conversation. Now, I want to kick it off with the new innovation by the NIS, and I'm talking about the Nigerian Immigration Service, particularly on the passport tracking feature that they have just brought to the fore. Let's start off from your position, and I'm staying with you, Mr. Ogunlami. What do you make of this conversation coming from the Nigerian Immigration Service? Some have said, is this new passport tracking feature a genuine reform or just another digital facade masking corruption?
In the last 2 years, going to about 3 years now, the Nigerian Immigration Service had actually achieved a lot of successes, and I must commend the minister. Out of all the ministries in Nigeria that I see that's working effectively is the Ministry of Interior. The Nigerian passport had experienced tremendous growth in the last, in fact, before this administration came in, a lot of things have happened. And then, in fact, that's one of those things that led to Nigerian passport becoming e-passport, electronic passports. And that we have our NIN and our NIN and our international passports linked together at this point. So having a tracking device on the passport is also another milestone. I do not believe, because I've seen, we could verify what the minister had done in the past and what he's currently doing with the immigration services, and then making sure that passport application is fast and the process not hard to get. So having a tracking device on our passports is the greatest, one of the greatest developments in the Nigerian Immigration Service, and we really commend this and looking forward to having more of them in Nigeria.
Ocha, for your position there. I think, honestly, your position clearly is understood, but the concerns now is about the fact that Nigerians are still worried on the fact that why should Nigerians pay facilitation fee, what is called facilitation fee, despite repeated government's promises of transparency in the NIS? I don't know if you have an idea of these particular complaints by Nigerians. What do you make of that as well?
I am conversant with the Nigerian immigration. In fact, I've worked with them as a consultant to expatriates.
Okay.
So one thing I understand is the system hasn't been flushed or it hasn't been flushed or put, how do I put it? External forces that are external people that will come into the system and then extort public from the money from the funds from the public. And then I've observed that as we're having development, the fee kept going skyrocketing. And then Nigerian government hasn't been able to minimize the cost of passport. At this moment, Nigerians can actually acquire the international passports. That is just the 5 years, 32 pages, with about 130, 120,000 naira, which is too exorbitant. There used to be a time during the president Obasanjo, it was just with 25, 27,000 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, it was around 40,000, 45,000 naira. During Buhari, it took off from 70,000 naira. I mean, yeah. It took up to 70,000, 75,000 naira. But fortunately, at this time, we're having it for 100,000 plus. And coming down to say facilitation fee is a whole lot. And then the challenge I'm seeing here that the ministry hasn't been able to work with, they've given Nigerians the chance, but the chance was just you can apply on your own, apply for the passport from your home, get the application fee. But when you get to the office of the Nigerian immigration, you pay some charges. This is what Nigerians are saying. And the charges now are being doubled or tripled with their facilitation fee. So this is what we need to clarify, so that it won't be as if the ministry or the immigration service itself is extorting members of the public.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Fani, interestingly, this is a conversation I'm almost very certain that you're aware of. The NIS clearly saying, look, we're going to make sure that we bring digitalization into the passport and how people can get to, relate with officials of the NIS. But like I asked Mr. Gulami a couple of minutes ago, concerns are being raised about the fact that this facilitation fee is too enormous for an ordinary Nigerian to even think of. Now, he also did reel out the fact that the passport fee itself have been increased from the time of former President Olusegun Obasanjo to, of course, Yar'Adua, and of course, to Jonathan, even to the late Buhari and the likes. How can Nigerians clearly have to have a feel of what government is doing on the part of the NIS, particularly on the transparency path of the NIS?
You see, for you to survive in Nigeria, the first thing you must recognize is that you are a municipal as an individual. You provide everything that you need to survive, to live by yourself.
And that's an unfortunate thing, really.
Very unfortunate. But that's the reality. Now, today, if you want drinkable water, you have to sink borehole.
And you still have to pay the government before you sink a borehole.
As a matter of fact, for them to come and test if that water is good enough for consumption, you would have to pay. Now, coming to the immigration service and the passport, on the sunny side, the current administrator, the Minister of Interior, has taken the issuance of passports to a level that we have not witnessed before. Today, those in diaspora would tell you that it's been a little bit easier getting the Nigerian passport.
Unlike what it was before.
Unlike what it was before. And the number of days that it takes them to get the passport has drastically reduced. Now, coming back home, you know what rackles my brain each time I consider this passport issue? My own passport expired last year, and it wasn't as if I don't have the money to go and get another one. But I asked myself, this passport technically does not belong to you. It belongs to the federal government. And that's why it can be seized from you, because it's not your property. And then why pay so much for another person's property that is just left in your care? It rackles my brain. And I ask myself, are we really truthful to ourselves in this country? Do we really consider that some people require this document for something that is very, very important, that could be a life-changing process? You imagine somebody who has an ailment that needs urgent attention outside of the country, and then he has just 3 days to live. He doesn't have a passport. How does he get out of this country with the current regime? And what if he doesn't have the... You see, there are two booklets, the 32-page and the 64-page. 32-page for 5 years, 64-page for
10 years.
10 years. Now, the question is, why should I pay so much for these booklets? Is it a cost to be a Nigerian? Do they pay as much in other countries?
Huge question. And this is actually going to bring me to my next question. Some have said that the Nigerian passport system clearly is being modernized. But the question now would be, is it modernized for the citizens or just for to impress the global optics, as it were?
You see, there's a global standard. Nobody will go and manufacture a scanning machine different from the international standard for Nigerian passports.
Right.
So technically, whatever they are giving to us here is not an innovation. It's just catching up with the global arena in terms of issuance of travel documents. So you are not going to tell me that you are doing something that is beyond the ordinary. But my quarrel up till now is, if I have to renew my passport now, and maybe I want to do the 64-page instead of the 32-page, I'm going to pay as much as 200 or even more. Even when I don't have the urgent need to travel. Why should I? Why should I pay over 200,000 naira in an economy like this just to get a passport?
Some would even say the Nigerian minimum wage cannot even afford a passport, which again leaves...
Minimum wage in 3 months.
Okay, that again is another conversation, really. But let's get to another story, Mr. Fanimo. Interestingly, ASU have said that the new pact that they have signed with the federal government is going to help them well enough to not experience any strike for plus or minus 3 years. Some have said that this is an agreement signed with a government that will be going into another election circle, which again is going to bring us to the part of, should this government not be in power come after post-2027, would these agreements still stand? What's your position with these kind of agreements? And
the agreement will stand even if the current administration is taken out of government.
Okay.
Because government is a continuum. There's no way anybody will renege on this agreement because it's a signed paper. The 2009 agreement was not signed. ASU at that time hurriedly called off the strike, suspended the strike, because of the way Nigerians were complaining, the way they were agitated. Children were kept at home for upward of 9 months and all that and all that. So now, but this one is not under duress. They went into several meetings making all sorts of claims and counterclaims, name calling and all that. But they agreed to that. But there are two things that really bother me about this agreement. One, it will have spiral effects.
Okay. What kind of spiral effect are you talking about?
NASU has started agitating.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Other unions in the university system will start agitating. And you have to take them through all these too.
So holistically, there is still some level of fault with agreeing with one set and then
neglecting the other. Peter Adeyemi, the General Secretary of NASU, had come up with a statement that they shouldn't just do one and neglect the other, that they also have to carry them along.
Which is a major concern, Mr. Fani.
It's a major concern. And then two, when you are celebrating 1.8 million naira, which translates to 140,000 naira on top of less than 500,000, or maybe 600, that's technically like 700,000. That is the amount, even less the amount legislators get for newspaper allowance. And you are coming to celebrate this kind of thing. It's shameful.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation to Mr. Opeyemi. Well, again, Mr. Opeyemi, this again is one conversation that we cannot look away from. But the 2026 appropriation bill has a bit of an increase when it comes to allocation to education. And that, again, is another conversation that Nigerians are wondering. When these billions is being appropriated for education, we still have lecturers, teachers not being paid. How very real and realistic is this promise made by the federal government to ASU, which again, ASU is saying if the government does not renege from these agreements, maybe we shouldn't be seeing any level of industrial action in another 3 years from now. What do you make of this as well, Mr. Opeyemi?
The 2026 appropriation bill actually prioritizes education alongside security, infrastructure, and health, then not excluding agriculture. And then, of a truth, if Nigerian government had effectively make use of this bill, it would have enhanced our system even to the level that the action or whatever action that the ASU or any civil society may want to embark upon will not be achieved. But unfortunately, government hasn't been faithful to this, and there had not been any strike action. How did we achieve it? This is to tell us that Nigerian government hasn't done away with politics. They took politics into government. So we've not separated politics and governance. That we've not had any strike action in the last 2 years of this administration does not mean that the administration is perfect or is doing well. But it only shows that the administration is ahead of any civil society in politics. The administration can find its way politically, playing games with any organization or association that wants to take any strike action. Okay. But coming up with a bill, if a government agreed to go by, and we have TET fund too, it also covers TET fund scholarship in it. Federal government education to federal government should be key. It should be a priority with the purpose of I think about they proposed about 3.50 something trillion allocation within the total of 58 point something trillion budget. Right. But the idea is, has there been anything, any bill that is appropriated in Nigeria, actually appropriated in Nigeria? Government has a plan to achieve something, but the political will to get it done, they don't have. Well, that's the issue Nigeria has all over this time.
I also, want to align when you say the political will. I mean, in 1999 to 2007, former President Obasanjo had a confrontational stance. And of course, the implementation of that part was autonomy reforms with limited funding. In 2010 to 2015, I'm talking education now, Goodluck Jonathan did release a 200 billion naira for infrastructure, What happened there was partial disbursement and, of course, weak monitoring. In 2015, 2023, signed agreements really with the late former president Buhari, and implementation was also poor. But there was, on the economic measure of it, there was revenue shortfalls and, most importantly, long strike that we experienced in that particular 8 years of the former president, late now. But this present administration has packed up with a new monitoring team, which again, ASU also identified funding promises amid, fiscal strain that we're experiencing. Do you think with this level of monitoring team that, of course, has been agreed upon, would these agreements truly find a lasting solution to the consistent strike action between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities in Nigeria?
The government coming up with a monitoring team, let us know that they have their function. The function of the monitoring team is to see to the effectiveness and actualization of this agreement.
Yes.
But since the agreement had been, doesn't mean the monitoring team isn't working, or what is actually happening within the monitoring team. And we've not actually seen the function of the monitoring team that the president brought up. So if the monitoring team is to show that, it will be successful, we have a monitoring team to see that, it is effective and successful, and yet we are yet to see the effect of this. Definitely we didn't see their function. It's of no use having them. If we have a monitoring team for the purpose of achieving a certain success, and then the success is not forthcoming, definitely the monitoring team also have failed. Perhaps maybe the monitoring team also needed another follow-up team.
All right, then. Well, let me jump off to another conversation because of our time. Of course, we're going to round up with this. The federal government plans a 500 billion naira green bond for climate financing. Well, interestingly, this is a conversation that is surrounding funding climate and environmental projects in the country. Environment Minister Balarabe Lawal also did announce on his verified X handle that Nigeria's participation at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week clearly the proceeds will support projects in climate change mitigation and, of course, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and maybe environmental protection. What's your position with all of this? Some have said, some other Nigerians have said, is Nigeria's $500 billion green bond a genuine climate financing tool or a debt trap dressed in green?
On this, I will not say too much. We've always heard federal government financing one thing or the other, and then it ends up in blueprints. It's never actualized. So this same, I wouldn't want to belabor it because we've not seen any effect of the climate financing in Nigeria. I've attended few seminars on the finance of climate in Nigeria, but we've not seen, we only talk at seminars, we see the funding, but the effect on our society is not seen.
All right.
So government releasing billions of naira on a certain purpose and we're not seeing it materialize. It's unfortunate Nigeria is still there.
All right, then, but let me bring this conversation to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, before I let you go, interestingly, just like you had Mr. Opayemi Ogulami there, several seminars have been, visited and, of course, attended by Nigerians. But concerns have been raised about why successive governments, including this one, will announce climate pledges abroad while flood victims at home remains abandoned. I mean, we've seen this happen over time. Why do you think this consistently happen, and how can government do well when it comes to renewable energy and, of course, climate change funding, like we're seeing the minister do in Abu Dhabi?
You see, this climate change thing affects more people in the advanced world than we in Africa. And
well, it does with some of us here in Africa.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
The level of
the impact
differs. you know. And we know that it's a global phenomenon, and the glaciers are crumbling. We have volcano eruptions and all that. But then, I think why this advanced world contend with this climate change thing, I think that our involvement shouldn't be like running a race with these ones. We should concentrate on the present danger that we contend with here. You mentioned flooding.
Right.
Alauji Dam. Nobody has thought about fixing it.
And the victims also are
Nobody
doing
is
their
compensating victims. We have even the one close to us here, the Korodu, on your dam and all that.
Yes.
Nobody is mitigating the effect. By now, this 500 billion can build houses upland where people around that belt can be relocated to when there is crisis or when crisis is about to happen. In other countries, they monitor weather like reading the Bible or Quran. And once they notice that there is a pattern that could precipitate certain disaster, what they do is to evacuate. But here in Nigeria, where do you evacuate to? At best, they will, if the victims, if the disaster happens during school holidays, they will relocate it to a nearby primary school or secondary school. And how can you relocate human beings to an environment like that, a family to an environment like that?
Quite unfortunate, really. We would be having this conversation ongoing so that hopefully government, both on the federal, state, and local level, can do the right thing when these things happen to us. But this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, thank you so very much for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
Also, virtually, we had with us Mr. Opeyemi Ogunlami, who is also a public affairs analyst. I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Opeyemi, for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thanks for having me this afternoon.
Thank you so very much. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories and the Midday News will be up next. Please do stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It's the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has congratulated Justice Joseph Oyedele on his appointment to the Supreme Court, calling it well-deserved and a source of pride for the state. In a statement, Adeleke praised Justice Oyedele's integrity, professionalism, and long-standing dedication to the judiciary. The governor expressed confidence that the new Supreme Court justice will discharge his duties with distinction, noting his extensive experience on the bench. And in Benin City, Edo State Governor Monday Okpeholo has ordered the release of genuine Ambrose Ali University students arrested during the recent unrest in Ekboma. The governor said the protest was not a student issue, but a criminal case, a criminal act carried out by non-students. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report. Well, we apologize for not getting that particular report. Still in Edo State, the state command of the NDLEA has stepped up its fight, against drug trafficking, recording hundreds of arrests and major seizures in 2025. The crackdown follows intelligence-driven operations across Benin City and other parts of the state, targeting networks behind the spread of illicit substance. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
The remand of 52 students arrested in Ambrose and residents across the Edo State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says it arrested 462 suspected drug traffickers in 2025, comprising 309 males and 153 females, as part of its sustained offensive against drug cartels in the state. State Commander Michelle Ofoyodu disclosed the figures while briefing journalists in Benin City, noting that the arrest followed a series of targeted operations across Edo State. He said the operations also led to the seizure of large quantities of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, underscoring the command's intensified efforts to disrupt the drug trade.
We have sustained an impressive clampdown on drug trafficking cartels, with the apprehension of 462 suspected drug traffickers and the seizure of 207,595.54 kilograms of various illicit drugs across Edo State in 2025. I also wish to thank the Edo State government for the successful launch of the Edo State and local government drug control committees. This, no doubt, is a giant leap in our sensitization effort. The objective of this, as we move forward, the Edo State Command remains steadfast in its mission to dismantle drug trafficking cartels operating within the state. Our 4 strategic missions in 2026 include the identification of drug warehouses and impoundment of those drugs, the seizures. Number 2, interception of illicit drug shipments that are passing through the state. Number 3 is the dislodgement of drug bunks where drugs are being abused within the state. While the 4th one is the apprehension of drug barons and the tracing of their illicit wealth.
Ofoyodu reaffirmed that the fight against drug abuse and trafficking remains a top priority, adding that strategic actions for the year include identifying drug warehouses, intercepting illicit consignment, dismantling drug dens, and apprehending key figures behind illegal networks. Rola Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda, for that report. Moving on to other stories. In the eastern part of the country, the Anambra State Police Command have arrested a masquerade accused of carrying out unprovoked attacks on residents during a festival in Agbu, Orumba, North local government area of the state. The arrest followed the circulation of viral videos showing the suspect chasing and assaulting passerby by disrupting a public event and causing panic in the community. The incident reportedly occurred over the weekend during the final Ofala festival of the late traditional ruler of Agbu, Igwe MC Okechukwu. Footages from the scene show the masquerade pushing riders off motorcycles, chasing people and destroying equipment as supporters looked on. Confirming the arrest, police spokesperson Tochukwu Ikenga said the suspect is in custody while investigation continues to arrest other individuals involved. And from that story, move straight to business, where the Dangote Petroleum Refinery says the federal government's Naira for crude policy has helped stabilize the Naira and should be expanded in Nigeria's overall economic interest. The refinery's newly appointed managing director, David Bird, made this known during a news conference. Commended the Super Eagles for their courage the resilience and the dignified representation of Nigeria despite their defeats at the tournament. In a statement, the Minister for Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, praised the team for giving their all and upholding the nation's honor on the continental stage. He said the Super Eagles displayed character, teamwork, and determination throughout the competition, urging the players to hold their heads high, learn from the experience, and return stronger. Idris also assured the team of the government's continued support and thanked them for the joy and inspiration they give Nigerians at home and in the diaspora. In a related development, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi hailed the Super Eagles for what he described as a battle well fought during their 120-minute semi-final clash against host nation Morocco at the 2025 AFCON. Nigeria's head coach Eric Sekuchel also praised the team's mental strength despite their 4-2 penalty shootout loss, describing the defeat as painful but insisting his players gave everything on the pitch. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Actress Regina Daniels' friend Anne has regained her freedom after spending 2 nights in detention. Anne was released on Wednesday evening after the case was adjourned on March the 5th, 2026. Regina Daniels' elder brother Sammy disclosed this in an Instagram post, adding that Anne had earlier been taken to court without access to her lawyers. Anne was arrested in Lagos on Monday and flown to Abuja in a private jet following a theft allegation by Regina Daniels' estranged husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. The allegations comes 2 months after Regina Daniels reportedly parted ways with the senator over claims of domestic violence. And with that particular story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Top of the hour, up next will be Spotlight with Precious Agumanu. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation,
oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm your baby girl, Precious Agwanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Today is a brand new day and it's a beautiful day to stay inspired, grounded, and yes, get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together through the stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. Trust me, we're going to talk about a lot about today. So I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. Don't go anywhere, all right? First off, we're going to talk about Nigerian music power couples, Simi and Adekunle Gold. So it's good news. So they have actually, welcomed a set of twin babies, sparking excitement across the entertainment industry and among fans worldwide. So the joyful news became public after Adekunle Gold shared a heartfelt message on social media stating that he asked God for another child and was blessed double. A statement widely interpreted as confirmation of the arrival of twins. The announcement quickly went viral, drawing congratulatory messages from fellow artists, celebrities, and admirers of the couple. So the singers who got married in 2019 and welcomed their first child, Dija, in 2020 are known for keeping their family life relatively private as of the time of this report. So we are still talking about Adekunle Gold, and it's a lot. So this is good news. And see, I said 2026 is something else. This is January and a lot of good news, houses, babies, and come to think of it, Adekunle Gold and Simi are just keeping that. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? You ask God for just one, and God is giving you double. Is this not a sign that, that thing you're asking God for is going to be giving you double? So if you are, expectant of your own baby and your own house, just expect it to be double, because this is just good news. And I'm happy for the couple. Come on. So yes, a lot of people don't come out, to say things about Adekunle Gold and Simi, and a lot of people, fans, actually happy for them and their good news. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this beautiful couple. And yes, Chimi said, oh my God, twins, so beautiful. Yes. Like, do you get it? One child like that is just adorable. Imagine you having two. Oh, Lord. And somebody said, oh, God be praised. And the creative Oluchi said, I want this twin so bad. Oh, don't worry, you get yours. And yes, God will bless you with yours too. And another person said, God is real, of course. And Oluwayemisi said, I screamed. You get? And somebody said, wow, double blessings. Come to think of it, you see, since 2025, a lot of our celebrities have been, a lot of our celebrities actually celebrated, their child dedication, from the real Warri Pikin to a lot of them that celebrated their child dedication, celebrated their children, with a lot of babies around the corner, Juma Jukes, Priscilla Ojo, and a lot of weddings, a lot of birthdays, a lot of babies. But come to think of it, I think the babies we had at about 2025 last year it is just top notch. I don't know how this year is already, we don't already start this year with twins. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So this is the vibe that this year is bringing, and I'm so excited about it. You get it? So a lot of people they come out and say, this is really good news. So let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning Adekunle Gold and Simi. Let's take more comments, because trust me, babies are gifts from God. And I just feel like when I see pictures like this, I'm like, oh God, it doesn't hungry me to have my but don't worry, this year everybody go smile. And yes, somebody said, I'm so happy. At law, what do you mean I reject that trouble for now? Hey, wow. Okay, Jarvis Natural said, wow. And another person said, Omo, be like, say, waiting Baba and they talk. Now true, 1,000 twins this year. God give every lady reading this comment twins this year. Amen to that. And somebody said, it's raining twin. Of course. And God, I beg, make it no finish till I go find Baba Ejima. Did I go find Baba Ejima? Okay. And Handy Twinny said, congratulations, Baba Ibeji. You see, have you when that feeling when you get to them called Mama Twin and Papa Twin, it's actually beautiful. Like you get it. And come to think of it, Adekunle's Gold's first child is just all, adorable. Talking about when she actually helped perform the day her dad came out for his performance at the time they were doing the concert actually. And all up for Daddy's Girl and the rest of them. But then, coming out with so much joy and happiness. And now she's having two younger ones. It's actually beautiful, carrying the both of them. You want oh God, this is actually beautiful. You see, I love babies. I don't know, but trust me, there's this joy I see when I see a newborn baby. The smile, the way their skins are. Seriously, we need to start talking about, thinking about. I've been talking about babies, and trust me, it seems that God is, ministering something to me, but as well. All right, let's take more comments of what people are actually coming out to say concerning CB and Adekunle Gold. And yes, another person said, and good God. And Favor said, big congratulations. And wow. Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say. And Yemi said, Mofe, okay. She said, good smiles. And did you me abeg take Jara on top? Okay. And OC Brown said, double blessings, no troubles in Jesus' name. Amen. But come to think of it, I know that babies, they are children now. You get what I'm trying to say. They always, try to arrange your house, try to, play around and stress you. Parenting is not easy. A lot of parents, they cry and say, oh God, please give me this child. I want this child. I want. And when that child comes, you will not start crying. Oh God, Emma, you will not kill me. See, when you are crying to God for a child, He gave you the child. So you don't need to cry. If He gives you the trouble, you bear it. But trust me, kids and children are always adorable. It's just that their stress is much. But definitely we can, we can do with the stress. Because a lot of children, I saw lots of videos of where babies, try to arrange the house for you, fix things where they are not supposed to be. And I think that sometimes when you tell them, Choma, don't go there. That time you're telling that Choma not to go there, that is when Choma will help you. Say, Mommy, I want to do it. Sometimes you'll be wondering, I say, is this the child? Do you get what I'm trying to say? But trust me, when you think about all those things, you smile, because when you don't see those babies, doing all those things around the house, you'll be asking yourself, is my child okay? You get? And trust me, mothers are too dramatic these days, because with the way we carry our children, it's actually very adorable, because we want to talk about taking care of the child and the rest of them. We can be so dramatic, but we are loving. And when it comes to our child, we take the care of them, good care of them. Doesn't matter a baby girl or a baby boy, we just love. And there's this joy that comes with you bearing your own child, having your own child in your arms, and all loved up. It's mother and child connection. It's very, very natural and it's beautiful. Yes, let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say. A lot of people are bringing out their own experience and saying, to be a twin is not easy. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And Talk to Gold said, God, I want triplets. Okay. You have your triplets. A lot of people they find two very difficult, and you are saying you want three. Okay, it's your choice. And somebody said twins. Thank you, Jesus. God, please remember those that are waiting. Amen. And somebody said, oh my God, this is so amazing. God is so good. So somebody said, see the way I shouted. Of course, who won't see and shout? You get, talking about Simi and Adekunle Gold, they are actually, this power couple, beautiful, and come to think of it, their life is all private. They don't, come out to say a lot of things, only when it pleases them to say, and it's actually good. All right, and that is it for that. We'll have more stories to talk about. And next on our list, yes, we are talking about a Nigerian writer and global literary icon. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is mourning the tragic loss of her 21-month-old twin son. So according to reports, the heartbreaking development was confirmed through a family statement which revealed that the toddler passed away after a brief illness. So the family expressed deep grief over the loss and requested privacy as they navigate what has been described as an unimaginable painful period. So Adichie celebrated worldwide for works such as Half of a Yellow Sun and Americana, Welcome Twin Boys in 2024, a moment that had been met with widespread joy from fans and the literary community. So the news has since sparked an outpouring of condolences from writers, public figures, and admirers across the world, many of whom have taken to social media to express sympathy and support. So while details around the child's death remain limited, the incident has drawn, public attention and solemn reflection as acclaimed author and her family during this time of profound loss. So I just talked about babies and this is happening. Oh God, I wish I didn't talk about it, but then it's life happens and we move on. So it's a painful thing for Chimamanda, and I just pray that God still give them the grace and the faith and the grace and the strength to actually bear this loss. Losing your child is not, it's not easy. Actually, even losing someone so dear to you is not easy. Losing someone you loved, someone you cared for, it's very painful. It's not an easy thing. I think right now she needs all the encouragement, all the love, all the encouragement. Yes, all the love. She needs it right now because losing a child is really, really out of it. It's painful. It's not something you could just, navigate and feel free about or, relax. It's a lot of things. Yes, comes up with the depression, comes up with you thinking but then it's well. We all hope and pray that God gives her her family, the grace and the strength to, push this. But a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and a lot of people also brought out their own experiences on how they went through that particular time of their life where they lost someone. So it's actually so painful. So, but then we'll take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said tragic. What a sad way to start the year. And GCFR said no parenting deserves this. May we not know the graves of our children. God console the bereaved. Amen. And Rita Berry Desert said, oh my God, no parent deserves to go through this pain. And wives and mothers said, oh my God. Okay. And Simply Ure said, oh my God. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Babs Lab said, oh my God, I so much adore this beautiful and brilliant lady. May God heal Chimamanda and her husband from their loss in Jesus' name. Amen to that. And 21 Forever said, child, too sad. All right. Rama said, I'm sending lots of logs and prayer her way. The pain of the loss of a child is unimaginable. And BC Makuju said, may the Lord comfort the family. We also have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Mommy Zane said, Jesus. And Shelter for her said, Lord, please comfort them and give them the fortitude to bear such a loss. And Regina said, oh no. Okay. Somebody else said, my heartfelt condolence to the family. May God grant him eternal rest. This is so sad, talking about you losing your child. It's painful. All the months of the months of stress you went through to put out that child there. It's not easy. And then you lost that child. It's a painful season, and it is not something to be happy about. All right. Let's take more comments of what people are saying. Losing someone so dear to you is really, really painful. I'm saying this in the aspect of experience, because you losing someone is it's something that you can't you can't just move on like that. Just sometimes you still feel that person's presence is around you. You still feel that person is still close to you. Yes, definitely. So you still feel that person is still around you. So it's a lot of things. Those people need they need the grace, they need the strength to actually feel okay this period, because trust me, it's not easy. It's not easy because they will have to think about a lot of the people, go into depression, and it's not a happy thing. All right, we still have comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people are sorry for the family and they send in their condolence. And yes, somebody said, oh no, this is so sad. It's a pity. May God comfort and strengthen you and your family. I send my heartfelt condolence and prayers. And EB Obi said, oh God, no. All right. And Tebu Shaker one said, this should never happen to anyone. All right. And that's it for that. I pray that God continues to strengthen the family. And definitely we know that God will also bless her with another child. And yes, and that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be Babcock University, Lisan Remo, and Ogun State has announced a stricter enforcement of its dress and grooming code, placing a ban on dreadlocks, sleeveless tops, and other forms of dressing and appearance deemed inappropriate by the institution. So according to the university management, all previously issued as hair passes have been cancelled and are no longer recognized under the revised guidelines. Male students are prohibited from wearing dreadlocks, beards, or keeping long, voluminous, or unkempt hair. So while female students are barred from extreme or unconventional hairstyles that do not conform with the school's standards, the updated regulations are also extended to clothing, with students warned against wearing sleeveless tops, body hugs, outfits, sagging or baggy trousers, joggers, sportswear, and other casual attire during academic activities. The university emphasized that the move is aimed at promoting discipline, decency, and a learning-focused environment in line with its value. Management further cautioned that students who violate the dress and grooming policy will face disciplinary actions, and stressing that ignorance of the rules will not be accepted as an excuse. And I think this measures taken is actually the right thing, because trust me, the young generations we are having right now they are really something else. I can't really say, but everybody wants to go on dreadlocks. I'm not saying that dreadlocks is bad, hey, but then, seeing younger ones going, you're supposed to, go to school to learn, not to think about how to be keeping your think about how to make dreadlocks and the rest of them. So it's good that all these things has to be normalized. Yes, the way you dress to school, the way you appear, if you're going to school, you should dress like someone that's going to school, not dress inappropriately and, walk into the school gate. But I don't see anything wrong with, the measures the school has taken, the authorities of the school has taken, because I'm okay with that. But then, a lot of people has come out to say, that this is really, okay, a good one, but rather, a lot of people are still finding it very difficult, and said they need to leave the children live their life. All right, and the students live their life. But then let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Martin said, IDG, are they in secondary school or something? I don't know. Are they in secondary school or something? These are adults. Okay. And Kamzi Classic said, Babcock International High School. Okay. And somebody said, what's wrong with baggy now? All right. And somebody else said, this is the fourth industrial revolution, and we bothered by people looks. Wow. My country and stiff mentality. All right. Chef Josie said, very useless student government. Okay, it's well. And somebody said, saying, we have a lot of comments. And somebody said, saying crack down as if they are stopping a major crime. All these private unis are clowns. Okay, a lot of people are not in support of this, but trust me, I think the management, I think the authorities have good intentions for the school. So maybe because they've witnessed a lot of bad behaved characters in school, and they feel the right thing is to put things in order. I think, to me, to my own opinion, I think it's okay if you ask me, because everyone wants to be on dreadlocks. Everyone wants to wear skimpy wears. You see young ones, coming out dressed shabbily, dress them. That doesn't mean you shouldn't dress well. Okay, if you're gonna look at a school, like you're going to school, you look neat and composed. Yes, you don't dress shabbily. Exactly. So I think the process which the authorities have taken is just perfect to me, if you ask me. But a lot of people still don't accept that fact, and they feel that you are, holding the students away from what they love doing. I don't know, a lot of young ones seeing themselves dressing so cute and the rest of them. Yeah, it's you, it might look cute, but I think the school rules and regulations has to stand too, regardless. All right, let's take more comments. Yes, before we take a break. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more comments of what people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, how is our natural hell a crime in our own nation? What is wrong with you all? What a law says dreadlocks are illegal or bad? All right, Kenya Awosika said, if you are a backup alumnus, shout power. All right, another person said, sleeveless top as how? Okay. And somebody said, baggy pants. Maybe the guys will start wearing skirts soon. Cause. Okay. It's well. All right. And that's it. Because I've said it before. It's still good that you dress well. You know, there's a saying that the way you dress is the way you are addressed. So if you want to be addressed appropriately, you dress appropriately. You get what I'm trying to say? All right. And that's it for that. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, don't go anywhere because we have a guest joining us. So please stay put.
In Africa, my name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching, don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and
how you are doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
And welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things, a lot of good news that has just happened this January and 2026. And it's just a sign that good things are still coming, and we have to be open arms to receive them. All right. And yes, we have a guest joining us today, and gracing our screen today is a Nigerian gospel musician dedicated to spreading the gospel of Christ through music. He is the convener of the devotion, a worship meeting. He's known for songs like Always Guiding Me, Oxygen, You Are Worthy, God All By Yourself, I Conquer, and Never Exhausted. And yes, he currently serves as a music minister at the Covenant Nation under the ministry of Pastor Poju Oyedele. And he is no other person than Cheta. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Tell me how you feeling right now.
It feels good to be here.
Ooh, you know that song? I feel good. Oh my God. So tell me, Cheta, how's the week been for you?
It's been a great week. We just rounded up a convention in my church where everyone has to be on deck. Convention starts at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
All through evening section at 9 p.m. And it runs for like 10 days.
Yes.
So we had sleepless nights.
So you're not sleeping like this?
I've not had good
God.
sleep.
And you that have not even started sleeping, you see?
I've not had good sleep for the
We
past
want to be
1
motivated
week.
like people that don't used to sleep. You see this year, no sleep for anybody.
No sleep.
No
for,
sleep.
For the righteous, not just for the wicked.
Oh my God. So please, Cheta, a lot of people will be asking right now, please, so can we know you?
Okay, my name is Jubilate Cheta. Chi-Chetaram.
Yes.
So Cheta for short.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice. That name, just
Chi-Chetaram. It means
Chi-Chetaram.
God remembers me.
Yes.
For Yoruba people, we say Oluwa Ronti me. Yeah, so Ronti is like Cheta.
Cheta.
In the Anambra version.
So are you going to be answering the both of them?
I don't know, I just prefer Cheta.
Oh,
It's sweet that way.
So come to think of, I'd like to ask this question maybe before we go into basically what we have today. So tell me, when last, your parents are still alive, yeah?
Very much alive.
Okay, so I would like to ask this question. So when last did you stop collecting, tips from your parents?
That's a very good question. And this is to motivate everyone out there.
Okay.
The last I collected money from my parents was about how many years ago?
Yes, okay.
It's been a while.
Oh, wow.
So I learned to take responsibility.
Oh, wow.
Very long ago. My mom is an entrepreneur.
Okay.
And I learned that from her. So I started trading when I was in secondary school. My mom has a shop.
Yes.
Where she sells gala,
those little,
condensed.
Those things.
So I take some from the shop to the class.
It's those days that school really fun. when they had the colored water, colored ice cream tied in.
Exactly. We had the milk,
Oh Lord,
sugar,
that's to tell you that
all of those things together.
It's actually beautiful those days. But now, everybody has started packaging and the rest of them.
They are ashamed.
But it's actually beautiful seeing those kind of things then. So come to think about it, how did you start doing music?
So I grew up in a space where you just had to do music. My dad sings.
Oh wow.
Yeah, even if he didn't take his publicly and officially, but he had a music gift.
Wow.
Yes, he was once in Assemblies of God Church, and he was a singer in Assemblies of God Church.
Yeah.
So he's a pastor.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Secret, pastor's kid. I'm a pastor's kid, just so you know. So he had a church.
Yeah.
Or he has a church. And I grew up in that church where we are the choir members, we are the workers automatically.
Okay.
So every Sunday you just have to sing.
Obviously. It's not like it's a stop. It's a
You just have to sing.
Yes.
You cannot say no.
Say no, okay.
So I remember back then in Assemblies of God Church, before we
Yeah.
left Assemblies of God Church, we used to do children departments. You compose a song. They'll tell you, open to the book of Psalm.
Yeah.
Use it to compose and come and sing a special number. So when it comes to what's a special number, I raise up my hand. So I can't remember. I remember one. The Lord is my shepherd. There's just very sweet. I was very young then. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just think that when I open the scripture, I can pick out something, you know. Then I'll just say I have one, and I'll come outside, small boy now. I would start singing, and so as then it was just raw talent.
Yes.
You know, but and I noticed that when God wants to show you a bigger picture, He first put a desire in your heart.
Yes.
So the desire stirs you up, and He now brings people around you that can help train the gift. You know, then you now get the bigger picture of it. Yeah.
So you talk about getting people train you. So who are those that really motivated you? You know, because I know that you have a lot of people that you watch. You know,
Right.
people that growing up while doing music. Who are those people that actually, you know, nurtured you while watching them? It actually groomed you to being this way.
Okay, so I remember 2013.
Yeah.
When before now, I used to do secular music. I used to write secular songs.
Ooh.
I never recorded anyone.
Wow.
But I write love songs. I listen to Usher, Chris Brown before now.
Wow.
Right. And at that time, I had this Usher kind of tone.
Yes.
Because I was listening to him back to back.
Yes.
I was writing romantic songs. So
The
in
blues
2013,
and the rest
and I was
of
still
it.
a Christian, a born again Christian.
Yes.
Right. But I felt I could do this and I could do this.
Yeah.
But in 2013, I had an encounter and I had God say, do strictly gospel. So I think I burnt that book where I was writing my secular songs.
Wow.
So before I burned the book, I thought about selling the songs. And God said, why would you sell what I asked you not to do to someone else to do? So I had to burn the book. And I started a new journey altogether. You know, I was looking to the likes of Tim Godfrey.
Wow.
There was a concert they used to do in Ikorodu back then. They invited Tim Godfrey in
Yeah.
2013.
Yes.
So I was watching him. He's fair, like my complexion
Like
has
a-
years, you know.
yes.
So I was watching him and I was seeing myself ministering there.
Wow.
You know, there's this thing about a desire. When you have it, you see
in
someone
you.
else doing it. It
Yes.
stirs you up.
Yes.
Every charisma you had, I said, this is Cheta in next coming years.
So tell me, why did you choose? Because I heard when you said that you actually, you know, did what do you call it, other songs before you weren't doing gospel actually.
Right.
So why did you choose doing gospel?
So when I do other songs, I ask myself, what's the impact of the song I'm doing?
Okay.
So, yes, God have mercy on me. One of the songs I wrote, if you want me and you need me, goddamn you lucky. I'm gonna get goddamn you lucky.
And seriously, those songs would have gone.
It would have gone far. I never recorded those songs.
Oh my God.
Because in my head, I had this babe that time.
Yes.
So we're talking about the girl. I was like, if she wants you, she will call you, no worry. I'm like,
Wow.
okay, if you want me and you need me, goddamn you lucky. But and I asked myself, what's the impact I'm making? you know?
In songs.
And when God is building up your faith,
Yes.
He wants you to be a light so you can be a light to other people. And that song will in no way make me a light to other people. It will in no way make me a light to other people. You know, there's so much that I want to say here because it's more like, to me, music is not just for entertainment. It's like a
Yes.
ministry. Yeah, it's a means which I pass the good news
To
of the
other
gospel to people. So that's why I'm very, very particular about the kind of songs I write.
Yes.
And who are these songs getting to? When it gets to them, what should they perceive about the song? Yeah.
So talking about the songs you write, what really inspires your writing? You write all your songs, yeah?
I write all my songs.
Wow,
yes.
that's nice. So what really inspires your writing?
So sometimes I can just be plain and someone will say something and it will pop in my head as melody.
Because you know why I asked this question? Because it's not as easy as you said. You know, you can just get when you were doing the secular songs, you could just write things about how people are doing and the rest of them. I don't think that is easy for the same way gospel is.
Gospel. Well, talent is talent. It's easy. There was a day I was leading worship in church and I had to sing a song I never sang before.
Wow.
while on stage.
Yeah.
If I hear a progression, I can compose a song on it. But I don't back in that because sometimes that may not be what God wants the people to hear. That may be your own intuition and not God's message.
That's true.
So sometimes when I get my songs, I like to be sure that this is actually God's message to the people and not just my own. If it's entertainment, then we can do our own. But if it's God's word we want to pass to the people, then we have to stay in a secret place to get the songs out.
Wow.
And before my song goes out, I like to be sure that the lyrics are on point.
On point.
To be sure that this is actually what. So I like to listen to the song and check, is it scriptural? Am I singing off the scripture to entertain people?
Okay.
Or am I singing in alignment with the scripture?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me, like, can you share a moment where your music, because I know that you've, in all your songs I've seen where some places you've been to, minister actually. So can you tell us, share a moment where your music truly transformed the atmosphere and the person's fate? Has that kind of thing happened?
Yeah, so my music has first transformed my life as a person.
Okay.
Because there are certain things that I would not do because I'm a music minister.
Okay.
There are certain places I would not enter. So there are certain things, for example, every Saturday, I take out time to recalibrate because I'm ministering on Sunday.
Okay.
When you are a cup that the king used to drink, you would be more consecrated because of the service you're rendering.
Yeah.
So that's first impacted my life. And of course, people around me, I've heard testimonies like, oh, I was depressed in the morning when I woke up in the morning. I just had to come to church that way. And while you were leading worship, it brought back my spirits.
Yeah.
There's a meeting I used to hold, worship meeting I used to always called the devotion.
Yes,
I started doing it in 2023.
Yeah.
2024 thereabouts. I've had the inspiration to do it, the revelation to do it in 2023. But I had to stay back to pray to God to be sure of what I'm going to do with it until 2024 when we started. And the testimonies I've had from that worship meeting.
Yeah.
And I knew that some persons can look very pretty in the face, but their soul is dying. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
A person can look pretty in the face, but their soul is dying. They need help. And when a person comes close to me, I'm always asking God, what is the impact of my service to this person? Because it's not a coincidence that someone comes close to you.
Yeah.
And God makes you a light so that you can shine that light in that person's darkness.
That's true.
And when you don't spend time with God's word, you miss out on the light. The Bible says that the word of God is light to my path and light. You understand?
Yes.
So let's not make it Wafbeck season 2.
So tell me, in all your songs, because I've listened to a couple of your songs and they're really inspiring. So in all the songs, which would you say that you really, I know you poured, like, definitely you've put in your best in all your songs, inspired by the Holy Spirit, right?
Right.
So tell me, which particular song would you say you always listen to and it brings back this, you can't just get over it. There's a particular song that you would always want to listen to and you don't really get over it. And I think maybe that's you. Will I call it the best of all?
So I have more than one.
Okay.
But I'm going to point out Oxygen.
Okay.
Because Oxygen is not within my genre of music.
Oh, okay.
I'm not an Afro soul artist.
Okay.
I started doing gospel music as praise and worship in church, right?
Yes.
But I now noticed that, okay, the praise and worship is simply R&B. I would say, Lord, we lift up your name. It's like you telling a girl, baby, I lift up your name. But we're singing to God.
God.
So it's like the R&B of the world,
yes,
but to God, we call it worship song.
Yes.
And the praise song is like this Iben song, Oil on my head.
Yeah.
Like we say, you know they sleep.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, but the Afro soul is a bit shifted, it's not really in that
category.
genre. Because I remember when I was recording that song, the producer asked me to listen to this song, Baby Down,
okay.
And this other Chris Brown song, girl, you just blow my mind.
Yes,
So it's like, listen to these two songs and get back to the studio.
Wow.
Me, churchy boy, I carry a tape. I was listening to the songs. I was nodding my head.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was getting inspiration. Then I go back to the studio and I was able to deliver Oxygen.
Wow. So are you trying to say, because you listen to Chris Brown's songs? I'm asking this question based on, because I've seen a lot of gospel people or gospel people that has songs. They try to listen to Meanwhile, I have someone close to me that's into gospel music and the rest of them. But basically, he likes to listen to other secular songs.
Okay.
You get inspiration. Is it will I call it inspiration, or to get beats? A lot of people do beats. I don't know if you deal with beats or the lyrics itself. Do you get? A lot of people get inspired by the lyrics. A lot of people get inspired by the beats. So they like doing but they like to listen to the beats of the secular song to make their own songs.
So
do you feel that is okay?
In that case, I believe that the Holy Spirit is the master mind behind everything we do, right?
Yeah.
Except if there are no Christian songs that you can use as an example.
Okay.
Because, for example, the genre Fela came with, I think he was the first of his kind.
Yes.
I don't think there's any Christian person that has done that kind of Fela kind of music.
Yeah.
So if someone that sings that kind of Fela music now gets born again and wants to do that kind of music for God, or maybe someone else wants to score that kind of music for God, you have to listen to Fela.
Okay.
Not because you want to sing like him, but because you want to get the music mind behind it and use that same craft for God.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I won't. But there's something that I see in Body of Christ. I see.
Okay.
I see people bring secular beats.
Yes, and a lot of them are like people are.
To me, it's a no-no.
Okay.
You can be creative by yourself. You can have the vibe, but change the progression.
Okay.
Change the vibe. Change what you're hearing.
Yes.
If you're playing maybe a secular song we know that they play in the club, in the church, you're reminding club people where they came from last night.
Oh my God.
We know where to hear the original, so why give us the
yes.
Why not create something new?
So talking about Oxygen, your song, could you do the song for us because we'd like to listen to it?
Okay. All right.
Let's hear.
I don't know the lyrics.
It's okay.
Okay. I cannot live without your name. You gave me breath in such a way. I say your name. Yahweh. Your name is my oxygen on. Yahweh. Your name is my oxygen. Yahweh. Oxygen. My oxygen. Oxygen. My oxygen.
You just play, say, just stop. Because
oh my God.
I'm already vibing with it already.
So I got that song because when we inhale, we do.
That's true.
So that's the sound of.
Wait. Yes.
So you can't, if you say you don't believe in God, it means that you are denying that the sound of your breath is not Yahweh.
Ooh.
So the sound of your breath is Yahweh. The inhale is the Yah, the exhale is the way.
A lot of people, don't really take this life we live seriously. You see, they do things that they feel like, okay, I don't think, a lot of people still don't believe that God exists.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I met a couple of them.
Oh, so they don't believe like this life, like the life we live in, it's created by one. They just feel that we are cool. I think I just wake up in the morning and I move out, and a lot of things really happen. So I think this song is really an inspiring thing to people to listen to.
Yeah, and the genre of the song brings the soul. If I listen to it at night, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I love you, Jesus," and I just sleep.
So tell me, Cheta, what's in any project you're working on right now?
Yes, I am working on a worship tour.
Yeah.
Across Africa, Ghana, Uganda, precisely.
Yeah.
And also to release an album.
Okay.
For worship songs, strictly worship songs.
Okay.
Hopefully people think that, this guy is more of the Afro. I started this thing as a worship minister. So people that knew me back then knew that, most of my songs, God all by yourself.
Yeah.
You are worthy, worship. My former stage was Jubilate Worship. because it was more of worship.
Yes.
But I needed to get the other part of the audience,
Yeah.
people that like to dance, so we can get them into the fold. Yeah, but this time around, I think that God is leading me towards doing a worship album.
Okay, that's nice. So you know, a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and I would like to ask this question, baby, before we go into that. If Cheta is not in the music scene or maybe singing, what would Cheta be doing?
Good, I like that question. So most people don't know that I'm actually a fashion designer.
Oh, nice. That's
I made
cool.
this, I'm wearing myself.
Oh, nice.
So every outfit you see my videos, I made them myself.
Wow.
So if I'm not singing, I'm selling clothes.
God, please. You see this? this is a lot. Wow, that's so beautiful. And come think of it, a lot of people actually watching right now, and they're like, I really want to go into music ministry. And what would be your advice to young and upcoming, gospel people?
Okay, first I tell a couple of persons, stay in a place of prayer. You cannot say because you're a music minister, you would miss out on your prayer life. As a matter of fact, your prayer life is the engine of your music ministry. Yeah, in the place of prayer is where you get a lot of things from God. When you pray, you read the word of God and you meditate. Is where you can now get direction on what to do, on what to sing. A lot of persons have done music ministry. There's someone Tim Gofford was talking about in the meeting we had with him. He said there's someone he knew that has 10 albums. He mentioned the person's name and none of us knew the person. We don't know the person's song, we know the person's name. 10 albums. You know, sometimes people think that by just doing something. You have to stay in the place of prayer where God will direct you on what to do so that you don't get tired. The way is long. We've been doing this for years. God, the queue is long. People are plenty.
Yes.
So if you're not there because God wants you to be there, you'll be frustrated. A lot of persons have done dirty things to get themselves out there.
Of course.
I hear things musically out there. It's like, are you really a child of God? People go out of the way of God to get resources to come and do things for God. Really? Are you for real? There's a part in the book of Matthew I was studying. The Bible says that Jesus was telling the disciples, so when you go out to preach, do not take money with you. Don't take anything because someone that works is so worthy of reward, something like that. So a lot of people think that you need to have it all booked up before you start. You don't have to have it all before you start. Something happened in the last devotion I did. I didn't have everything before I started. I was praying to God for funds for that worship meeting. And in my head, what I was thinking while I was praying, that someone will come and give me money to say, do this.
Wow.
And God said, I will bless you to do it. A few weeks before the worship meeting, I got a contract. The money I got from that contract was enough to do the worship.
Oh my.
So sometimes people think that, people that are doing it have all. I'll see my DMs, you're a big man, please give me. I'm not getting it in. But when it's time to do that project for God, the money shows up. There's never a time I want to do something for God that I'm stranded. There was a day, before I did the video of Always Guiding Me, I did that video in December. I think first week of December, thereabouts. I was contemplating, should I do this video or not? I didn't even have the money to do it. I just had in my spirit, if you stay back, nothing will happen. The moment I set out, you see sometimes nature has a way of reading your thoughts.
Yes.
The wind has a way of bringing your meditations to you. If you think bad thing will happen, it will happen. And if you think something good will happen, it will happen. So I just set out, I said, okay, let me get this. And things started falling in line, funds started coming and so everyone willing to go into music ministry, stay in a place of prayer because that's where you get your resources, that's where you get your inspiration, your revelation and everything. And that's where you get your confirmation that you are supposed to be in that ministry.
Right.
So I wish you have been.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Teta, for sharing your light here on VOP TV on the Spotlight Show. I actually enjoyed myself and I'm sure our viewers did too.
Yeah,
because
I did too.
With the singing and everything, I just didn't want it to end, but come on, this is where we draw the curtain. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the show, on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, bye for now.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but don't dare Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m.
Loudest. It's time to wade through the noise and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, and it's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Uganda, where Ugandans cast their ballots in a tense national election on Thursday, with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni seeking to extend his rule into a fifth decade amid an often violent campaign and internet shutdown. The 81-year-old leader is expected to face a challenge from popular singer Bobi Wine, who has appealed to young people frustrated with scarce economic opportunities. Museveni, who has ruled Uganda since 1986, has campaigned on a slogan of protecting the gains, promising to maintain peace and lift the country into middle-income status. Bobi Wine, 43 years, nicknamed Ghetto President, has vowed to end Museveni's dictatorship and address corruption. Voting began in the capital Kampala amid a heavy police presence, but many polling stations nationwide had not opened hours after the official 7 a.m. start time due to biometrics voter verification machine failures. From Uganda, we'll go straight to Kenya, where Kenya's former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has downplayed Juja MP George Kamburi's defection, stating he was never a member of the Democracy for Citizen Party, that's the DCP. Gachagua claims Kamburi was recruited by President William Ruto to spy on DCP in exchange for leniency in criminal cases. Kamburi's defection reportedly stems from Gachagua's allowing his 2022 election rival, Aliose Kinyanjui, to join DCP. Kamburi had demanded a direct nomination for 2027, which Gachagua refused, insisting on party nomination. DSP Secretary General Hesron Obaga says Kamburis threatened to join Ruto's camp if these demands weren't met. Kamburi denies being a DCP member, citing Gachagua's alleged corruption and intimidation. Still in Kenya, Kenya has secured a preliminary trade agreement with China, allowing 98.2% of its export goods duty-free market access. The deal aims to address Kenya's trade imbalance with China, which has been heavily tilted in Beijing's favor. The agreement follows President William Ruto's state visit to Beijing last year, where financing and cooperation agreements were signed. Ruto has defended the rapprochement with China, citing the need to export more goods to China and reduce the trade gap. The duty-free access is expected to boost Kenya's agricultural sector, including tea, coffee, and avocados, and create employment opportunities. Kenya's trade ministry is negotiating a full bilateral trade deal with China. Away from that report, the European Union and a group of foreign embassies have called for urgent action to move South Sudan towards peace, expressing grave concerns over the country's fragile security situation. The envoys, representing regional states and key donor countries, urged President Salva Kiir and suspended First Vice President Riek Machar to engage in inclusive dialogue. The statement, supported by ambassadors from Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Norway, the Netherlands, Sudan, Uganda, the UK, and the US, emphasizes the need for constructive engagement and compromise to prevent further deterioration of the situation. The international community's call comes amid rising tensions and violence in South Sudan, with the UN warning of a potential relapse into full-scale conflict. The country has been navigating a fragile peace since the 2018 revitalized peace agreement. And from South Sudan, we go straight to Sudan, where the Sudanese army have successfully repelled a major attack by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, and its ally, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement North, SPLMN, on the town of Al-Kuwait in South Kordofan. Military sources say army units confronted the assault, inflicting losses in lives and equipment and forcing the attackers to retreat. Government troops seized armored and combat vehicles during the clash, with videos circulating on social media showing army personnel celebrating the victory. There was no immediate comment from the RSF on SPLN North on the report. The attack is part of ongoing clashes between the army and the RSF in Sudan's Kordofan states, which have displaced tens of thousands of civilians. The conflict began in 2023 April, killing thousands and displacing millions. And from Sudan, we'll go straight to South Africa, where President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on Iran to allow its citizens to exercise their right to protest in peace. The South African presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya said the South African government firmly believes that the right to peaceful protests, freedom of expression, and freedom of association are universal human rights that must be upheld without exception. This comes in the wake of the country-wide protests that have erupted, with citizens demonstrating dissent against the government and Iranian security forces brutally attacking down on the protesters. The protests were sparked by a deepening economic crisis that has evolved into a widespread anti-government movement. The events have been described as the largest uprising since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Still in South Africa, South Africa's Border Management Authorities, that's the BMA, has called for urgent talks with the Zimbabwean government after intercepting 33 undocumented children attempting to cross the border from South Africa to Zimbabwe. The children aged 4 to 15 were detained at the Petbridge port of entry on Tuesday. 2 Zimbabwean men were arrested for facilitating the illegal movement. The BMA had previously intercepted 20 minors and 10 adults near the Limpopo River earlier this month. Commissioner Michael Misaupato condemned the exploitation of children and urged parents to ensure proper documentation for travel. The children have been handed over to the South African Department of Social Development for care and assessment amid ongoing investigations as the suspect faces charges under the Immigration Act. And from South Africa to Zimbabwe, where the Zimbabwean government directive to withdraw state-funded teachers from private schools has thrown the educational sector in Glenview, Mafakose into chaos, leaving 33 teachers in professional limbo. The policy aims to address staffing shortages in public schools, but has been criticized by haphazard and punitive. Teachers at Mufakose Umhumriwe Secondary School received blanket transfer notices without new postings, sparking outrage from unions. The Educators Union of Zimbabwe, that's the EUZ, condemned the move, citing violations of public service regulation. EUZ Secretary General Tepenza Zwe said in a statement that the process has been implemented in a way that causing unnecessary distress to teachers and disrupting the education of students. The government defends the move as a necessary administrative measure to achieve equitable teacher distribution. However, teachers describe the exercise as procedurally flawed and disruptive. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Dele Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to the African News segment.
Pleasure.
Well, also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Omatakinye. Barrister Edward is a business associate, a human rights activist, and also a legal practitioner in Uganda. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for coming on the African News Analysis segment.
Very good afternoon to you, David, and Fanmo in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Also joining us all the way from Zimbabwe is Dr. Mazimba Mavasa. Dr. Mazimba is a public and political affairs analyst and also a media and communication consultant. Well, I understand that Dr. Mavisa is not joined us yet, but also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Honorable Mercy Ngota. Honorable Mercy is a women representative seat candidate in Nairobi, Kenya. Honorable, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay, I understand Honorable Mercy is also not yet with us, but we're expecting that she joins the conversation. Well, let me go straight to Barrister Edward in Uganda. It is the presidential election in your country and voting has begun. I mean, we have footages of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni casting his vote as well as heavy security presence. I don't know if my producers are ready with those footages, as well as heavy security presence all across Kampala, where voting, some have said, has relatively been flawed. First off, let's get your position and, of course, the situation in Uganda as we speak.
Thank you, David. And in fact, you have said it well. I'm in the middle of the situation in the city. And just as you have said, it is relatively, it's actually a military election. It's not election, a free election to the people of Uganda. Because when you look at the situation in every polling station, in every town, every corner in Uganda, it's covered by the military. And as we say, democracy can never be exercised where the military is actually exercising their duties, because I believe military should not be part and parcel of this kind of exercise because of intimidation, the fear from people. So those are all things which are making us to actually say this might be a decided election already.
All right, then. I want to find out from you as well. How is the voters' turnout in the city of Kampala? I don't know if you're privy to that access. How's the voters' turnout? Because we hear that security presence, just like you also affirmed, military security presence is heavy in the capital, Kampala. How is the voter turnout? We see quite a number of people say even the electronic system that is used for voter registration, there you have it on the screen, is one press person that was being malhandled by some security forces. What is the situation, particularly on the voter turnout in Kampala, Uganda?
David, from actually the beginning of this week, the people who are supposed to be voting, more especially in the surroundings of the capital city of Kampala, decided to say for purposes of security, because the intentions of the military being deployed, nobody knows. So most of the voters decided to skip and went to up countries where they could maybe be with their relatives. And that alone can show you the number of people who are supposed to be voting, and now they have not voted because of the fear due to the security deployment in the capital city of Kampala. Kampala is full of military, and the numbers in most of the polling stations, you get that when you look at weighing, probably where Museveni is supported, and where the Bob Wine, who's actually those are key candidates in these elections, you get too much on the side of the opposition that the military is deployed, and that's where you get the low turnout of voters. And when you go to the side where Museveni is actually having a support, you get relatively the security is low, and the freedom of movement is actually allowed. So that is where the difference between democracy and now military. So we have a problem. That's why I'm saying this might have been a decided election already.
Well, again, this is something that quite a number of persons have said. It's more like a planned script on the part of the incumbent. I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, because just a couple of days ago, there was a picture footage that circulated the internet about his son, who is the head of the military, with the son of the former dictator. I'm talking about Idi Amin in the country. Some have said this is about a script that is being played out today. But just like you mentioned, in Kampala, people have not really gone out to vote. From your perspective, at the outer land, where the likes of Bobby Wine clearly is saying that his supporters are still being under custody with some military personnel, are they voting in those places, in the rural areas, aside the city in Kampala?
For sure, most of the areas where the musician, the Bob Wine, is popular, is actually taken care of by the military. So you get that there is much low turnout. But people are still feeling it is their right to go and vote. So you get that the few they come and vote. They line up after voting. They are being chased out of the nearest polling stations, just as the CDF had actually given those instructions, which is not in the Constitution. The president himself actually sounded the same warning that you cast your vote and go home. So I don't know who's going to guard this vote, because at the Constitution of Uganda allows you to actually look at and be there until your vote is counted. You count the vote, they announce, then now you can go home. No Ugandan is prepared for any violence, but the military has decided to fight its own citizens through the instructions of the government.
Oh, well, I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister Edward. Let me come to the studio here. Mr. Fadimo, you just heard someone live from Uganda. And of course, I'm particular with the statement of the president, cast your vote and go home. What does that imply? And of course, the Constitution also states that you can, after casting your vote, wait and make sure that your vote is counted and be very sure that your vote truly was counted. But the statement of the president, plus the fact that there's been heavy security. I mean, we have footages as shown some few minutes ago about how military presence have been so heavy in the capital, Kampala. What do you make of this, Mr. Fadimo, going into an election that already a lot of people have been saying is a script written by the president?
Unfortunately, this pattern resonates across Africa, from one country to the other. We saw the same scenario played out during the Cameroonian election, presidential election. And even at his age, I think he should be 92 now, he still wants to rule till eternity. And you have
he's even the oldest. He's the oldest leader in the world.
Yes, and you have Museveni, who is in his 80s.
81.
You know, also asking for another 10-year rule. So it's the same pattern. And you ask yourself, somebody like Museveni, when he toppled Idi Amin, he gave the impression that he was a revolutionist, and then that he wanted to make a model of Africa in Uganda. And today, you can see what is going on. Uganda, a build-up to this election is a clear indication of what is happening now. Opposition were clamped down on. I
mean, we can see voter repression there with a media person being gagged by military.
When you even clamp down on the opposition, the tendency for you, especially when you get away with such, is for you to go after the voters, and particularly where you have a preponderance of voters that are not in your support during the election. And now you see there is so much tension in area where Museveni expected some level of resistance. But it's a free rein where it comes from. No much of this military repression, and even no military presence as such. Now, from what we have seen now, the result is predetermined. For instance,
it's predetermined.
Yes, it's predetermined. It's going to win. And so Uganda would now have to contend with this maximum ruler for another 10 years. The only thing that could offset this is probably natural cause, which is death. You know, it's quite unfortunate.
All right then.
If you go around Africa, you will see the same pattern.
All right, then let's go to Kenya, where we understand that Honorable Mesingota has joined the conversation. Honorable, a very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining the African News Analysis segment this afternoon.
Good afternoon, David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, we're x-raying the situation in Uganda, where, as it stands, we hear that there's a bit of low voter turnout in the capital, Uganda, Kampala, where voters, again, are not coming out to vote. Some have stated that one of the reasons for all of this is the fact that the president did say that the Ugandan citizens should just cast their vote and go home, as against what is in the Constitution, that if you can't wait and let your vote be counted before you go home. What's your position with this kind of situation? Plus, the heavy military presence in the capital city, I'm talking about Kampala, and of course, the low voter turnout all around the country.
You know, one thing that I've always told you, David, is that the price of democracy sometimes can be extremely expensive. This is a man who has been there. He has created the systems. When you talk about Uganda, these are systems that have already been created. The man is in charge of everything. Hello, I'm breaking. Are
Go
you
ahead.
able to hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead now.
Okay. So this is a man who has created the whole system. When it comes to the Electoral Commission, he's the one who has put in mechanisms that can only favor him. When it comes to the internet, he is the one who is in charge. When it comes to education, his wife is the minister of petroleum, the minister. There is no democracy in Uganda. So what we are going to experience in Uganda is the same repetition, the same thing that has been happening. And unfortunately, it's not only in Uganda. The problem is that this has become a culture that now in Africa, Africans are not really able to have their own independent elections. So I think a time will come that these elections will no longer be, or my opinion can be, that if in Africa we can have a system whereby elections are no longer managed by the government. I think we come to that level, even if it's independent countries, even if it's the UN, even if it's, we just have an independent electoral body, international independent electoral body that can really help when it comes to supervision of the elections, when it comes to paying attention to how people are voting, how the votes are being counted at the tallying centers from the national level to the grassroots levels. I think that's the only way we can be able to have this money solved once and for all. Because in Uganda, I can tell you for sure, David, now this one I want to promise you, David, that the elections in Uganda are not going to be free and fair.
Oh well, we're getting so many feelers from there because we have with us virtually Barrister Edward from Uganda, who's also giving us up close information on what is happening there. But the question I want to find out from you is: you are a politician vying for a seat in your country. How can we how do we do away with this kind of sit-tight governance that we've uncovered with our political elites across Africa? Now, Uganda is one. There is also the case of Cameroon with President Paul Biya, who's been there for the longest of time. How much of sanctions can be put upon these kind of individuals who tinkers with not just constitution, but also the lives of people in the country? Honorable, the question is for you. I don't know if you heard me. Oh dear. Well, I think. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you now.
I think he has gone out.
Okay. No, I was asking you the question, Honorable Mercy. How can we do away with these kind of sit-tight men in power that consistently tinkers with the Constitution to favor them and, of course, extend the long-term rule like we see happen in Uganda? And not just Uganda. There is also the part of Paul Biya in Cameroon. You're a politician. Maybe you can help us. How much of a huge sanction, maybe from the UN, maybe from the US, maybe from international organization, can really help our leadership across Africa, not just in Uganda alone?
Let me tell you, David, nobody on earth has the solution. Nobody has all the solution to the problems that we are having in Africa. And nobody can come from outside and come and bring us solution. Solution remains with us. And it is upon the current generation, the Gen Zs that are there, our Gen Zs and our Alphas and our Millenniums, it is upon them to take up the bold step that people like Bobby Wine have taken, it is upon them to come up strongly and fight for their democracy. Sometimes it's not easy to get democracy. It's not easy. We need to go out to the streets. If it is possible, we bring them out of their state outs. That is what we did in Kenya. Last year, David, we were having everybody decided to come out on the roads, and we went outside and we spoke our minds and we told the government that we are tired of oppression, we are tired of injustice, inequality. We went outside, we need to have a conversation with you guys. If you're not willing to listen to us, we will go to the parliament. You will not be passing bills that will only favor you and your children and your businesses, and yet you leave us languishing in poverty. We went out, we went to the parliament. We were not afraid of bullets and what. We decided that we were going to pay the price to restore sanity in our nation. The problem is that at this point in time, many leaders are not given to fighting for their rights. Many leaders are not given to, nobody is willing to go out and demand for justice. Does it mean that Museveni has the monopoly to all the power? Does it mean that he has the monopoly to everything in Uganda? No, it is for us as Africans, the Gen Zs, to go out the way SAS did. It brought a lot of sanity in Nigeria, although it was not complete, but at least they tried. And the SAS movement is the one that gave birth to the Gen Z movement that you saw in Kenya. It gave birth to what you saw. To what you saw recently in Tanzania. You saw youths going out and fighting for their rights. So these people may think that they have all the power. They may think that they have all the machinery, but at the end of the day, the people are more stronger than them. And the other thing, David, that I will tell you today, a time comes that our leaders must tell themselves that there comes a time that the nation is more important than individual businesses. A nation is more important than their interests. A nation is more important than personal interests. A nation is more important than individuals. So a time must come that our leaders must realize, and if it will be hard for them to realize, we are going to gather youths, gather Gen Zs, bring them together and send them to the streets, and we are going to bring them out of those offices, out of those palaces that they have built using our taxes. It's a high time that we rise up and go fight against oppression and inequality and corruption that has been there for a whole time. We are the system.
All right, then.
Yes, we are the system.
All right, then. Well, thank you. Thank you so very much, Honorable Mercy, for that submission there. But let me take this conversation back to Uganda, where we have Barrister Edward still with us. Barrister, interestingly, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, at this particular time of his campaign, he did, of course, campaign on the slogan, protecting the gains, promising to maintain peace and lift the country into a middle income status. He's been there for over 40 years, and some have questioned how many of these promises have been realized in his tenure in government. From your perspective as well, do you think, as it stands, owing to the fact that this election is going the way it's going right now, some have said that this is pure dictatorship, and of course, you know, as it stands, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's son is the head of the military apparatus in the country. How do we do away with sit-tight governments like what we find across Africa, from Cameroon to to Uganda, and of course, even Tanzania as we speak?
Thank you, David. One, I want to add to what my sister Mercy has actually alluded. Africa needs to wake up. Young people need to wake up. Africa belongs to young people. If we say we sleep and leave the so-called greedy leaders continue with the kind of torture we are going in Africa, there's one thing I'm identifying right now. There's this animal called AU, the African Union. I think it is the right time Africans to start a discussion on how to dissolve that kind of a union. African Union, for sure, was created by the same greedy individuals. So for sure, since this kind of mess in Tanzania, in Uganda, African Union has been there watching. So I'm bringing African Union in our discussion because it is an animal on top of the tree, which is supposed to be watching the interest of the people of Africa. But it cannot say anything because African Union has been occupied by the same leaders who are totally greedy. They don't want to get out of power. They want to die in power. Museveni has decided to own Uganda, but Uganda still belongs to the people of Uganda. And we know, just as Marcia said, the time is coming. That time will come. You will never actually rule forever. You will die, but I know better. The curse you are going to create, you are not creating for yourself. Museveni is creating a problem to his own family, to his own grandchildren, because the same way he came to power with the bitterness, is ruling Uganda with that kind of bitterness. And that bitterness is going back to his family. Soon, Uganda will gain the democracy. They will take back their Uganda, and we shall follow the accountability, the mess Museveni has actually created Uganda. It does not matter whether you put your wife to be a military in charge, you put your son to be a police in charge, put your whoever you want to put, the brother to be in charge of economic development in Uganda. So all those things we shall account as Ugandans, and it will reach a time where we bring them on the table and say, whatever mess you brought to us, it's time to pay. So I believe the democracy in Uganda is dead. Democracy in Africa is dead. We need to forge a way on how to bring this kind of a democracy back to ourselves.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, Barrister. Interestingly, as you were talking, what came to mind was the fact that there are some elected legislators who, again, would be elected in this same election. How much of an impact has the legislators have within the democracy space of Uganda to allow 40 years of a rule by President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni be this level that has deteriorated to the point where young people are coming to the fold?
You see, Uganda is one country whereby we actually don't feel much what the parliament does. The parliament is created, actually most of the institutions, my sister Mercy has actually said it, the institutions are captured. The institutions are taken over by, run by the family of Museveni. So you get that even the legislation in the parliament, it does not actually, they don't legislate for the benefit of the Ugandans. Instead, they legislate law, they bring laws which make Museveni stay in power. So I want to tell you this, at this point, the elections are going on, and I know some of these people are going to come back, but there will be very big change because in most areas, most of these people are going to lose their seats. I remember in the primaries, most of the Museveni people lost seats. So I see the new faces which are coming on the Museveni's ticket. And these are all new people. They will start new, afresh, to get again more instructions from Museveni on how Uganda should be managed. But the truth is, Uganda will continue forging a way, and these people will be removed out in the wrong land.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, you are a seasoned reporter in Nigeria. There's a particular video, I don't know if my producer is ready with it, where the security operatives were malhandling the cameraman and the journalist on that particular scene. When you see this kind of situation in a country that clearly says they are a democratic country, do you think going into the elections, like we're seeing right now, with a low voter turnout, there can be credible election in such a place? Because again, if internet is being ordered to be shut down, which again, just a couple of days ago, Barrister Edward also alluded to, that internet has been down for a while now in Uganda, how can there now be free, credible, and fair election in this particular one that we're seeing right now in Uganda?
I'm beginning to think that democracy is salient to Africa, and as such, maybe we need to sit back. AU and other regional governments, sub-regional governments should come together and maybe we need to devise another means of acquiring power and the use of power. Because all over Africa, you can see that there's nothing like democracy. All we have is pseudo-democracy. And once we begin to, because we were cultured to have this monarchical form of government, and maybe some places feudalism and all that. So we need to really do a serious reappraisal. Come back home and search ourselves if we really truly can embrace this culture of democratic rule, because the repression is just an example of how we resent democracy.
Even the UN made a statement as regard this.
Even when we mouth democracy, well, we don't embrace democratic tenets. So I don't see any reason. Now look at that man. I feel for him because I'm just one of his ilks.
Yes,
he's a colleague of mine. Regardless of the space he occupies, and he is not carrying any weapon. He's just doing his job. And should he be molested? No. And it's sad that we are still having that kind of thing.
Well, quite unfortunate, really, Mr. Fanimo. Let me go back to Kenya, where Honorable Messi is still standing by. Maybe in 30 seconds, you have said you are not optimistic. Should there be a difference when it comes to this election in Uganda? Again, from your perspective, how can the AU do better? Because AU is more like the regional body that houses Africa. And of course, the peace and the tranquility that we find across Africa should be managed by these bodies. How can the AU do better, particularly on these kind of political elites that we have all across Africa?
With most of the people that are nominated in various positions in AU, they are actually nominated by the presidents. If it is not a president pushing their person there, that's how they do. So when we say that we are putting our trust and our hope on AU, then we are missing the point. The issue is not AU. It's the goodwill of the individual leaders. You know, someone can be old or somebody can be in power for many years, but they are there for many years, but you see what they're doing for their people. For example, Muammar Gaddafi, the late, he had been in power for many years. He had been in power, I think by the time he was dying, he had been in power for more than 30 years. But look at the systems that the man had created. Education was free. There was access to water. There was access to higher education. Poverty was not there. The level of inflation in that nation was not as compared to now. That nation had a lot of strength. The problem was not the man that had been in power for a long time. The problem came from AU. The problem came from these international bodies because none of them suggested to protect Gaddafi while he was attacked. So our solution is not mainly on AU. If it was in AU, people like Patrice Lumumba, they will not have been killed the way they were killed. If our solution was in AU, some of the injustice that has been happening, look at what happened in Tanzania. Nobody's talking about it. They talk about it as if it is. They think a human life is something to joke about. Nobody is really talking about the situations, the real things that are happening. Look at the war that is in DRC and Rwanda. The people that are suffering. It's the people that are suffering, sir. The problem is not AU. It's the goodwill of our leaders. They are the ones who put in their own people in AU. They nominate them. So every decision is on their side. Thank you.
All right, then thank you so very much, Honorable Messing Gota, for that submission there. Let me take it back to Uganda. Well, Barrister, the elections are still on. And, well, again, I know you're not so optimistic of any change coming in from that particular election. But then again, looking at post-election post-election basically, is there anything visible that you think not just regional bodies across Africa, even political elites in every single country in Africa can do so we can have credible leaders go to the polls and of course the people have better options going into the polls?
David, change starts with us. Just the same way you discovered that Edward is good to be in this studio and he can actually express the views of Ugandans. So I've met my sister Mercy, who's also expressing her views for Kenyans. I've met Famino from the studio, who's actually expressing the views of Africans. So we are totally hopeful Africa will have a change. Uganda will have a change. Uganda will always change because every leader comes and goes. Tomorrow, elections will come and it will go. Ugandans are ready to continue with their lives after these elections, and whatever is going to come for us, we shall continue with it until that time God will ordain and say we need change in Uganda.
All right, then thank you so very much, Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye, a business associate, a human rights activist, and of course, a legal practitioner in Uganda. Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. Even though the election is ongoing, we definitely might be getting feedback from you as it concludes even tomorrow. Thank you so very much for being here, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, then. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, also in the studio, seasoned reporter, political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Mr. Fanimo.
My pleasure.
Also, Honorable Mercy Ngota, all the way from Kenya. I want to say a big thank you to you as well for joining the conversation this beautiful afternoon. Big thank you to you as well. A short break right now. When we return, business and sports stories of the African news will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. Now to some business story. Caledonia Mining Corporation plans to invest $132 million in 2026 to develop the Beewolf's gold mine in Zimbabwe, which is expected to become the country's largest gold mine once operational. The project has a total capital cost of $584 million and is anticipated to produce 200,000 ounces of gold annually from 2029 for 10 years. The investment is part of Caledonia's $162.5 million capital expenditure program for 2026, subject to board approval and funding availability. The company currently operates the 80,000 ounce per year Blanket mine in Zimbabwe. At the wrap of the African news, we go straight talking sports. Cameroon Football Federation, FECAFOOT's president, Samuel Eto'o Fields, has been handed a format ban for allegedly misconduct during the team's 2-0 defeat by host Morocco at the African Cup of Nations last Friday. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, said this in a statement. Eto'o was reportedly seen making an angry gesture over refereeing decision in the presence of CAF President Patrice Motsepe. CAF's disciplinary board fined Eto'o $20,000, a decision FECAFOOT said lacks any explicit justification. Still talking sports, Burkina Faso has terminated the contract of his national team coach, Brahim Traore, following a disappointing exit from the African Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco. Traore, 63 years old, had led the team to second place in their group, but suffered a 3-0 defeat to Ivory Coast in the round of 16. The decision was made after a thorough review of the team's performance, with the Burkina Faso Football Federation citing results well below expectation and a target of reaching at least the semi-finals not met. Traore has been in charge for 22 months, replacing Frenchman Hubert Villot. Traore's dismissal follows that of Tunisia's coach Sami Traubelsi, who was also fired after his team's round of 16 exit. The Burkina Faso Football Federation has begun the process of selecting a new technical team. With that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good day and welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to examine how airports can boost the tourism sector as well as lead to socio-economic growth, particularly as the festive season approaches. Joining us for this conversation on the program is Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. Michael Balogun is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Mr. Balogun, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me, and compliments of the season.
The same to you. So we are examining how airports can add value to tourism and lead to socio-economic growth. Now, for our viewers who may not fully comprehend our discussion, let's give them a breakdown of the story that we have as a background to today's topic. Now, Nigeria's newest aviation landmark, that is the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, has been widely applauded as a major catalyst for the country's tourism and socio-economic growth. The airport, recently designated as an international facility by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, stands as the first of its kind in the South-South region. Located adjacent to the state's domestic terminal, the airport features cutting-edge aviation technology, world-class passenger lounges, modern recreational spaces, and state-of-the-art shopping arcades. Tourism stakeholders say the facility represents a new era of enhanced travel connectivity and global access for the region. President of Experience IBOM and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the National Association of Nigerian Tour Operators, NATOP, Nkerewum Onang, described the airport as a transformative enabler of cultural tourism in Nigeria. He praised Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno for his strategic vision in positioning the state as a major tourism destination. Now, my question really is, how can Nigeria's airports be harnessed to drive tourism growth and showcase the country's rich cultural heritage to the world? Now to you, Mr. Balogun.
That's a very beautiful question, and I'll start by saying congratulations to His Excellency Governor Umo of Akwa Ibom State with the pronouncement of the new the Atta International Airport as designated one for an international airport by His Excellency the Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo. It shows a state that is ready, tourism ready, and it's a beautiful way to emark and showcase a state. You know, there's nothing you want to do about tourism that aviation, transportation would not be a part of. And with that new pronouncement, you know, any investor anywhere in the world will want to visit that state. I have been there a couple of times, and I think this is a big achievement to promote that state as a tourism-ready destination. Because how do you sell a state if you don't talk about aviation and all these logistics issues? And then to know Ibom Air is the official flag bearer of the state makes it a beautiful, component. And talking about airports and all the sectors as a whole, the airport is one of the greatest real estates anywhere in the world. The first 20 minutes of any arrival from any visitor shows what that state is all about, or the country. Like you step into the airport in Europe or in Dubai, already you get a feel of what that country is all about. So it's a huge issue when we talk about airports and what it does to a country's image. People can, decide on staying longer just from what they feel from the airport. Is this a welcoming place? And you remember, the airport is just like the first place you see before you even get into a country. So that represents like your little embassy and a micro destination to explore. You go to some airports, you can do a tour in the airport and take pictures, and probably want to get back on the plane and leave, because that alone is fulfilling to see what they have in the airport before you even step out to the main town.
All right, so I just want to ask, what specific strategies can authorities implement to promote tourism-related businesses and create jobs in local communities?
Now, when you go into some airports abroad, from the airport, you can tell about the cultural values, everything that has to do with the country, tourism aspect, what they have in stock for you. Right from the airport, you can start feeling that. Thankfully, in our MM2, once you step out, you can see the murals on the wall. Some of the destinations in Nigeria are on the wall. Then walking in through the arrival, you can see some of the galleries, souvenir shops, some food vendors, and that gives you a vibe of what the state is all about. For instance, like when we went to Dubai recently, right from the airport, you can feel you're in a tourist destination. Right from the airport, you see all the vendors, the logistics company, hotel vendors, small desks, offering tourism information. And that is what we need more in Nigeria, that once you step out of the plane, walking into the arrival pavilion, you should be seeing stuff to show, welcome to Lagos, you're in Nigeria, there's vendors here, there's a leaflet showing you what to do, where to go in Lagos. You have a small help desk, and with partnership with tour operators and having them have little, help desk. Somebody might want to just pick up a flyer to say, where can I go when I get to my hotel? Oh, you can have a list, a QR code is somewhere they can scan. Right from the airport, like when you go to the UK, you pick up a London tube map, or you scan a code to show you activities to do wherever you are going in London. So that is the kind of thing we need to see more in Nigeria. And luckily for us, we started seeing that. And that is the beauty of stepping out as an international arrival, to see those murals on the wall, seeing all those little artwork from here to there, seeing souvenir shops, and then you start getting that feel that you're in a state that is tourism friendly as well.
All right. So do you think there's any role technology can actually play in this, in all of that? Do you think there's any role technology can play in all of this?
A lot.
Okay.
That is why we're talking about QR codes. There's some places you go, maybe while waiting for your connecting flight, you have a piece of headgear, a VR headgear, that shows some of the beautiful destinations in Lagos, in Abuja, in Cross River State. Sometimes you see business travelers, probably they wanted to spend 2 days or 3 days in the country, maybe by just virtual checking out some destination. They extend their stay, extend their hotel stay, and that add up to everything they're coming to do. Instead of spending 2 days, they're not spending 5 days because they want to explore something they've picked up. And that is where the technology aspect comes there. Like, imagine you get into the airport, there are vending machines, there are, TV displays showing different destinations to visit while in Nigeria. And that is, the difference between back in the days that you have magazines scattered all over the place, they have to pick a huge volume of a catalog to go through. But now with the kind of technology we have now, you can scan a QR code and then you get a whole lot of literature, videos, and everything right on your phone.
Okay. In what ways can Nigeria's airports, I know you have actually enumerated a lot, but in what specific ways can Nigeria airports serve as gateways to the country's diverse tourism attractions? And how can they be marketed as such?
I think if I look at it from a personal experience, I think more has to do with investment, partnership with real stakeholders, like our association, the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, partnering with the airport authorities and, helping to bring out some of these digital marketing tools. You have all these vending machines that stands LED display, and then you have different images of different destinations popping up. And then there are days you have these cultural activities, maybe 3 times a month. You have different cultural groups, maybe from the east, from the south, from the southwest. Imagine coming out of the airport and then you are welcome with a cultural dance troupe. Maybe they're your group dancing, or it's a Atilogu dancer. So all these things add attraction. And then
that sounds interesting, really.
With the level of people picking up their phone every day, doing selfie, imagine somebody coming out of the airport to meet a cultural troupe dancing, taking the videos, doing a live feed of that. It brings that warmth of embracing the culture right from the airport. And then when you talk of the other aspect of the airport, we need to retrain our immigration service, our first responders. You don't want to come into a place, people are looking hostile, angry looking. You need to train them. It doesn't cost anything to say, welcome to Nigeria, with a smile. And these are the things a lot of tourists take into consideration, like, oh, if you go to that country, from the airport, you can feel the agitation, you can feel the hostility. So there's so many things we can put into play. Real training, retraining, cultural aspects, being attached. Imagine going to the Atta International Airport and being welcomed by a traditional group from Akwa Ibom. Maybe some dancers here, some souvenir market stall just close by for you to pick while you're waiting for your car. So all these things, they're like moving parts that you need to incorporate into the success of an airport. An airport shouldn't just be seen as a pathway to get out of the airport. The airport should be seen as the first point of contact of the country or a state. So I will be expecting more from that state once I land.
Okay, I think I agree with you on that. How can stakeholders in the tourism industry collaborate? Because this actually needs the input of all and sundry within the sector. So how can collaboration be enhanced within the sector? How can stakeholders in the industry, in the tourism industry, collaborate with stakeholders or airport management, stakeholders within the aviation industry or airport management to promote Nigeria's tourism potential and enhance the overall travel experience?
I think it's more of a parley to have with the government, coming to the table, sitting down and telling them some of our own strategies and implementation plans that they can adopt. They are more of into the outbound and inbound tourist or arrivals, while we are more of the progressive to see when you get out of the airport, we take it from there, your hotel accommodation, your logistics, all the places you need to visit while you're in Nigeria. So if we come to a table to sit down with the management of the airport and say, we have this kind of plans, every other week, there's a cultural group coming to showcase the beauty of the Nigerian diverse culture at the airport. The other day, it might be a food sampling for people getting out of the plane or people waiting at the departure lounge, just to have a feel of the culinary, exhibition going on in the country. Just say, oh, I've had this food while waiting for my flight at the airport. So there's so many things we need to do together. And it's a partnership. It's a win-win because we are all selling the glory of the country. So I believe if we sit down with the government, there's more for us to do. We are the real operators while they are the ones receiving people coming in, from all over the world. So it's a win-win situation if we can have that kind of, collaboration and take it from there.
All right. So do you see any key challenges facing Nigeria's airports in terms of supporting the growth of tourism? How can they be addressed through public-private partnerships?
Well, apart from the infrastructure issues, some days you get out of the airport, there's no light, the ACs are not working, maybe the baggage train is not coming out in time, people being aggressive, a lot of, when you get out of the plane, get into the arrival, the queue at the immigration, if there are things that they can put in place to speed up and make it seamless. Imagine somebody that's been on a flight for 6-8 hours, then have to stand on the queue for another 1 hour just to go through passport control. But yeah, like the MM2, you still have all those e-gates and electronic gates, which makes it very, very, beautiful to see that you can go all through the airport without having to stop with the immigration officials just to get out of the airports. And that is how it should be. Seamless movement out of the airport makes it even beautiful. And then our e-visas, thank God that one has taken place. Before, you know how long it takes to get an e-visa to Nigeria. So by the time we put all this into perspective, there should be more things to achieve at the airports, not just seeing the airport as the normal people coming in and going out. Now, most airports around the world are like the first point of tourist destinations. When you see the airports in Singapore, you see the airports in Dubai, and you'll be wondering, if this is just an airport, what would the town look like? So a whole lot goes into the airport branding, and it's an image thing for the country as well. It's a big PR to say the airport has this, not coming into the airport, and then there's no lights, and the ACs are not working, the toilets are not fixed. So it goes a long way too.
All right, we'll go on a short break now, and when we return, Aviation Scoop continues. Please stay with us.
Airports are central to tourism growth, especially during the festive season, when travel numbers soar. They are the first point of contact for visitors, shaping the perception of a destination through accessibility, comfort, and efficiency. A well-run airport encourages more people to travel, supports hospitality businesses, and opens doors for cultural and recreational tourism. In Akwa Ibom, the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo is becoming a major driver of this growth. Recently designated, an international airport now has the capacity to receive passengers from outside Nigeria, instantly expanding the state's tourism reach. Its long, modern runway, improved navigational aids, and the restoration of night flight operations mean airlines can reschedule more flights and operate more flexibly during the busy holiday period. These upgrades translate to real benefits. Travelers experience smoother arrivals, shorter delays, and better connections. Local hotels, restaurants, transport operators, and small businesses, from craft sellers to tour guides, all gain from the increased inflow of visitors. Studies around the airport already shows higher economic activity in surrounding communities. As the festive season approaches, the Victor Atta International Airport is appointed to how airports of its kind across Nigeria can strengthen not just the identity of the state in which they are located, but the entire country as an organized visitor-friendly destination. The airports serve not just as transit points, but as strategic hubs that boost holiday travel, encourage tourism, and enhance the overall experience of anyone entering Nigeria.
Welcome back. You are still watching Aviation Scope on your darling station, Voice of the People TV. And we have been looking at the value that airports within the aviation industry can actually add to tourism. And with me on the program is Mr. Michael Balogun, an aviation expert. So, Mr. Balogun, I'm going to give you a background information regarding the next set of questions I'm going to pose to you. Now, this is particularly because of the season that is approaching, the Yuletide season. So we know that airlines are facing capacity challenges, especially during peak seasons like the Yuletide period. Many carriers are intensifying acquisitions to optimize traffic, with some adding new aircraft to their fleets. Now, for instance, Air Peace is expanding its fleet with 4 additional Boeing 737-800 aircraft, while Ibom Air is awaiting the delivery of 9 Airbus A220-300s. Now, other airlines like United Nigeria Airlines are wet leasing aircraft to boost capacity. Now, despite these efforts, experts warn that capacity will remain a challenge, with growth projected to be around 3 to 4% in 2025. Factors like aircraft delivery delays, supply chain bottlenecks, and maintenance issues are contributing to the strain. To manage capacity, airlines are employing strategies like wet leasing, fleet shuffles, and schedule calls. However, these measures may not be enough to meet the demand, potentially leading to higher fares and reduced flight options. Now, my question to you, sir, is, with all this, with the scenario painted, do you think the government should provide more support to airlines to help them increase capacity?
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. I think the greatest challenge we have now in Nigeria is in the aviation sector. How many families can really afford to fly? Locally, the cost of aviation, cost of tickets has gone up tremendously. And when you think about the local flights, going to Abuja and coming back now could set you up almost 300,000 or more. Imagine a family of 5 going for the holidays in Abuja. That's going to be $1 million point something just for local flights. So if the government invests more in these air carriers, it's going to ease up the tension. And then, when you talk about the issue of security, how many people can really afford to fly now? So a lot of people are still going to be looking at the road, networks to connect to wherever they're going. And the challenge is this: if more state governments, like what Akwa Ibom has done, acquiring their own flag carrier, imagine if another airline comes up, maybe in Lagos, another one in Abuja, the ease will be there. And that is why sometimes we tell people it's not just about complaining about what the government can do. This is when the private stakeholders need to come into place. How many things can the government do sometimes? Even we as a country don't even have a national carrier yet. And the likes of Air Peace that, breaking the barriers now, doing international flights from Nigeria to the UK to America and all that. So a lot of these government officials, they need to step up their game. They need to start looking at bringing investors into the aviation sector. We can't keep relying on 2 or 3, airlines in a whole country of over 250 million people. So for me, like this year season, there are going to be a lot of flights locally, and now are people going to manage the high costs? So if there are more, airlines coming into this space, more aircraft being either wet leased or acquired, it will make a difference in the aviation sector in Nigeria for a while.
Okay. Do you think that the capacity challenges are going to lead, I should say, to a significant increase in airfares this season?
Oh, definitely.
Why so?
It's not going to reduce, because the operational cost for people, the aviation industry players, they are going to start charging extra because of the cost of jet fuel, their overheads, the operations. So it's going to be very tight for them to even drop the price. Instead, it's going to go up more. But if they had the capacity to expand their fleet, probably yes, we might look at the reduced rates, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
You don't see
unless
that?
the government is going to subsidize on their operations as well.
Okay. All right. Mr. Balogun, you've been wonderful. You've been brilliant on the subject of discussion on this edition of Aviation School. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been talking with Mr. Michael Balogun, an expert in tourism. He is General Secretary, Nigeria Association of Tour Operators. Once again, thank you, Balogun, for your insightful contribution. Now, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition of Aviation School. Keep a date with us again, same time next week. I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch that. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, it's your boy Chela. It's your boy Chela.
Your boy Chela. You get the vibe. Chela, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chela, we like to meet you. A lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chela. I do music. I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know,
no.
All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chela, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, good vibes. Expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. It's not bad, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated, and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. We're doing good, we're going wide. People are loving it. Everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to be able to reach out to them, to be able to make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
Yeah, you get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting, So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G6 is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026,
You can so you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name for you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, Stonebwoy from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together, and I co-put them together. Co-stylist. But the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. Another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. Shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, to still be here and doing it and contributing to to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. It's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and mind and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stonebwoy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stonebwoy after Afrima is going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. As long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stonebwoy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, to pull out? So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question: what really inspired? Because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
It wasn't like. It's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just I sang the song. A producer friend of mine was beside me, heard it, was like, let's do this. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. We get into the studio and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
They're fine. I'm in Lagos, I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes?
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women, Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song, I feel good. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, that's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the lodge?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
So you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians. We are African winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade, and upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Esther today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun. So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Kofi Olomide perform today because I love rumba and I love dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated, so I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, it's the music. I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much too.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video. But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I know new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I just nuke everything and go back to
something. So tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
You can, but don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow, I get it. So tell me, how do you see African music in general?
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones. I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets. His enemies are now going to his sold-out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lies they cry. Oh my God! So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, how you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take you to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America.
Okay.
Most landing in Africa.
All right, please, would like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Oyedele Ayuba, a Fuji musician. Born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes, sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're talking about African music.
Yes.
How do you see African music in general?
I used to even calling it African music. It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where the door, that's the new door that God just opened now
Yes.
for African music. I'm telling you, and we are gifted. When we are talking about good rhythm, nice melodious song, it's from Africa. I won't lie to you. Even the African singer, the American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is like 10 years or how long? Afrima. This is 9. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they'll be blasting African music like no before. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need to, we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
All right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask this question. If you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why do you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place. I like the people. And Afrima is very excellent, meeting people, having some fun.
Okay. Yeah. So tell me, can we meet you please, your name?
My name is Milo, I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, I'm a gospel singer.
Ooh.
I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we rap in Jesus actually. We rap Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards evening. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere, so I'm happy to see everybody, and we will praise the Lord. I will sing Jesus tonight, so I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in the aspect? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music, and it's like we are going upper and upper and upper, and this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated, and we know that next year
we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes, consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, the tension. I want to just see. I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music?
Yeah.
Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. They are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
Really vibes, oh.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel. Yeah.
So who is Angel? We'd like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not...
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So, yeah, stylist to the host.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my third time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. Yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right? Yeah. All right. So, what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So, what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise tonight because. In the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I feel good. Ooh, so good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have a victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Yeah. Being, a musician and a songwriter, a creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right, okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And don't forget to, follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi. From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV.
Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Voice of the People Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Today, we're talking about the armed forces. A day, of course, honoring the fallen. A salute to Nigerians' armed forces. And of course, I will be touching every other news stories, but this would be our major area of conversation today. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. TUC gives federal government a 7-day ultimatum to withdraw no work, no pay circular. The Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, has issued a 7-day ultimatum to the federal government Ministry of Health and Social Welfare to withdraw its no work, no pay circular and restore salaries of joint health sector union. Of course, TUC described the circular as reckless, authoritarian and confrontational, warning that failure to comply would trigger mass industrial resistance. The union accused the ministry of negotiating with workers while imposing sanctions. Of course, this particular one is quite a very, serious one there, where if the government actually say no work, no pay, of course, the union will also say no pay, no work. But I just want us to, try and see how to dialogue, and come up with something even better instead of all of this back and forth that we are always having in every sector. ASU is somewhere there, we have the TUC here, having issues, the labor are somewhere there. Why do we always have to do this? The Nigerian resident doctors are also there. Should anything even happen to get to the point where we have to go on strike, or we have to, threaten to go on strike? We have to understand that we need each other, in as much as the people need, the government also need us to do our job, okay? So basically, we just have to have a better way of always addressing the situation. And away from that particular one, we'll be talking about the most important conversation that is going around, as regards to Nigerian, sector when it comes to our financial aspects. Nigerian government imposes 7.5% VAT on electronic banking services. When I saw this particular one today, I just told myself, I said it is high time we understand that the government are not ready to back down. Neither are they ready to even stop this, situation of taxation. They are not even ready to take a break. Ever since the government said no turning back from the 1st of January, I just knew that there is nothing we could do about this particular one. The federal government of Nigeria has directed banks and fintechs to collect and remit a 7.5% value-added tax on certain electronic banking services effective January 19, 2026. The VAT will apply to electronic banking charges, including mobile money transfers, USSD transaction fees, and card issuance fees. This is quite a very, very serious one. And of course, they actually exempted interest earned on deposits and savings. Of course, so for example, if a bank charges 100 naira, okay, to make transfer, and the VAT 7.5% will be applied to that particular service fee, and now it means that it's going to cost you 107.50. Welcome to Nigeria. The Nigerian Revenue Service has actually set a deadline for compliance, requiring all commercial banks, microfinance banks, and electronic money operators to implement the VAT collection and remittance process. The move is part of the government's effort to standardize VAT collection on digital financial services and expand revenue generation amid Nigeria's growing digital economy. And away from that particular one, ADC State's chairman opposed zoning of 2027 presidential tickets. The African Democratic Congress, ADC State chairman, have urged the party's National Working Committee to reject zoning for the 2027 presidential ticket, advocating for an open, transparent, and credible primary election. They believe zoning would weaken the party's chances in general election and undermine its emerging role as a coalition platform for opposition forces. The chairman emphasized that competence, credibility, and electability should guide the party's choice of presidential candidates rather than geopolitical consideration. And of course, still talking about the polls, Ekiti Electoral Commission pledges free, fair local government polls. Ekiti State Independent Electoral Commission has actually assured stakeholders that it's ready to conduct free and fair, transparent, credible election for the government elections in the states. And of course, the Commission's chairman, Justice Cornelius Akintayo, made this known at a stakeholders meeting in Ado-Ekiti, urging all parties to cooperate for each free exercise on December 12th. The Commission has put in place measures to strengthen public confidence in the electoral process and ensure a peaceful election. Yobe State clears 15.4 billion gratuity backlog for retirees. This particular one is a laudable one. The Yobe State governor, of course, has actually directed its government to fully settle outstanding gratuity owed to state and local government retirees, amounting to over 15.4 billion. The Secretary to the State Government, Baba Wali, disclosed this during a press briefing marking 6 years of Governor Maimala Boni administration. The payment is part of the government's effort to improve workers' welfare and fiscal responsibility. And of course, talking about the ADC situation, Atiku doesn't have billions to bribe delegates, says Dele Momodu, a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, and of course, who's a diehard fan of Atiku. Dele Momodu has dismissed concerns that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar would use money to influence the party's presidential primary. Momodu stated that Atiku, as a businessman, does not have the billions of dollars required to bribe delegates. He emphasized that campaign funding is for legitimate logistics and election day operation, not bribery. Momodu cited the 2024 U.S. Presidential election as an example where substantial campaign funds did not guarantee victory. And of course, away from that particular one, let's come to the insecurity situation in the country. Sokoto leaders decry threats by notorious bandit leader Bello Turji. Leaders of the Sokoto State Eastern Senatorial District are urging the government and security agencies to intervene in the ongoing crisis caused by notorious bandit leader Bello Turji. Over 20 settlements have been affected, with many residents fleeing their homes in search of safety after Turji's threats. The displaced residents are seeking refuge in neighboring communities, including some in Niger Republic. According to Mwazo Shamaki, Secretary to the Sokoto Eastern Zone Development Association, the situation has led to untold hardship for the residents. Malam Bashir Gawaya Issa appealed for prompt government intervention to salvage the situation, noting that many communities have actually been completely deserted. And of course, the conversation actually alighted as regards to the federal government ASU. They've actually signed a pact to end strike in universities. The federal government, of course, Academic Staff Union of Universities, have signed an agreement to end the ongoing strike in Nigerian universities. And of course, the agreement includes a 40% upward review of academic staff emoluments, improved research funding, and a new professoral cadre allowance, which is quite a laudable one there. And of course, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, described that the pact as a historic turning point that would restore trust, dignity, and confidence in the nation's university system. The agreement is also set to include establishment of a National Research Council to provide funding for research and development. ASU President Prof. Chris Powana commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his commitment to resolving the long-standing crisis. However, he raised a concern about government encroachment on universities' autonomy and the need for systemic reforms. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live, and of course on YouTube we are Voice of the People TV, and you can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. Yes, you can kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation precept upon precept, and afterwards we will talk about honoring the fallen, a salute to Nigerians armed forces. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Oyedele Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. facts, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Today is quite a very significant day in Nigeria. January 15th, 2026. Nigerians are marking Armed Force Remembrance Day. Okay, a solemn occasion dedicated to honoring the sacrifices of military personnel who have served and continue to serve the nation. Today is a pregnant reminder of the bravery and dedication of Nigerians armed forces. Of course, commemorating those who have laid down their lives in defense of this country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in a message, emphasized the importance of national unity and sacrifices made by the armed forces. He stated, "Let us ensure violence and, of course, divisive tendency for a peaceful and prosperous nation. Let us all become ambassadors of peace." The president also launched the Thank a Soldier digital platform, enabling Nigerians to send messages of appreciation to troops. The 2026 Armed Forces celebration, of course, and Remembrance Day kicked off on January 9th, which actually elapsed till today, to be precise, with various events, including special prayers, national symposium, and gala award nights. The theme, Valor, Sacrifice, and Unity. Honoring our heroes, highlighted professionalism and, of course, a sacrifice of the Nigerian Armed Forces. We're now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
My pleasure.
Well, I don't have to actually mention what it took me to have to drag him here today, because today's conversation has to do with people like him who have been around for long, and not only that, he's also an ex-boy. So
my father was at the heart of the Civil War.
Yeah, so it will be better for you to actually react to all of this particular conversation today instead of me to just bring someone else. So we also have joining us virtually Comrade Ragbi Anslem. From the Labour Party. Hello, comrade. Good afternoon.
Fellow Nigerians, my pleasure. Ragbi Anslem, National Youth Leader, Labour Party.
All right, you're welcome on board, Comrade Ragbi Anslem. All right, quickly, I would like to come back to the studio here. I'd like to ask, sir, do you have any of the news stories you'd like to react to? I've said so much. You can pick it up from that of Dele Momodu saying that Atiku does not have billions to bribe delegates. You can pick it up from, of course, the Yobe State, who actually cleared all of the backlogs for retirees of 15.4 billion naira. You can take it up from the situation of ADC chairmen coming together to oppose zoning, for their presidential tickets. We have so much that we've actually talked about. And of course, the bank situation of 7.5% VAT. You can also pick it up from there.
Now let me quickly react to these banks. A lot of people are misconstruing this 7.5% VAT deduction. You see, nobody's going to. Some people even went as far as saying the 5% will be a deduction from the amount you are sending to the recipient. If, for instance, if I have to send 1 million naira to you now, that means 75,000 naira will be deducted from my 1 million naira. But that's not the whole idea. You see, the whole idea is, usually before now, there is always a particular deduction on electronic transfer.
Yeah.
That deduction, for instance, if you are sending 100,000 naira to me, if the USSD deduction is about 300 naira for sending 100,000 naira to me, from the 300 naira deducted by the bank is what government would automatically take 7.5. So it's not from your own account.
But what we are getting as regards to their own example is saying that it will now be 307. For example, if it were to be 100, to now be 107.50%.
No.
That's why so many people have been raising their, raising all of these concerns.
You see, the problem with interpreting policies is the fact that we rely on those who don't know, but give the posturing that they know. And then you rely on them, and then what we hear from beer parlors and all that. The true situation is what I'm telling you.
So, Mr. Dele, are you in support of this taxation situation?
The taxation is to the bank, not to you. Instead of the bank taking the whole of your 300 naira and declaring huge profit, government says it wants to take a slice of it. And that slice of it is deducted from what the bank deducted from your account, not from your own account directly. That's the whole idea.
So what you're telling us now, the whole idea of federal government, tax reforms and all of that, we are not all affected. Is that what you're saying?
I am talking about this particular one.
Okay.
I need to interpret this
particular one before we move to the other points. Okay.
You understand?
Okay. So Nigerians, perhaps we just have to put our mind at rest for now. So in case you are debited and it is more than what Mr. Dele Fanimo is saying, I assure you, he would refund some of your money.
Well, and funny enough, there is this thing that Nigerians don't take advantage of.
Which is?
If you have every reason to believe that over a period of time, XYZ Bank had deducted what they shouldn't have deducted from your account, you have every right to petition the CBN, who will look into it. I've seen people being refunded millions of naira. But we sit back and just murmur.
Okay, so for me, I don't think I've ever petitioned CBN. I don't even have business with them to an extent. But I've actually written to my banks. When I use the word my banks, not just one or two, I've written to them on several occasions and I've gotten my refunds.
Exactly.
I've got my refunds.
Exactly.
So that I cannot come here and say otherwise.
Nigerians will just sit back without taking a step.
Sometimes the problem is not about complaining, especially when they tell you, put it into writing. Nigerians just want to come to you and tell them, my money is missing, my money is missing, you understand?
But take a step and they to recover your money.
Right.
They won't do.
They don't want it. Especially when they even tell some of them to actually fill that form. But of course, let's leave that particular one. Do you have any other one you want to react to before we go straight to?
Well, another one that I will react to is the issue of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
Okay, so that's the major conversation for the day.
Okay. Well, if it's going to be the major conversation, then maybe we should talk about the Yobe governor.
Okay.
You recall that it's the same Yobe governor that declared 45 billion asset declaration to Code of Conduct Bureau. For God's sake, what is there to celebrate in giving people their money?
But he has even made an attempt, sir. What about those that were there before him and that will still be there after him?
Then go after them as citizens.
When was the last time you ever heard that a particular government from the same party goes after his predecessor?
Do you know that of recent, 2 governors have come to say we have so much money now being given to us from the federation account?
Yeah, of course.
If governors will say that, and no governor in the last 1.5 years or 2 had gone to seek external loan, and they are paying their workers as and when due, and some of them that are futuristic are constructing roads and are building infrastructures. Now, what excuse will a governor that is underperforming give to his people if they march against the government house and say, Oga, this is not your money, this is our money. How are you spending it? But we sit down here and begin to criticize federal government. What are the local governments doing? You see, there are 3 layers of government. If you cannot hold your local government chairman accountable, your state governor accountable, you know how much it will take you to travel from Lagos to Abuja, even by road.
But we're still talking about the local government autonomy that has not been fully
even
approved.
Without local government autonomy, there were 2 local governments, Etiosa, and 1 particular local government in Lagos.
Okay.
They rebuilt their health center, fully equipped with beddings and all you need. Even solar powered. Did they steal money to get that done? The question is, we are too docile. We don't ask questions. If a local government can build 2 health centers and upgrade it to a world-class hospital within the means of the local government, then what excuse will a state governor give for not building 1 hospital in 4 years?
But I just feel some of them are actually prioritizing something.
Prioritizing what?
And that's the reason why presently in Abia State now they're having issues.
See, I tell you, the reports I get on Enugu State Governor, fantastic.
What about Abia State?
Abia State, fantastic.
But guess what?
Oyo, good.
But Ojus Okalu said that the Abia State governor has not been
what did he do when he was governor for 8 years?
He said he has been using paint to paint roads that he actually built. Guess what? And at some point, we had to dig in.
If not for state pardon, Ojus Okalu was in the prison, was in Kuje prison for some months.
Okay, let us
properly convicted.
Let us actually leave that particular one for another day. Now, Ojus Okalu, went as far as saying that they would remove Alex Otti in office, come 2027. But when we did our digging, we realized that Alex Otti only did what so many governors are yet to do: abolishing everything called pensions for former governors and former deputy governors. And till now, why are they still being paid pension? What is it for?
You see, Lagos State government started that thing.
Almost all governors in Nigeria, they live here, they become senators.
No, the Senate
some of them are ministers.
Senate is a rest house.
Yes.
Or past governors. That's the rest house.
So they are still in service either ways.
What about a military man that rose to become a general? He is collecting his salary for life.
He fought for the nation.
I know many generals that never fought.
He defended us while we were sleeping. But what did a governor?
The governor also has sleepless nights.
That we voted him to go and work for us?
Shaping policies.
Shaping?
Yes.
Staying in the best hotel.
No, you are trying to justify. You see,
so I think at some point, I'm not justifying anything, but when we talk about the military, to an extent, I believe you understand, because your father, for example, actually fought for this nation. How many times did you see him in a month? Talk less of in a year.
He has long been dead. So
nevertheless, but of course, while he was there, he served your nation. How many politicians can serve this nation with their lives?
That's what we're saying.
You see, let me also tell you, if you are close to these governors, particularly the ones that are really working, they don't even have time for themselves.
Particularly for those that are working. I love the fact that you buttress that.
They don't even have time for themselves. In fact, that's why I question why they are stealing so much. Because they don't even have time to spend this money they are stealing.
No,
they just stash it away.
No, they just stash it. Then when they are done with their 8 years,
my brother,
then they go back to
my brother. If a governor serves meritoriously for 8 years, is spent after leaving office. There's no razzmatazz again.
I'm still waiting to see more governors like Raji Fashola, His Excellency Raji Fashola, who would actually leave office. That's what I'm saying. Who would actually finish office, dust up his wig, wear his regalia, his uniform, and go back. You understand? To the courts and deal with any litigation at all that his client has given to him. That's what we call a profession, not anybody telling me, oh, what do you do for a living? Say I'm a politician. How? All right, let me go to Comrade Rugby Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Comrade, we actually started very odd in the studio, so let me bring it to you. We're talking about the Armed Force Day. Of course, they've actually been there for us. I'm talking about Nigerian Armed Forces in total. And you would agree with me that if we would talk about safety in this nation, they've actually been at the forefront, making sure that the sovereignty of this nation and, of course, all our territories are protected and safe. So we'll be honoring them as well on the show, honoring the fallen, and, of course, a salute the Nigerian Armed Forces. But I'd like to take it up from here and to start up with you as regards to this one. What role do you think the Nigerian Armed Forces play in maintaining national security? Because we are having a very fragile, situation as regards to peace in the nation as we speak, and it got to a point where we can't even, handle the situation alone. And now we are even welcoming, the United States of America to help us do some strikes as regards to handling some, insecurities in the core north. And of course, I would like you to take all of this particular conversation simultaneously. How effective do you think the current government's strategy is in tackling the insecurity in the nation? Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Iragbe Anslem, as always, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. I know there are many things you also don't know about me. My dad, though late now, served in the Nigerian Army, fought the Civil War. I was born in the barrack. I grew up in the barracks. So I have a very first-hand experience of how my dad left us severally. In 1990, my dad also arrived in Liberia, and was in Liberia for 3 years, to 1993. I think his team, 311 Field Artillery Regiment, Ekpe Barracks, which was later dissolved after the April 1990 coup of Oka. So, and later I was moved to Katangura, the Nigerian Army weaponry there, from where he retired afterwards. So, I bother to say this to let you know that I was born and brought up in the system. So I saw my dad severally, a few times. I didn't see him many years because he had to defend both the integrity of Nigeria from 1967 to 1970 and other foreign missions. Now, I was speaking from this background. You see, some of us are highly pained to find out that some Nigerians have actually jeopardized their lives for the integrity, the peace and stability of this nation and other nations. But in the end, most of them have gone to their graves without reward. It's actually very painful. I have so many of my friends whom we grew up together. Their parents passed on, they died in the course of defending either Nigeria or some other places. And I know what they went through up to today. Now, if I have the privilege, let me tell you straight on, those who have had the rare privilege of serving this nation in any form in terms of security, be they police, be they army, DSS, any category, Navy. These persons should be highly recognized and rewarded. And also civil servants who gave all they had in terms of their intellect, their time, their ability to look after the growth of this nation. So basically, I think for any administration to actually appreciate what we are seeing, just like the insecurity in Nigeria. Let me say this on the air, maybe for the first time also. I was in the university, in Ahmadu Bello University, as far back as 1997, when I knew that a militia force was being groomed in Nigeria. I'm talking of 1997. So what you saw eventually as Boko Haram or otherwise in 2009 did not start in 2009. I can tell you in public today that I started, as much as I knew then, in my 100 level, that a force was being developed in Nigeria. And so many of my mates also left the university in that era to nowhere, to Sambisa and the rest of them. So at the time, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan shouted that the Boko Haram members were part of his government. He wasn't lying. Like I said again, you are aware, I'm a civil servant. As at the time Goodluck Ebele was shouting, I was in Naseni also, National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, where the president of Nigeria is the chairman of the governing board. So a lot has gone wrong with our country.
Comrade.
Yes.
All right, so comrade, I'd like to ask you, it's good now that you just made it clear that, of course, your father was also, a former military, personnel. So it's safe to ask you a few questions as regards to this. How can the government improve the welfare of military personnel and, of course, their families? And what are the implications of the recent mass recruitment of soldiers and police officers in Nigerian security landscape? I'd like you to take this in just 2 minutes because we're pressed for time. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. You see, first and foremost, we also must realize that the welfare of security personnel is always very key. And the security arrangement is a regimented system. They have a way of life. They have their own culture. There is discipline. There is order. There is regiment. So you see, until these things, the Nigeria security system must return to its fundamentals. You see, I'm talking like this because, like I said, I was born and brought up in this system. So I can tell you outrightly so many things offhand. So they have departed from the norms. For instance, if you look at the welfare, these days you find policemen, soldier men living in the midst of nowhere. Most of them, they don't even have barracks anymore. If you look at their kits, some of them, if you look at their legs, they no longer have boots. Virtually, there are no houses, no accommodation, salaries are not paid properly, children are not well taken care of, families suffer, my brother. So what we need to do is we need to, as a people, once again, sit back. You see, there are ways not to develop a people and a nation. That is the approach we have adopted in Nigeria.
Okay.
There are also ways not to grow economies. For instance, maybe time may not permit me to go into all of those details for today. You see, we really need to rejig virtually every sphere of our national life. Okay. Now, there has to be productivity ultimately, upon which infrastructure will be built. Now, even this taxation they are talking about, there are ways not to do it, and there are ways to do it. That may not be the discussion for today also.
Okay.
So basically, I will say to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, well, he's beginning to get his act together, probably maybe also because the U.S. government are interfering or intervening from that angle. But I also want to commend him also to say this is what Nigerians have asked for. A situation where the direction will be very clear. Are we truly fighting the insurgents or we are pampering them?
Okay.
For God's sake, we need to root out this element from our system. More so in terms of security recruitment. Everybody in Nigeria should be trained. A country of over 200 million people, you have a handful of bandits of no more than 100 or 50,000 people taking the entire nation hostage. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
All right, thank you so much.
Last time I gave my simple analysis about how the recruitment. I said, why should states, there are 37 states, including the FCT, why should we not have a minimum of 1 million people employed 1 million per state to be catered for by the state government.
Okay.
We are going to come into all of this and subsequently. So these are ways. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should ideally increase the force.
All right.
Let the operation go intense, very intense.
All
We thank the Chief of Army Staff and the rest of them who are beginning to wake up to their responsibility.
All right, thank you so much, Comrade Ragbi Anslem. So sorry, we're so pressed for time today, and that's the reason why we might not be able to take more. But this particular conversation will be adjourned because usually when it comes to armed forces, I take it quite personal. Because I also would have become an infantry today if I actually scaled through. If I actually scaled through and my name actually, finally was released at NDA in Kaduna to be precise, but God understands better the reason why I am a broadcast journalist today because Mr. Dele Fadimo. So I would have actually loved to fight for this nation, but here we are. So I usually take their conversation quite seriously. But let me come to the studio in just 2 minutes. I'd like you to just wrap up the conversation so we can, take a bow out of the studio. What are your thoughts on the recent allocation of 3.15 trillion for the Ministry of Defense in the 2026 budget? And of course, do you think the Nigerian military is adequately equipped to handle modern security threats?
You see, no nation can really adequately cater to the needs of its military the way it should have been taken care of. But efforts must be made to ensure that there is some level of commitment towards ensuring that the nation's armed forces are kept above the average in terms of funding, in terms of training and retraining, in terms of providing logistics and armaments. So for me, how much is this budget when you convert it to dollars? Do you know that a missile today, if you Google it, you will find out a missile today hovers between $11 and $30 million. And you see some nations deploying as many as 200 missiles in a day during wartime. So what is the level of commitment of Nigerian government to the military when you look at such things? You understand? An unmanned sophisticated drone costs as much as $17 million. And when you convert $17 million, you are looking at about 30, maybe 29 billion. So when you take out all this, but to the extent that in this part of the world, we are not building nuclear weapons, we are not building biological weapons and all that. Now we are still content with armor tanks, fighter jets, drones, and the likes. But it's one thing to budget. It's another thing for the people that are saddled with responsibility of making sure that this money is adequately and judiciously utilized, make use of it for the betterment of this country. We have heard some of these soldiers in the theater of war lamenting the low level of their weaponry as against those ragtag insurgents. So we need to up our ante to ensure, and of course, the coming of the U.S. government to assist us in ensuring that we have an upper hand in this battle. I think it's a welcome development.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for joining the program. And of course, thank you so much, Comrade Ragbi Anslem, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Coming up next is Locker Room. Of course, if you enjoy the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy their production, in as much as we're all quite sad because the Super Eagles actually bowed out of the Nations Cup. But that's how far I can actually talk about it. I don't want to be emotional when it comes to that particular match. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
A tournament, yes, that started on December 21st, that was a Sunday,
right there, 2025 in Morocco. Yes, I've seen a lot of battles, keenly contested, between 24 teams, and it now has its final 2 that will be battling for supremacy. The Atlas Lions of Morocco will be going up against the Teranga Lions of Senegal, and a clash, a very, very heavy clash, a clash of the heavyweights, the top 2 teams in Africa football right now. Good evening and welcome to a wonderful edition of the Locker Room right here on the Voice of the People TV. I am Afiz Ogunbanjo, and of course the semi-finals of the AFCON has come and gone. Yes, let me say one was like a one-way traffic, and the other one was keenly contested with a lot of talking points. The Atlas Lions of Morocco, the hosts of the tournament, up against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, that gradually went through that tournament to become the favorites. And of course, unfortunately, they are now getting to play the Pharaohs of Egypt, of course, in the 3rd place. A lot of people call the Super Eagles of Nigeria the overall best in getting the bronze medal. But of course, they gave their best, but they came up short ultimately against the Atlas Lions. And of course, before we go on the show today, please do well to follow us on all our social media handles. Yes, that's Voice of the People TV. We are on YouTube, Voice of the People TV, and also VOP TV Plus. Like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on the notification bells so that you won't miss any of the exciting episodes on this show, The Locker Room. Of course, joining me very soon will be Mayowa virtually. Of course, we'll be ready to break down all of the stories right here, in the world of the beautiful game, the Jogo Bonito itself. And of course, where do we start? The Super Eagles of Nigeria, they went up against the Atlas Lions of Morocco. It's been a wonderful tournament for them so far. Senegal also were in action against Egypt, and now the 2 finalists have been determined, and the 2 teams that will be playing in the 3rd place have also been determined. Nigeria will be up against Egypt in the 3rd place game on Saturday, and on Sunday we'll be seeing the hosts, Atlas Lions of Morocco, up against Senegal. Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah. Of course, we saw that clash between the 2 teams, and Sadio Mane was the one, that he made the whole a lot of difference for that match right there. 1-0 it ended, and of course, in that game, Nigeria against Morocco, a lot of talking points. People have been coming out to blame the officials right here involved in that game. Of course, people are saying the official was not being fair, the referee. But from my own angle here, and I'll be, talking to Mayowa very, very soon, I feel like that game, it was a lack of preparation from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, there's this saying that you don't change the winning team. You don't change the winning team. You don't change the winning formation. You don't even change the winning tactics. And it's been working. You stifled, the desert boxes of Algeria with a particular formation. You stifled Tunisia with that same formation, and you got to that stage, a very, very big stage, and you changed that one up against Morocco. And the Moroccans, I will actually say they came prepared. They really came prepared for that one. Yes, enough of all this referee controversy and all of that. They came prepared for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The press that the Super Eagles were using up against Algeria was now the one used against them, by the Moroccan team. The likes of Alex Iwobi and Ademola Lookman, they were stifled. Even Victor Osimhen was short of service. Hardly did he get a touch, in the Moroccan box. That one is said a lot. But shout out to Calvin Bassey, who also did well, on the defense line for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Shout out to Semi Ajayi, to Bruno Emechi, who for me I think was Nigeria's most exposed player, because he and Bright Osai Samuel on the flanks as the fullbacks, they were very, very exposed. Bruno Emechi had to come up against a certain Brahim Diaz, who is on form. 5 goals, 5 games so far coming into that semi-final. And of course, the current African Footballer of the Year, Ashraf Hakimi, who on his day is also a big threat, going forward. He had to come up against those 2 players. And Bruno Emechi, I can say you can hold your head up high, even though you've missed a penalty, but you can hold your head up high. It was really a fantastic performance from the left back. And of course, Osai Samuel, who had to face Abdi Ezal Zuli, who is a very, very good dribbler of the ball. He had to face him on the other side. And also a certain Nus Mazraoui, yes, the Manchester United man. They all came up against Bright Osai Samuel, and he held his own really, really well. Stanley Wabali too. For me, I think generally the Super Eagles, they can draw a lot of positives from this performance. They went on to play 120 minutes without conceding a goal, even though their scoring streak, has come to an end. But they still went on there, played 0-0 up until 120 minutes. And of course, how it is in penalties, a team, must prevail. But My question is this. A lot of people will be saying penalty is a game of luck, it's a game of lottery and all of that. But for me, I think you have to train for penalties. You train for penalties. You just don't, say that it's a game of luck. If it's a game of luck, then that means the 90 minutes and the 120 minutes shouldn't be trained for. It should be game of luck. You need to know your opponents. You need to know your goalkeeper, the opponent's goalkeeper. You need to know the takers. You should have some. That's why you have a set piece coach. You should have something, against these guys that, okay, look, this is how they play, in most of their games. You watch videos. And I'm still going to engage Mayowa, also on that one. But let me say, that game, the Super Eagles, for me, could have done better. They should have done better. And of course, people are still coming out to say, Eric Shell, why are you having late substitutions? You shouldn't be having late substitutions. When you saw that game wasn't going, in favor of those two forwards, that's talking about Akko Adams and of course Victor Osimhen, we should have taken them off. There's nothing wrong with doing that. You should have taken them off. Put in a certain Paulo Onuachu. If it's Salim Fago you want to bring in, why not? Just bring in people that will change the game. If it's a Samuel Chukwueze, who I'm also arguing should have come on earlier, or Moses Simon too, change your formation. You can change formation within games. You stuck to the 4-4-2 diamond. Lukman and Iwobi were suffering in that midfield. I'm still coming to Raphael Oyedele in a bit. Frank Onyeka as well. They were all suffering from the press, that pressure delivered by the Moroccans, and ultimately they gave in. But Eric Shell, for me, I think he really should have, done something about that one, and of course make changes. But then Raphael Oyedele too, who was stepping in for the captain, Wilfred Onye Ndidi, who was missing through suspension, and of course Raphael Oyedele. He didn't have the best of games, but hey, he can also hold his head up high because the press from the Moroccans was just too much. But when he had the chances, he was giving the ball away too much. Maybe that was why he's coming under a lot of criticism. And of course, in the penalties, very poor penalty from Samuel Chukwueze, especially. I think he should have done better after seeing the goalkeeper, making a save for this team. If that had gone in, trust me, it's the Moroccans that will be doing all the chasing. But then when they saw that one was missed, he brought them back into the game, and they ultimately got the final ticket. Well, Mayowa, I know you will be joining soon so that we can break this all down together. But let's move on to other stories for now, where we talk about the federal government. Of course, they have commended the Super Eagles for their performance at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, praising their display of character, teamwork, and resilience despite their semi-final exit. And the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, expressed the nation's pride in the team, stating that their efforts and commitment throughout the tournament have earned the respect and gratitude of Nigerians at home and abroad. And the Super Eagles were knocked out of the tournament after losing 4-2 to host nation Morocco in a penalty shootout following a goalless draw after extra time. All right, Mayowa is with me. Yes, he's with us right here, and he has joined us. Mayowa, good evening. How did you see that semi-final? The Super Eagles of Nigeria up against the Atlas Lions of Morocco. What are your major talking points? What do you think could have gone right? And also in the Senegal versus Egypt game, that one was was it one-way traffic for you too? Because just like me, I said that game was like one-way traffic, and it is Morocco up against Senegal in the final. What did you make of those two games, Mayowa? Good evening.
It's a bittersweet moment. The boys tried their best. A whole lot of odds were against them. I'm not one to cry about officiating, but the officiating yesterday was very poor.
Very poor.
It was so evident that CAF wanted to reward Morocco, and they actually got it. That's number one. Number two, Raphael Oyedele did not give a good account of himself. In that particular game, he was very, very poor. In that particular game, he didn't give a good account of himself. That was his opportunity to step up, to be counted. He was losing balls with reckless abandon, and that was not what we saw when Wilfred Ndidi played. We would have expected Oyedele to step up, but
Mayowa, isn't expected because Raphael Oyedele, he has this profile of being more of a box-to-box midfielder. He's not the one that will sit. He can roam. He's good with ball progression. What of a certain Frank Onyeka that was supposed to be beside him? I think that should be the man that will sit back and shield the defense. I think putting Onyedika in front of the defense is like you're putting him in a line of fire now.
Well, sometimes you get to play for the team. It's not all the time you play in your preferred role. We have seen Osimhen Asad Osimhen. We have seen Iwobi play as a deep line midfielder when we know that, that is not where his strength is. But, in the case of where the team needs you to do a job, that is what you are supposed to do. Even when he won the ball in the midfield, I can count the number of times he lost possession. He was not aware of what was going on behind him. And, he was so disappointed yesterday. We actually missed, a Wilfred in that particular game. If Ndidi was in that particular game, I think maybe we would have probably nicked it and the rest of that. Apart from the poor officiating, I think Rafael had a very poor game yesterday. Penalty is not, it's not our coach's suit. 2 penalty kick, 2 losses. DR Congo now to Morocco. I think it's high time CAF needs to get out from behind the Moroccan side. The Moroccan, they've continued to save CAF in the last 5 times in the last 5 editions. Most of the competitions that is being held in Africa goes to Morocco. Yeah, and the reason for that is and even the next WAFCON is going to be held in Morocco. I mean, and we were joking sometimes last year that Morocco, the female team of Morocco, probably win the WAFCON, and it's already happening. There will be this bias for the officials who want to favor the Moroccans, and we saw that yesterday. The officiation was so poor, and I hope CAF will be able to do something about that to rectify that. Kudos to the Moroccan side. They were able to get to the finals, and they have the home support behind them. Probably maybe they might do it again. For the Senegalese and the Egyptian side, lackluster performance. Anybody that knows anything about football will already know that the Egyptian side got there by hook or crook. It was not by the strength of their performance. They were able to play effective football and get the winning goals and get the winning goals at the important time. And that's the reason why they've been able to be here. Even the the Ivory Coast side, they were unlucky. That's the reason why the Egyptians were able to go past them. The Ivory Coast played way better than the Egyptian side, but the luck was not on their side, and that's the reason why they were knocked out. Deserved win for Senegal. They controlled the game throughout. 60-27% of possession. They never allowed the Egyptians any time on the ball. Yes, it was a tight game, but eventually the best team actually won that particular game.
Absolutely.
For me, I'll be watching. I will want to support Senegal to
already. I mean, it's worth it if you do that, Maiwa, because the officiating in that game really was a poor one. But then, aside of all of that, the officiating, the controversy and all of that one, tactically, where did you think that game was lost by the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Where did you think Eric Chell, where do you think he got it wrong tactically in that game? Because we saw what they did when they came up in their big games at the AFCON so far. Their big game up against Tunisia, we saw how they stifled the Tunisians. We saw how they stifled the Algerians that also, like Morocco, they've only considered 1 goal before facing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Was there a change in tactics? Was there a change in formation by Eric Chell going into that Morocco game? And should it have been changed, also during the course of the game?
I think, first of all, we missed Wilfred Ndidi. The absence of Wilfred Ndidi in that particular game changed a whole lot of things. And the reason for that is this. We had a Rafael Oyedele that couldn't do what a Wilfred Ndidi would do. One thing that Wilfred did do so well was that he was able to break up play and he was able to jumpstart the attack. Wilfred Ndidi could not do that. And that made, it will be a big responsibility. So number 2, I think overall our guys were a bit jittery. And because the midfield was not in proper shape, you could see that our strikers were coming back. At some point, it was more of a long ball, especially from Calvin Bassey, to probably locate an Osimhen and probably locate an Akwa Adam. And if you look at our last 2 games, that was not how we were playing. It was because the midfield was not in order, and it was forcing our attackers, to come backward, to come and get the ball, and made us also in play to the ball the way we were able to hold on to the ball against Algeria and against the Mozambique side. Mazalawi had the opportunity to be able to peg Osai Samuel back a bit. Osai Samuel was not that fluid because Mazarawi had the field coming forward, and it was because, you know, we couldn't get hold of the ball. And that is where I was a bit disappointed in Rafael Oyedele.
So are you trying to say, Maiwa,
come in and do the job? Yes.
Are you trying to say that the you know, that 4-4-2 diamond wasn't supposed to be used in that game? Because I remember when we spoke about that formation against Tanzania, we saw the lapses. I think, and Erikel also, he mentioned in the post-match press conference saying that he went into that 4-4-2 diamond. It was even glaring. But my own thing is this. You could see from the game that it's not working. Ademola Lookman and Alex Iwobi, your two creative, you know, the hub, they were marked out by the Moroccans. Why didn't you change something? Why didn't you make your substitutions earlier? Or am I getting something wrong myself?
Well, I think the thing is this. If you look at the first game, what he did in the first game was to play the diamond formation, and we all complained that it will never work. And what he did in the second game, you know, he brought in, you know, some couple of players, and, you know, we saw the freedom of Iwobi. And the key to that particular formation that he started using from our second game to the last game we played was Wilfred Ndidi. Wilfred Ndidi was the glue that held them together. Because Wilfred Ndidi was not available, he had to revert back to that, you know, it looks like 2-4 formation, sort of, because of the way Rafael Oyedele is placed. So look at the 4-2-4 formation, meaning we were a bit light in the midfield, and we couldn't control. Even at the time when we possession, we were losing possession so quickly, and, you know, that will put your defenders under a role of pressure. You look at Malawi in that particular game. Mazarawi had a field against, you know, a bright Osai somewhere, because he was not pegged back, he was not under a whole lot of pressure, and that's the reason why, you know, he was, you know, roaming around the midfield area and the rest of that. So I think I would want to fault Erikel. He hinged all his bets on a Wilfred Ndidi. Wilfred Ndidi was not available. The midfield fell apart, and that was what result, you know, in our strikers not getting that ball so much. Also, remember, if you look at that particular game, the Moroccans had a better possession than us. What does that tell you? It means we were not able to control the pace of the game. We were playing at a pace dictated by the Moroccans, and that is not what we have seen in the last 4 games before that particular game. And that is where Chelsea got it wrong in that particular game.
You actually got it wrong right there, Maiwa. Maiwa, also, still moving on in that same game, yes, it got to penalties. I'm sure you could see that a lot of people will be saying, oh, penalty is a game of luck, it's a game of lottery. But there's a reason you train for the penalties. There's a reason you have a set-piece coach, right? And you know that games, especially games of this magnitude, they can get to 90 minutes, they can get to 120. And after 120 minutes and still a draw, then we go to penalties. Is it a case of the Super Eagles of Nigeria not getting ready for that one? Because Yasin Bono is a goalkeeper. We saw what he did at the 2022 World Cup right there in the quarterfinals against Spain. We saw what he did right there in the quarterfinals. So what is going on? Is it that the set-piece coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria is not working, or the players just fell apart and say, oh, look, we don't know if we are going to take this penalty, or we are not prepared for our penalty shootouts?
Well, the hallmark of you know, that kind of game is for it to be able to become. Remember, the Moroccans lost first. They lost their penalty kick first, and that gave us an advantage. They handed us their penalty. What we just needed was to ensure that spot kick, and that we did not do. I hope, you know, we are not going to start the streak of the Netherlands. I will take it back to the Netherlands. They lost 6 penalty kicks from 1990 till, you know, they actually won one, I think, in 2022 or 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
What I'm even surprised is that the Moroccans have never, you know, won a penalty up until that game. I was surprised. They've never won a penalty shootout. I think in the AFCON, they've never won a penalty shootout in the AFCON up until that game. All right, Maiwa, are you still with me? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think it's a case of did not learn our lesson against DR Congo. Against DR Congo, I would have expected, the coaching crew to have worked on how we take our penalty kick. The moment the Moroccans lost a penalty, we would have taken advantage of that. Don't do that. We lost our first. A lot of people might come and say, sports kick for anybody can remember that as a sports kick and the rest of that. However, of stakes like this, when advantage is handed to you, you take it with both hands. That is when you ensure you are laser focused and you ensure that you score the goal. They played the second round, the end of season with 10 men for over 6 and you got to a spot kick. They were so focused, they didn't miss any of their chances, they didn't miss any advantage handed to them, and that was what got them to the quarterfinals. We could have done the same thing yesterday, and we didn't do that. I hope, to take this lesson, work on how we are supposed to do it. As I'm concerned,
okay, I think there's a network glitch there with Maiwa, and I think the Super Eagles of Nigeria, maybe they will learn from this one going into that third place game, against Egypt, because Morocco will face Senegal in the final, while Nigeria will take on Egypt in the third place match. Yes, you might say it's a dead rubber game, maybe not what you're expecting, from Super Eagles, because the way they've been going on about in these tournaments, a lot of people were expecting them to be in the final, but then you have to beat who is in front of you. You have to take it that way. The performance has led to the third place game, and of course, yes, it will be up against Egypt. Maiwa, welcome back. Maiwa, I want to quickly speak on Calvin Bassey. I mean, does it look like, or did it look like it was a target in that game? Because ultimately, he will be missing the third place game. If Nigeria had qualified to the final, he will be missing the final as well because of the yellow card that he got. Was it a case of him being targeted in that game? Because, I just don't understand. What do you think is going on? What do you think went on, with Calvin Bassey in that game? Because for me, I don't think that was a yellow card. I don't even think that was a foul at all on Brahim Diaz. Okay, Maiwa, hope you join us quickly.
Yeah, can you hear me?
All right, Maiwa, let's go on.
Yeah, I said Morocco cannot be bailing you out. And you don't expect them to be favored. Remember the last time, the CAF Awards was held, the one Adama Lukman won. Ashraf Hakimi was very angry.
Yes.
He said they already informed him that he was going to win, and that did not happen. And Morocco was one in that particular occasion. So the thing is, it's very simple. The last 6 competitions that have been held in Africa has gone to Morocco. So you not expect, CAF not to find a way to favor them. I think the officiating was very poor yesterday. The calls were ridiculous. The yellow card to Brahim, the yellow card to Calvin Bassey. I was scratching my head to understand the reason why. Brahim Diaz actually, first of all, fouled, Calvin Bassey. And the next thing I'm saying is Calvin Bassey on the yellow card. So I don't understand the officiating. Even some of the calls were suspicious, to be honest with you. But in any case, you cannot continue to cry over spilled milk. And the game is done and dusted. We have lost. But however, I hope CAF can do better. Also, apart from blaming CAF, we also have to point the fingers at other African countries. What is the reason why other African countries cannot step up and host competitions? It will surprise you that, some countries in Africa, they don't have an accredited stadium to even play their own games. That's the reason why we have, Benin Republic going to play in Cote d'Ivoire. We have Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and the rest of them playing in South Africa. I think other African countries have to step up, because if they don't step up, the fact that Morocco is bailing out CAF will be a tool to blackmail CAF with, and we are seeing the result.
Of course, we are seeing the results, and of course, as much as I actually personally enjoy the Moroccan side, for their football, they won't be beating the allegations anytime soon, because it's not even from this game against Super Eagles. The first game against Comoros, Yeah, they had the dubious penalty calls, the game against Mali too. In fact, all their group stage games, maybe the one against Zambia, yes. Then the round of 16 game against Tanzania, there was this call for a penalty, and for the Tanzanians in the dying minutes, the ref ignored that one and called that game. Against Cameroon too, there were calls. The Cameroonians were also complaining. In fact, it has led to Samuel Eto'o, the president of the FA, being banned for some games and being fined too. Now the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Morocco, yes, they've been playing really well. Personally, I feel like Naif Aged, their centre-back, should be paired with Calvin Bassey when the team of the tournament comes out. He has been fantastic for them. But then, for things like this, will only, mar your performances. Because I feel like they outplayed the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that game. Yes, the press and all of that. But then, the antics from the referee, I think it's make their performance to look very, very, very ordinary. And of course, but then they are still in the final. And quickly, before we move on, Maiwa, Senegal against Morocco in that final. Quickly, we are still going to do a preview of that, later on the course of the shows. Quickly, how do you see that final panning out? Even if they want to play with antics and all of that, do you think all these antics will affect the Senegalese team going into that game?
I think the truth is this. Unless something drastically happens, unless Morocco plays so poorly that even help from CAF will not do anything, that is when Morocco will not win this competition.
Wow.
It is as sure as tomorrow's sun will rise, Morocco will win this game. They are winning this competition. And that's not the truth. You can see the calls against us. It was terrible. And we are not the only country. Can you play about Comoros complained? Mali complained. Tanzania complained. Cameroon complained. Wow. 4 different countries. Nigeria complained. 5 different countries. You played 6 games. 5 of them complained. So it shows something is wrong. And they are playing against a Senegalese side. Yes, Senegal has been very, very effective. They've been playing good football. They have the quality to be able to do it. But the question is this: can they overcome the enormous, principalities working against them? Can they overcome the enormous principalities working against them? I don't think so. I think the bad officiating from Morocco will continue. It takes me back to Korea, Japan 2002. Remember the funny calls that Korea got that got them to the semi-final? Against Italy, yes. Against Spain. Italy. Yeah. Against Italy, against Spain. You remember the ridiculous calls they got? I will not be surprised if you see the same thing on Sunday. Except something magical happens, except maybe Senegal score first and something happens and they defended with their life. And the referee, we do not have an opportunity to give them a soft penalty. Yeah. That is only when Senegal will win. As far as I'm concerned, I think Morocco wins it.
Wow. Even personally, I think Mayowa wants Senegal to win that one because he mentioned earlier that it's watching. But let's quickly move on. Still on that game, Victor Osimhen, yes, the Nigerian captain on the night, he has come out and he expressed pride in the Super Eagles squad despite their semi-final defeat to Morocco in the Africa Cup of Nations. And of course, the team lost 4-2 on penalties after a goalless draw with Samuel Chukwueze and Bruno Yemechi missing their spot kicks. Osimhen attributed the defeat to the difficulty in building momentum during the 120 minutes game, praising Morocco's tactical prowess and strong defense. And Osimhen emphasized that both teams had moments but were contained by each other's defense. And he noted that Morocco's strikers didn't get much ball possession and Nigeria struggled to break through their defense. And despite the loss, Osimhen remains optimistic about the squad's future, stating, "I think there is more and greater things to come from this squad." I want to hold Osimhen right there on that one, saying on that statement, saying he thinks that there is more and greater things to come from this squad. There will be if a certain Eric Sekuchel, is left on the job. There are calls from the Tunisian team. We are also hearing that Angola and Guinea, even though I think that Tunisian one will be put to bed now because they just employed the manager, Sabri Lamouchi. Yes, he has replaced Sami Chabelsi, of course. And going into the World Cup, they will be having a certain Sabri Lamouchi. And I think that Tunisian one is out of the way. Maiwa, do you think Eric Chell, after all of this, we mentioned that on the show yesterday, even on Monday, do you think Eric Chell should still remain as the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Yes, winning the AFCON, ultimately, he can't achieve that anymore. Maybe a bronze medal can keep him on the job. Do you think so?
Well, whether he wins a bronze medal or not, I think the NFF has lost every right to fire an HL. Remember the mess they put us through where the players had to protest before they gave them their money. So, I mean, the players even, did so well after coming through all those, after coming from all those to be able to win their game. They were able to concentrate and win their game. So, the NFF does not have any leverage. I think Chair has a lot of leverage. I think, definitely, we've said it. We can only get better if we allow Chair to continue to build. We can see what he's trying to build. And yes, he has the potential to be able to do it. The last 4 games were very, very fantastic. The last 5 games, rather.
5 games, yes.
Yeah, the last 5 games. No, 5.5, because second half was the first game. That was when we played well. The first half, we didn't really play well.
It's even 4.5. It's 4.5 because yesterday's zone was nothing to write home about, really.
Yeah, yesterday's zone was below par. So 4.5 games, he has shown that, he has a vision and he can build it. What he needs to do is to create more squad depth. And if we had squad depth yesterday, we could probably have gotten a better replacement for and that was not available. So I think the NFF should leave him now and let him continue with the job. However, the big question is this: if I were Chel, with the profile I've been able to build for myself, if a World Cup team comes knocking, and I'm 100% sure, probably they might fire Osana Sam because Egypt is not playing very well also.
Absolutely.
They might fire him. If they fire, Osana Sam, that would be a great opportunity for him.
Or even Petkovic of Algeria.
Yeah. Algeria, yes. Ivory Coast is out of the tournament. They can try to fire their coach. So for me, if I were a Chair, I would wait, continue with my job with Super Eagles. However, if a team that is going to the World Cup comes calling, definitely I will dump the Super Eagles and get down. The reason for that is very simple. We know how and is. I'm 100% sure they are also owning our coaches. This is not the first time they are doing it.
Of course.
Why would I stay with a country that owes me when I have a country that is going to the World Cup and will pay me much more than a country that is owing me?
In fact, a country that is willing to pay up to 5 times what you are currently getting. Now you're not even getting, from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, Eric Chel, personally, I feel he should still remain on the job. This is a man, is still unbeaten over 90 minutes. For me, I think a good one. For even unbeaten over 120 minutes, you can put it that way. I mean, good one from the man himself. But then, just like Bayawa said, if there is a World Cup team that is, even if it's not an African team, it might be maybe a country from Asia or even a European team that wants to see that, oh, this is what you've done with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think Eric Chel should be on his way. And this is not just on him or on us. I mean, it's what the NFF has shown us over the years. And trust me, there's no one that will want to stay with the NFF if they keep up with this behavior. And Osimhen has previously praised Chel for transforming the team, crediting him for knowing when to unleash the beast in players. I mean, that game against Algeria, if not for anything that you want to appoint Chel for, watch that game against Algeria and trust me, you will get the job. He will get the job because it was masterclass from Eric Chel and also from the boys. And also still on the topic of the AFCON, yes, Nigeria, they've been scoring from the first game up until the semi-finals, but then unfortunately over 90 minutes they didn't get the goal. Nigeria Super Eagles ended their remarkable Africa Cup of Nations scoring run after being held to a goalless draw by host Morocco at the 2025 tournament, and the team had scored in 12 consecutive matches, even a previous AFCON edition, even in other games as well, establishing a reputation for efficiency and variety in attack. And this streak began at the 2023 finals with a 1-1 draw against Equatorial Guinea and continued through wins over Ivory Coast, Guinea-Bissau, Cameroon, Angola, and South Africa. And the Super Eagles scoring sequence remained intact even after their defeat to Ivory Coast. Yes, that was 2-1 in the 2023 final. And they carried this momentum into the 2025 tournament, winning matches against Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, Mozambique, and Algeria. And their 2-0 win over Algeria took Nigeria's goal tally to 14, equaling Cameroon's record for most goals scored, at a single AFCON edition. They could have broken that, but I think they will still break that. They will still break that, when they get to that game up against Egypt. And the goalless draw against Morocco ended Nigeria's historic scoring streak and altered their sequence of scoring at least 2 goals in each of their previous 5 matches. And this was only the second time in their history that the Super Eagles have scored in 5 consecutive matches at a single edition. Maiwa, should we praise Eric Chel because he has found a way to turn this team into a goal-scoring machine? Should we praise Eric Chel for that?
Yes, we should praise him for that. Remember, leading up to this particular tournament, we joked a whole lot on this show that we are Osimhen FC. I think that
he has changed that. He has changed that one. We should give him. We should give him that. He has changed it. He has changed that narrative.
Yeah, true. Players can come in now and score the goals. And for me, if I were Echel, I'll be planning a massive defeat for Egypt. Do you know why I want to do that? I want to get Osama Sam off that job. If the coup, what I'll be planning is to whitewash Egypt like 4-5-0.
So that they can consider you as the manager.
Yeah, if that happens, Osama Sam loses his job, then I get hired by Egypt, and that's what I'll be planning. And to be honest with you, with the way Egypt is playing, with the way they have played so far, if we show up the way we showed up against Algeria, Egypt is not escaping, conceding 4 goals against Nigeria. And if that happens, Eric Chell might be the one taking Egypt to the World Cup, to be honest with you.
Mayowa, why are you so interested in letting Eric Chell leave the Super Eagles of Nigeria? I mean, we want progression in our football, and it seems like we're already seeing somebody that will lead us to the promised land one day.
Well, the thing is, it's not a matter of leading us to the promised land. It's about, the governing body running our football doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Let me take you back to One Drum. Randy One Drum almost lost his house because the NFF were owing him. And one of the reasons why they even allowed him to have 2 jobs, coaching Washington Spirit and Washington Spirit, that university in US, and the Super Falcons, was because of this kind of thing. That's the reason why he almost lost his house. The last interview he was almost crying, and they are still owing him money till now. Only say, for over 6 years now, he's been owed over $30,000.
Wow.
So if we have seen, a federation that has over 30 years history of owing people, why would I want to advise Echel to stay? I'm a Nigerian, and because of what the body that's running our football is doing, which is a disgrace to Nigerians and everybody that supports the Super Eagles, I would not want to put Echel in that particular situation. What if Echel has a mortgage on his house and he'll probably lose the house because NFF is not paying him? So if another country comes that will pay, since the NFF is not serious, even the same NFF that announced that they gave him 2-year contract when they are availing him, they came out again and told us that they just signed him, they just extended the contract. But by 2 years, does that even make any sense? They don't even keep track of what they have told us. So does that show an organization that is serious? No, it does not. So I will not be surprised if after this, paparazzi goes down, he has done so well, because of that, maybe they pay him now for a couple of months. In the next 5-6 months, we start hearing news of Echel being owed 2-3 months salary.
And there's no guarantee that even if he keeps the job now, and maybe we'll go into a certain qualifiers and we don't win games, he might lose the job again, and he will be thinking that, hey, I should have left this job a long time ago. Don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think, to be honest with you, the way the NFF is being run, you cannot be loyal to them, and that's just the honest truth. As an employer, the way you treat your employee is what is going to, invoke loyalty from them. The way the NFF has treated those that have worked for them has been very poor, and definitely it does not inspire, loyalty. Pasero was old. Genetra was old.
Wow.
Olise was old. Amadou Shuaibu of Blessed Memory was old. Stephen Kechi of Blessed Memory that won the Nations Cup was old. Finidi George was old. Everybody old. We can't continue this way.
Oh my God, at the NFF, they can't continue this way, to be very, very honest. Amayowa, you mentioned something about the Moroccans earlier, saying that CAF seems to be giving them all the favors, but trust me, I'm not the only one, because Assistant Oshuala, of course, the Super Falcon striker, has questioned the Confederation of African Football, CAF, their focus on Morocco, suggesting it's time for other countries to host major tournaments. Of course, she's, I think, expressing what Mayowa said. She's echoing that. She expressed her views on social media, stating that everything concerning African football seems to happen in Morocco, making it feel like the new headquarters. And Oshuala believes Nigeria can host the Africa Cup of Nations through regional collaboration with neighboring countries like Cameroon, Ghana, Benin Republic, and Togo. And she emphasized that with commitment, co-hosting is realistic and will promote broader inclusion. and her comments follow Morocco's qualification to the AFCON final, sparking debates on regional balance and hosting opportunities for other African nations. Maiwa, would you certainly, agree with what Asad Oshuala has said here? But if you do, what is, the Super Eagles? Not the Super Eagles, the NFF and the Nigerian government in general. Don't you think they should be listening to what this lady has said, and they should be thinking of, even if you don't want to host alone, why not think of other countries, bordering you, sharing a border with you, and of course, planning or something to co-host a major tournament? Don't you think that will bring an end to all of this, Morocco being the headquarters of CAF now?
Well, the thing is you will not blame Morocco. Morocco has always been stepping up. Remember the last under-17 tournament, World Cup tournament that was held. It was held in Morocco, and the reason for that was because the African countries were supposed to host. I can't remember the name now. Tried to pull out. Yeah. The same thing happened with the AFCON too. Egypt was supposed to host. They pulled out. They pulled out. They said they couldn't cover it. I think Africa needs to step up. A whole lot of African countries, they are misbehaving. Some African countries cannot even boast of a stadium that is FIFA accredited. Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria can host anything right now, if we are being honest with ourselves.
Wow, why?
We don't have any stadium ready. About 27 years ago, Nigeria 99 was held in Nigeria here. We had 8 stadiums that were newly built. Where are these stadiums today? Go to the Abuja National Stadium. It was because they wanted to play a testimonial. That was why a particular private company that is sponsoring that particular, private match decided to renovate the Abuja National Stadium. It is as bad as that. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, they are at the mercy of the Uyo state government. If Uyo state government does not take care of the Uyo National Stadium, Nigeria do not have a home to play. You
remember what happened between Remo Stars and Mamelodi Sundowns, where Kuleshinamen came out later after that qualifier, after it has been done and dusted, and he came out to say Sundowns were offering Remo Stars to come and play both legs in South Africa. Don't you think that's the height of it, Mayowa?
No, the thing is, you will not blame them when we don't have FIFA accredited stadium. We do not have it. It's as bad as that. And it's not only Nigeria. This is something that is happening across Africa. How do you explain it? The last 5 major competitions has gone to Morocco. The next WAFCON is going back to Morocco. And the reason why Asad Oshola is speaking out right now is our girls will train and put in all their effort. They want the trophy to Morocco. Remember what happened the last time when Morocco did not win? The referee got fired. Everybody that were involved in that particular game, they were sanctioned one way or the other because Morocco did not win, because they felt they made the wrong call. And the same tournament is going back to Morocco again. And you expect Morocco not to win? It's not possible. Can you host 5-6 tournaments back to back in Morocco? How? And you expect them not to be entitled? They won't be entitled. It's high time other African countries step up and do the right thing. The corruption, in other African countries is so glaring, and that's the reason why there is no infrastructure. Look at the Moroccans. Look at Morocco. They can boast of different infrastructure that can host FIFA grade tournaments. How many Africa can do it? How many African countries can do it? Maybe a South Africa, maybe an Egypt. The rest will be scratching their head.
I mean, it's sad. I mean, when you look at everything, you can't blame the Moroccans eventually, because they've been preparing for this for a long time, and it seems like they're the only one, maybe aside the certain South Africa, they are the only one, stepping out, standing up and be counted by CAF, in terms of hosting and all of that. So you can't really give them, can't really place all the blame on them. But not going as far as finding favors, even in big tournaments. It will only bring shame to you, to be very, very honest. Away from African football and AFCON in general, let's move on. Let's go on to Europe, and let's talk about Real Madrid, because trust me, it's not looking good in their locker room right now at Real Madrid, as a Spanish-based club, because Real Madrid suffered a shock 3-2 defeat, to Albacete in the Copa del Rey last 16, yesterday, with Alvaro Arbeloa's debut as coach ending in defeat. And of course, Albacete, who are currently 17th in Spain's second division, took the lead through Javi Villa, but Franco Mastantuono equalized just before halftime. Yefte scored the winner for Albacete in stoppage time after Gonzalo Garcia's 91st minute goal looked to have forced the extra time. And Arbeloa's side struggled without the key players like Kylian Mbappe and the first half was played under heavy fog. Vinicius Jr. had a chance to equalize, but it was Albacete who dominated after the break, with Yefte scoring the decisive goal. And this defeat adds to Real Madrid woes, having lost the Spanish Super Cup to Barcelona on Sunday. And President Florentino Perez replaced Xabi Alonso with Arbeloa, who selected 2 reserve team players for the match. Don't you think this is looking like Arbeloa might not even last this month? The way Real Madrid, you know the way Real Madrid move on a normal day. Arbeloa, maybe first start, first defeat, debut game. Do you think he's going to hold on to this job long term, or this should just call for calm? We should call for calm now. We shouldn't be too jittery about Real Madrid at this point, Maiwa.
Where I was yesterday watching that particular game, and this is not more on a lighter note, everybody there, they were investors, they were screaming, match fixing, match fixing, match fixing, match fixing. Because how do you explain Madrid? And the investors have invested heavily. How do you explain the Madrid losing to, Albacete? I mean, it's so unheard of. And, and the thing is, I think there's a decline, there's a disunity in the dressing room of Real Madrid. Remember the circumstances that led to Alonso leaving. Kylian Mbappe feels bigger than Alonso. Remember, Alonso wanted to give Barcelona a guard of honor.
Yeah.
Kylian Mbappe resisted, and every other player, followed suit, even making Alonso look stupid. And that was one of the reasons why Alonso left angrily. So I think there's a need for them to bring a marquee coach that can get all the players in order, that can show the players that none of them is bigger than the team. I think at the moment the disunity in the team is what is very insulting. And the Kylian Mbappe factor is also affecting Real Madrid negatively. I said it here, I think about 2 years ago, when Kylian Mbappe wanted to join Real Madrid. I said there was no reason for Kylian Mbappe to join Real Madrid. He will come in and cause a whole lot of distraction. Look at their performances. Mbappe has joined in. It has been on the decline. Games that they are not supposed to lose, they are losing it. And the team, there's a lot of disunity, there's a lot of faction in the team. I think they need a very big coach that can rein in on Kylian Mbappe and his gang in order to get the Real Madrid team.
So why are you suggesting?
Real Madrid themselves.
Why are you suggesting, Maiwa? Why are you suggesting in terms of coaches to step up for Real Madrid?
Well, I think a particular selective that can come in for a short stint.
How many times now? This will be installed if he gets it. This will be installed time. How many times?
I think to study the ship, for them to be able to bring a manager that can quench the egos of these coaches. And I think the coach that can do it now, that I'm looking at probably definitely a Pep will not want to come to Real Madrid because of the Barcelona issue. He will never want to coach in Real Madrid. So Pep is out of it. Probably if they can tell the Jurgen Klopp to come back, I think he has the personality, to rein in on all these players that feel they are too big for the coaches. The new coach, Arbeloa, I don't think he has the balls to be able to go against the players and get them into shape. I don't think so. I think player power wins over Arbeloa, and this poor state of result continues for Real Madrid.
Absolutely. I think right now what Real Madrid needs is actually a manager that can take care of the ego of the players. They need a player manager much more than a system manager, because the last system manager, Xabi Alonso, if you can be told by a player to reject a guard of honor, then that means the player, he has power over you and he can tell you anything. If he says, okay, look, don't be on the touchline for our game, we don't want to see you, you won't be there, because it's like he's having more power than you. And Real Madrid should really act fast, because their season might just crumble if it goes on like this. Zinedine Zidane will not be bad. He's been there. He's won 3 Champions League in a row for them. He can do it again. Who knows? And well, let's see who comes up at the end of the day. It's been a wonderful show so far, but let's quickly wrap this up with Arsenal and Chelsea in the Carabao Cup. Arsenal secured a 3-2 win over Chelsea in the Carabao Cup semi-final first leg at Stamford Bridge, thanks to goals from Ben White, Victor Gyökeres, and Martin Zubimendi. And Chelsea's Alejandro Garnacho scored twice, but it wasn't enough to prevent Arsenal from taking a strong lead into the second leg. Maiwa, quickly, that game was, I won't say tight, but then it just showed that both teams can concede goals. Arsenal ultimately coming up 3-2. Is the away goal rule still, effective in the Carabao Cup? If it is, then Arsenal, they have a massive advantage, scoring 3 goals at, the Stamford Bridge. They have 1 foot in the final, Arsenal, because they got that win, and it's going to be a very, very difficult job for Chelsea at the Emirates Stadium. Are you seeing Arsenal, Manchester City in the final, or do you think Chelsea can turn this one around?
Well, Chelsea has the opportunity to do it. It's just one goal, and Liam Rosenau has a point to prove. I don't think the away goal rule applies here.
Yeah.
If it's 1-0, probably maybe they go to extra time and the rest of that. So, but the game is very tight. 3-2 is not a margin you can sleep on. An early goal at the Emirates, can put Arsenal in panic. So all hope is not lost. Arsenal can do it. Liam Rosenau, has a point to prove, and this is the time for him to be able to do it. I can't even say who will go to the final. Newcastle can come up and shock Man City.
That would be tough. Is that the Etihad? That would be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you can't say Newcastle can just show up and Man City has lost at the Etihad before. It's not a place that they've never lost at. So it can happen, but it's going to be very tight. But with the way Arsenal is going, they have a way of winning games. I think they probably edge it over, Chelsea, so they probably make it to the final.
All right. Thank you so much, Maiwa, for being a part of the show today.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping that Senegal do West African proud and knock out Morocco in the final. Thank you for having me, Hafiz.
All right, we are wishing Maiwa a successful 8th watch. I don't know if the likes of Jerry and Ikechukwu will be planning to do the same thing, but for me, I think I'll just remain on the fence. Yes, this is where we'll be calling it a wrap on the show Locker Room for today. Thank you so much for being a part of this one. Also, big thanks to the guys behind the scenes for making this show a success. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Hafiz Ogubanjo. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Well, in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. On the show today, Obi Atiku Amechi in trouble as group approaches court to deregister ADC, that's the African Democratic Congress. Away from that, two more lawmakers pull out of Fubara's impeachment plot, and U.S. to stop processing all visas to Nigerians. And I've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Koro. It's my pleasure to be here.
Big one. I appreciate your presence, sir. Now, let's get into it. The Federal High Court in Abuja is set to hear a suit seeking the deregistration of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and 4 other political parties over alleged constitutional and electoral infractions. The case filed by the National Forum of Former Legislators, NFFL, is scheduled for hearing on February 16, 2026, and targets ADC, Accord Party, Zenith Labour Party, Action Alliance, and Action People's Party, AAP. The NFFL argues that the affected parties have consistently failed to meet mandatory benchmarks required under the 1999 Constitution as amended, particularly provisions guiding party performance and compliance. While central to the suit is Section 2225, subsection A of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which empowers authorities to withdraw recognition from political parties that do not satisfy statutory and performance standards. According to the forum, the continued existence of non-performing political parties weakens democratic accountability, strains electoral administration, and confuses voters. The NFFL insists the action is not politically motivated, but aimed at enforcing constitutional compliance, sanitizing Nigeria's political space, and strengthening a disciplined, credible, and accountable multi-party democracy. Barrister Darlington, what's your reaction to this development? Application made to a court to deregister ADC and 4 other political parties. How do you react to this, sir?
It will not fly, especially in that of ADC. Because in the last dispensation, I think ADC had somebody. I don't know actually the particular person, I think from Abuja or so. Though the person later defected, but ADC made an inroad. Then apart from that, that is not the only criteria. That's not the only criteria for registering a political party. There are other criteria. So if you have met the other ones and the only crime the only offense you committed is because you don't have somebody at the National Assembly or in a state as a governor and all that. That should not be the only reason. Look, this thing that the APC is doing, it will backfire.
No, we are talking about the registering APC.
I am coming. If APC have been treated the way they are treating other political opponents, they will not exist. Oh. They will not exist. ADC, is it former ADC or this present one? Because this present one is a new dispensation. People came in to make up this particular ADC now. So the old ADC is gone. You are talking of a new ADC, even though they are bearing.
Barrister, ADC is ADC. There's nothing like old or new ADC.
The members
in
now.
In the letters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, what you have there is the ADC.
Fine.
As a political party which they registered at some point.
Fine, but it is arguable in court that new members have come in to form the new ADC. That is just the simple truth. So if you want to use that criteria, it will not fly. And I will advise APC to be very, very circumspect in some of these things they are trying to do. They should be very, very wary, because if they succeed in being the only party that will feature in this election, that means they are in trouble.
Barrister, we'll come to the question of who you think might be responsible for all of this. Now, let's examine the provisions of the section and what that means for ADC and other parties.
For the registration,
yes, ground for the registration. INEC can register a party if it breaches registration requirements or fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential elections or in a local government for governorship elections or fails to win any ward seat in the council assembly elections. Now, INEC's authority, this section empowers INEC to ensure parties remain active and meet constitutional standards as confirmed by court rulings where INEC's registration powers were upheld. Now, in the context, within the context, section 225A was introduced to strengthen electoral laws by ensuring political parties actively participate and perform rather than just existing. And it's a crucial part of the Constitution's framework for political parties. Now, Barrister, let's examine this. It says that fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential
elections. That fails to register. That's the first one.
That fails to win at least 25% of votes
that
in
is
a state.
The first criteria.
No, that's the ground for the registration. It says INEC can register a party if it breaches registration requirements or fails to win at least 25% of votes in a state for presidential elections. Now, in the last presidential elections, are you aware if ADC met on this parties met that requirement, 25% of votes cast in
their man who came third or something, Abi?
Kachuku. No, Kachuku pulled out, but they now pulled, they collapsed into the Labour Party. You know, but that was an informal alliance between them and the Labour Party. INEC wasn't informed. They said, look, let's collapse our structure to the Labour Party. So that was what happened. So that doesn't necessarily mean that ADC at that point had an alliance with the Labour Party.
So that criteria is not complete. INEC should have...
Are you the one setting the law?
No. I want to tell you, based on what we are seeing today, INEC should have included that if a party go into collabo with another party, and they now made an inroad to fulfill some of the conditions, will you equally register the party? The answer is no. Yes. By collaborating with the Labour Party, and then of course you saw the inroad Labour Party made. So are you going to still deregister them? You can't do that.
At no point did the ADC become the Labour Party. That is the point.
But they work together.
But INEC doesn't know. It's an arrangement that was quite informal, because at no point did they go to INEC and say, oh, we are collapsing our structure. There wasn't a merger. There wasn't an alliance known to INEC.
But the fact remains that it happened.
To who? To the knowledge of who? To the knowledge of you and I.
Look, if INEC refused to recognize it, that is their own cup of tea. But as it stands today, with the activities going on in ADC.
But we are not talking about activities. We are discussing this thing based on the points of the law. The law says you must have, there's a threshold, there's a benchmark. And if ADC didn't meet that benchmark, like AA and Accord Party and all of these other parties, people have gone to court to say, look, INEC, you need to deregister these people.
As far as I'm concerned, ADC is active.
Okay.
Very, very active. These other parties, I've not had their name or anything. I know, in fact, they don't have even anybody, you know, of note in that party. All these other parties you mentioned. And so, you can't compare them with ADC. And there is no way you can deregister ADC at this point in time. It's not possible. Except you are calling for chaos.
Okay, except you are calling for chaos. What do you mean by that?
Yes, because they will not take it though. In fact, Nigerians will not take it. How come it is only APC that have made everything?
But they are not saying you should be registered Labour Party or PDP or even SDP, because these people made the threshold and the benchmark. Nobody is talking about them. They are talking about parties that possibly they didn't meet the requirements.
No. Aside from what we have today, ADC is the most active opposition party.
Barrister, if they are the most active opposition party, how many people do they have in the National Assembly?
They will go into the election before you begin to adjudicate on what
they are judging. Their suit is based on what happened in 2023.
There is a new ADC now. The people that was there before are not the people that are there today. Yes, that's the difference. So you have to give them a chance.
But are you speaking on emotions? Are you speaking on the point of law? When you say that there is a new ADC, I don't understand.
New entrant into the party, yes.
So there's a new APC too? There's a new APC?
No, they didn't want to.
Because a lot of people are also joining the APC.
No, not to that. Not to that extent. Remember when ADC collapsed their leadership, their structure?
They didn't collapse their structure.
They surrendered their leadership to David Mark.
Okay.
Is that not true?
Okay.
Nwosu left and then handed over to David Mark and others. It's on record.
Okay.
So, and ANEC is aware. ANEC has been approving all they have been doing and others. So why would they come now to deregister them?
So when Nentawe Yuwada became the new party chairman of the national chairman of the APC became anew because there was a handover of power. Is that what you're saying?
No. In that of ADC, we don't have any two chairman or whatever. No. In that of PDP, I mean, in that of APC, they choose a new chairman.
Just like ADC.
And there have not been any division there. There has not been any division. I mean, we are here when Tinubu raised his hand as the new chairman of the party. And since then, we haven't had any other discordant notes. So why would you want to compare incomparable?
Barrister, if we are not talking about, if you are talking about the leadership, you are aware that there's also a suit, before a court, where Nafiu Gombe says, I am the original chairman of the ADC, because by virtue of our constitution, if Ralph Nwosu stepped aside, I am the highest ranking member of the National Working Committee, so I should assume that office. But we are not discussing the leadership. We are talking about the benchmark for missing elections. Now, what will be the options, available for the trial of Peter Obi, Atiku, and Amechi, if and only if, if by chance they succeed, the court gives order, look, ADC, AA, AAC, AAP, and other parties didn't meet the registration threshold or the performance threshold, and they registered them. What would be the options available to these people?
Mr. Okoro, let me tell you a story.
Okay.
When Abdulsalami Abubakar was to, hand over to civilian administration after the June 12 debacle, what is it called? Afenifere, or what I call AD that time.
Okay.
They were not prepared. They are just smarting from June 12 struggle.
The Nadeko
struggle. And so they had nothing. I mean, nothing. Not even one office anywhere. And then Abdulsalam Abubakar threatened that, look, if you people did not, if you did not meet the criteria, that time it was, is it not? I know it was not INEC they call it. They call it another name. That is the name they call it that time.
Neko.
Neko the hair. So If you did not meet the criteria, you will not participate. Oh. Abraham Adesanya, who was their leader at that time, he threatened that, look, if they did not take part in this election, that the Yorubas will leave Nigeria. I'm telling you. And going from aftermath of June 12th, the Yorubas were already angry with what happened, you know, how Abiola died and everything. And so, Abdul Salam Abubakar, he saw the handwriting on the wall and said, okay, 3 days to the closing date, he told INEC that they should register AD, whether they fulfill the criteria or not. That was what happened. Okay. So, on what ground now will you now, the only active opposition political party, Ms. Okoro, please, will APC be comfortable with this kind of thing you are saying? It can never happen. They should go to court and strike that thing out. That's what I'm saying. It can never happen.
Okay, now, Barrister, you painted a picture now, which was a military rule. You know, during the military rule, Abdul Salami Abubakar gave that order and it was obeyed. So, do you see the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying, don't register ADC or don't register?
He cannot even try that. If they can do it in a military regime, then what of
Exactly my point. Abdul Salami Abubakar gave NECO the order. You have to register this political party, whether they fulfill the requirements or not. Now, my direct question is, do you think President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can give orders to INEC to say, don't deregister this political party?
He have no choice.
Okay, he has no choice.
He has no choice.
Especially when he knows that people in the party seem to be, you know, his albatross.
Yes.
Look, Atiku, El-Rufai, and other, the opposition, they are gathering.
Mr. Okoro, listen very well.
Okay.
Let me tell you why Tinubu will not even try it.
He will not try to do what?
He will not try to deregister this political party himself and his INEC chairman. Listen, they have been controlling all these institutions now. Is it not on record? It's a question of telling them what to do. Now listen, it had been in the rumor mill that Tinubu want to create a one-party state.
Okay.
And that is why Wike is doing what he's doing with Labour Party, with PDP, you know, all the active opposition. And now this particular ADC managed to overcome all the hurdles. And they are active. Nigerians are now deferring to them. You know, they are preparing for election only for this thing to happen. And you are telling me that the ruling party will support it. On what ground? They dare not. I'm telling you, because the aftermath will not be palatable. It will not be palatable, seriously.
Barrister, you know, I like your optimism, and I hope that a lot of Nigerians, you know, share this optimism, because that was what we said about Nigeria, you know, descending to one-party state. At some point, we had 1 or 2 governors say, look, we are moving to the APC. And Nigerians say, oh, it's not possible. At last count, APC has about 30 governors. So is that far away from Nigeria being one-party state?
The other party...
So if that could happen, what gives you the impression that this administration, like you say, they are in control of the institutions of government? What gives you the impression that they cannot outrightly say, look, we need you to register this political party? And they might do it at such a time that it will be difficult for these people, talking about Obi, Atiku, Amechi, El-Rufai, to effectively get into another party, conduct primaries, and present a presidential candidate. What gives you that impression that this administration can't do it?
I tell you, because of the aftermath.
What's the aftermath?
The aftermath will be very embarrassing to Tinubu, who claims to be a Democrat.
So you think he cannot look like the president and his people?
He cannot
look like they care. Do you think they care?
He can no longer explain what they did with PDP and Labour Party.
Okay.
He cannot, because everybody saw what happened, and APC cannot deny involvement. He cannot deny involvement. Look, a Democrat, when he sees something going wrong, he will step in. And I want to give you a very good example again. When Obi was asked to go back to his seat in Anambra, Andoba, with the aid of Obasanjo, Obasanjo with the aid of, Andoba with the aid of Obasanjo, stayed put in Oka government house. He was there. He refused to leave. Because Obasanjo told him to stay there. It was when Yar'Adua came into office. The first thing he did was to tell Andoba to get out of that place.
Okay.
based on the Supreme Court ruling. Again, did you hear me? Based on what the Supreme Court ruled, though, yet
which Obasanjo had flouted.
He refused to obey it. You see what power can do. So, and Umaru Diko is an APDP, is a PDP man like Obasanjo.
Umaru Yar'Adua.
Yes, Umaru Yar'Adua. He was a PDP president like Obasanjo. Meanwhile, Peter Obi is from Abga. So you can see what that you don't need to tell me you're a Democrat. Let me see it in your action.
But the president, does he pretend to be a Democrat?
Eh?
Do you see him as a Democrat?
Oh, somebody that told you he fought for Nadeko.
No, but it's not what they told us. Do you see him as a Democrat?
I don't. From the beginning.
Okay, so if you don't see him as a Democrat, why do you think that he will not go to the extent of the registering political parties?
Because that was what he sold to Nigeria. Look, that was what he sold to Nigeria.
Are you sure you're not mixing this thing
I'm not mixing it up. That was what he sold to Nigeria. But events now is telling us that he is. In fact, even those who were banking on him, they are regretting it.
But sir, if events are telling us that, look, the president is not a Democrat, as you have said, now what gives you the impression that the president will stop either INEC or the court from the registering ADC and other political parties? That's the point.
Because of the pushback from within and outside.
Okay, because of the pushback from within and outside.
In fact, it will be very, very disastrous
that
for him.
Pushback, where will it come from?
Within and outside.
Outside, like
Donald Trump is watching us now.
You think he's watching?
He said what?
I think he's watching.
I think
he's still watching.
Do I think?
Anyway, Dr. Barrister, that's one of our topics of discussion. We'll get to that, at that point. So, but when you say from inside and outside, which inside are you talking about?
Inside, the other political parties will now gang up.
Okay.
There's no way they will take it. When you are trying to squeeze them out of the political space in Nigeria, they will not take it now, you know.
Which political parties are you talking about?
All the other political opposition parties.
All the other opposition parties that have up until this moment not found a united voice, to tackle the government.
Listen very well. If an old woman said that she cannot run, that does not include when they go to carry her snuff box.
Okay.
So if you think the oppositions are asleep, you have hypnotized them. Not when you want to form a one-party state in Nigeria.
That is what we are seeing. What have they done? So they will only act when they have all been decimated.
I said, watch it. Nigeria cannot tolerate. Nigerians, in fact, Nigerians as a whole cannot tolerate it.
Okay.
They cannot. It can never happen.
Barrister, when you say that Nigerians cannot tolerate it, what is it that Nigerians have not tolerated in recent times?
When push comes to shove.
At what point?
They will react.
At what point?
Even Tinubu knows.
Okay.
When Obasanjo wanted third term, did he succeed?
Okay.
And when Abacha wanted to remain life president.
When Jonathan removed fuel subsidy, what did Nigerians do?
They went to Ojota.
When Tinubu removed fuel subsidy, what happened?
Now, you see, that's part of what I'm telling you.
Okay.
They tolerated all those things, thinking that the man meant well. Now that they have seen that the man came with deceit.
So now that they have known that he came with deceit, according to you, what have they done?
Every other thing Tinubu have done in office, have they succeeded?
Have they not succeeded?
Even this so-called tax law and all that.
Okay.
Don't you see the pushback? And now it is now suspended.
No, it's not suspended.
It is on pause.
The operational guidelines.
They
will release those guidelines soon.
But it is on pause as I talk to you now. Is that not true?
Okay.
So is that not because of the pushback? No, tell me, is that not because
it's not. It's the guidelines. They said there were discrepancies in the guidelines. So that is what they are working on.
They want to give themselves a soft landing.
So apparently you believe that Nigerians have the ability to push back.
Yes.
And it will get to a point where they will say, no, we can't take any of this anymore.
Yes. In fact, I believe in the resistance of Nigerians. When their life is at stake, they will resist every government, no matter where it is coming from. Did you see how we fought Babangida? Abacha.
Barrister, now sometimes you tell me that I get them before not be property. You know, how we fought the military, how we fought this and that. Barrister, why are we fighting now? That is the question.
That is why I'm telling Tinubu, don't take Nigerians for granted.
Okay, so you clearly understand that Nigerians are not fighting.
So don't take them for granted, because if you overreach yourself, they will disown you. And you may not even stand what is coming. If you want to create a one-party state in Nigeria, the aftermath will be, in fact, it will be disastrous. It will be in fact, it will bury your political career, whether you like it or not. It cannot be possible. Never.
Okay, now, Barrister, let me ask you this question. Why is it difficult for people in the opposition party to talk about Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Nasir El-Rufai, David Mark, Bolaji Abdullahi, and all these people within the opposition party, especially the ADC? You know, they're short for a political party for a long time. Why is it difficult for them to register a brand new political party that will be devoid of all these leadership crises, going to court here, going to court there, you know, so that to weed out all those impurities, you know, that are confounding them now? Why is it difficult for them to do that?
Because of structures and funding.
Structures are funding. Are they not funding the ADC?
Because of structures and funding, ADC already has structure. At least they made the road in the last dispensation, which you and I can attest to.
No, but you said ADC is new now.
Because the people join them now. That is the new thing. Not that they are.
So, but they inherited the old structure.
They joined
Barrister,
them.
Some people built this structure that you are talking about.
From the structure.
Barrister, some people built this structure we are talking about. Why can't they build it?
There is no time for all those things. There's
Barrister,
no time.
1 year
there's no
is not
time.
enough time to build these structures.
There is no time.
And they keep running from pillar to post, from LDP to ADC to AA to here and there.
They looked at all.
And anywhere they go, there are entry barriers for them.
They are looking for options. And they saw that option in ADC.
I know. My question is, why can't they register a brand new political party that will be devoid of all these problems, leadership problems?
Because you don't know what happened with the other party. You saw when they registered ADA. INEC raised this.
No, the process is still on. The process is still on. Process of registration of new parties is still on.
No. Listen. It's only 2 political parties that INEC recognize out of the 174 of them. Abi?
But even at that, the process is still on.
Look at what I'm telling you now. The process of registering a party now is so cumbersome that it will end up by October this year.
Okay.
So by October this year, what will you do then to contest the election in November? Because that's when I heard that they want to do this election. Look at it yourself. It's not possible. It's not feasible. No matter how you look at it, it's not feasible. That's just the truth. So they now have to choose the easier path. And that is using ADC, which the law allows. The law allows it. So this other thing you are saying now is like a minus.
Which one? What am I saying?
Like people going to court and raising all sorts of things. As long as the party is active and visible, you cannot deregister them at this point in time. You cannot.
First, the law didn't talk about being active or visible. The law gave a benchmark. You have to have certain number of this and this and that. So, and that is what, these are the points of law. That is what the court is going to look at, you know, not whether they are active or not. Because you can still be active and not have members. You haven't won elections. That is what matters.
I told you that they had somebody before. Is that not true?
Barrister, is not having somebody. It's about winning a certain percentage of votes in a state at the presidential level. And if it's at the state level in local government elections, these things are there. They are very clear in the letters of the Constitution and the electoral law.
If it were so, APC wouldn't have become alive.
Why?
Because they didn't meet most of these things before a PDP allowed them to come on board. They didn't.
Okay, PDP allowed them.
Yes, PDP allowed them. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. PDP, yeah, they in fact, PDP was even PDP created APC.
When was the first time APC ran an election?
That was in 2015.
So there were the elections in 2019.
No. Before they come alive. Before they came alive.
But it is just based on elections, the previous elections.
That's what I'm telling you now.
So there were no previous elections in 2011.
All those criteria, PDP had to bypass it for APC.
Barrister, they didn't bypass it.
They did.
It is the law that did, because Barrister, APC came on board in 2015. As at 2015, the only election that was conducted was the 2011 election. And as at that time, APC was not a registered political party.
You are not getting it.
No, you see that it's not getting it.
Listen, APC is a merger of 3 or 4 political parties.
And it doesn't matter.
But the process of that APC, it was not followed according to the law. But PDP allowed it. That's what I'm telling you.
Who told you it wasn't followed according to the law?
It was not. Go and check your record.
What facts do you have? No, give me the facts. Give us
it
the
was
facts.
not.
Barrister, give us the facts. What didn't they meet? What criteria did they not meet?
You need to surrender your former positions.
Okay.
As a political party.
Okay.
And then you now assume a new life of your own.
Okay.
With new structures, new leadership and everything.
Okay.
All these things were not in place.
Barrister, they were in place. They were in place. One of the conditions was that the CPC, the AD, and the APP, as are then, will have to conduct national conventions, for the delegates to agree and allow the party to collapse. I attended the national convention of AD somewhere in Lagos Island. I was a journalist there. I'm still one. I attended the one for CPC in Kaduna, and I attended even the one of AMPP.
There are internal structures that they did not meet, Mr. Okoro.
Barrister, they did. Let's leave that. Barrister, let's get into our second point of discussion.
There are internal structures that APC did not meet, but being the person of Jonathan,
Barrister, Jonathan had nothing to do with it.
He had.
Met it based on
they
the points of
allowed
law.
them to exist. They allowed them to exist. APC knows it. They allowed them to exist.
Okay.
Time will not permit me to go into the nitty-gritty. APC knows the favor that PDP did to them.
Barrister, let's go to Rivers State. Let's go to Rivers State, where 2 more members of the Rivers State House of Assembly have withdrawn from the impeachment move against Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu, bringing the total number of lawmakers who have stepped back to 4. The latest to withdraw are Deputy Minority Leader Barile Nwako and Emilia Amadi, who said they were choosing peace and stability over continued political confrontation. Although they insisted that impeachment allegations were based on alleged constitutional breaches and a broken peace agreement supervised by President Bola Tinubu, the lawmakers said the appeals from stakeholders influenced their decision. They called for a political solution, urging the governor to respect the constitution and honor past agreements to resolve the ongoing reverse political crisis. Well, Barrister, you've heard it. What's your reaction?
My reaction is that, look, I know that it will end up like this. Mr. Okoro, since this thing started, have I approved of what they are doing with Wike? These are lawmakers that are loyal to Wike. I hope you remember. The
lawmakers are what?
The lawmakers that are loyal to Wike.
So you now agree that they are loyal to Wike?
He wasn't not the one teleguiding them. Okay. And I told you that this thing will backfire.
Beautiful.
Yes, it backfired. So it was not sustainable.
Okay.
Whether you support them or that one is bygone. It did not succeed. The first 2 that stepped down from this impeachment notice was Wike's arch supporters. The first 2. Remember, when people that your henchmen left your group, what does that tell you? And since that thing happened, since over 3 days now, have you had Wike anywhere? This is a man who grants a press interview almost every day. I know that by the
end, he's gone back to work.
Oh, really?
He spent like 17, 18 days in Rivers State. So he's gone back to work.
When he was doing all those things, was he not the minister of FCT?
He was on vacation. He was on vacation. After all, the president went on vacation.
Who told you? You do vacation in your state, Abi?
And you are doing political. He's a patriotic Rivers man, so he had to go home to do his vacation.
He was not on vacation.
I'm not speaking for him, but I'm just saying. Anyway.
If you like, speak for him.
No,
Mr. Okoro, I won't even stop you if you want to speak for him.
No, Barrister, I don't speak for anybody. I'm just asking you questions.
But from what you are saying now, you look like you are speaking for him.
Barrister, he said, must he spend his vacation in his home state? I say yes. He's patriotic. You chose to. The president chose to spend his own in Europe. He decided to go to Rivers to spend his own.
What he was doing doesn't look like somebody on vacation.
Okay. Okay, what about working vacation?
It still does not add up.
Okay. So what adds up to you?
He was even in the assembly that day when they were issuing those impeachment notices. He was present in the assembly.
He's not confirmed report.
I said he was there. Which was not confirmed.
He's not confirmed.
I said it was there. He was present, Mr. Okoro. Did you see the video?
Did you see him? I didn't see the video.
You may not see it now.
They are unconfirmed
reports. You choose what you want to see and what you want to hear.
So whenever it has to do
with Wike, you this followers who follow him blindly.
Barrister, I will not take that. I will not take that. I'm an anchor. My position here is to ask you questions.
How come you didn't see all the...
Barrister, I didn't see unconfirmed reports.
Hold on. Why come you did not see all the infamy he committed in River State?
Well, in my position here, I can't see any. When I go out,
you can't see any.
I'm just asking you questions.
Anyway, it has backfired.
Okay.
So I don't know what people are going to do now. In fact, I sympathize with you because all your gambit has failed. All your
Barrister, when you say you, what do you mean?
All your gambit in River State has failed because you people were applauding him, you were guarding him, you were supporting Wike, claiming that he's a godfather. He is this, he brought Fubara, he is that, he is this and that. And I was looking at you. We have argued this over and over here. Now that the thing has backfired, what happens?
What did we argue? What did we argue?
You are arguing that somebody brought Fubara. Without a week, Fubara would have a governor. Is that not what you have been arguing?
Okay.
And
So what's your own position?
My position is that I keep saying is that Wike has no right over Fubara.
Nobody said he has right. The point of discussion was, without Wike, would Fubara have been a governor?
It's a lie.
What is that?
One word or the other, it would have happened.
Okay, then who made it happen?
I gave the example.
Barrister, leave one word. Hold on. Barrister, who made it happen?
I said, I gave the example with Jonathan, who is from Bayelsa, the smallest of the states in Nigeria. How could he have become president with the place he's coming from? Okay. That's minority of the minority.
Okay.
Yes, by the providence of God, Jonathan became the president of this country. True or false? So if Wike had insisted, Fubara would have left the PDP and then joined another party. And then from there,
Fubara would have left PDP. At what point, Barrister, can we not get into this argument? At that point, let's not get into this argument. And at that time, I told you...
Why was Wike protecting him?
Barrister, I told you that your argument was very illogical, very flawed, and very sentimental. I still see that. And I still say that. Sometimes, Barrister, now one of the two new defectors, so to say, defectors come from Obiakpo local government, which is Wike's home local government. Does that speak to a loss of popularity from Wike?
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking.
Hey, God Almighty. Mr. Ogoro, Obiakpo is not River State. True or false? Obiakpo is not River State.
But Obiakpo is in River State.
It is not River. Obiakpo cannot give you victory as the governor of River State.
But that is what Wike says.
You can see you again. You can see.
I'm reporting him. I'm reporting what he said. I'm not saying.
What Wike said is irrelevant here.
According to you.
He was just making noise. He was just blowing hot air.
Okay.
Which has fizzled up now. Mr. Okoro, Wike has fizzled out. It's not a spent force. You know, when you shoot a missile, when it opens, when the cage open, it will drop all the things it will carry, and then by the time it fire and land where it becomes a spent force. Wike has exhausted all his gimmicks.
Okay.
He has nothing to offer again. That's why he's keeping quiet.
So what's up next for him now? What's next for him?
Is that what?
What is next for him?
He has to remain quiet like every other governor that has passed through River State.
Okay.
Every other governor that has passed through River State.
He has to follow the line. The Wike that you know, do you think he will remain quiet?
What?
The Wike you know, do you think he will remain quiet?
Let him dare to make noise again. Then you tell me whether Tinubu like to share the limelight with anybody. He has forgotten the 48 laws of power. The first one, the cardinal sin he committed was to try to outshine the master.
Okay, so he tried to outshine Tinubu.
Yes, that was
in what way? In what way?
What he was doing, he wanted to play Godfather that he doesn't have the power to do. He wanted to do it. The other thing was making noise. Did you hear what he said? That nobody can become something without him. This and that. You heard him now. So, you want to play the same role somebody playing in Lagos State here? In a very crude manner.
What are the chances of Fubara securing a second?
He must.
Okay.
The people of River State and APC, they are behind him. Fubara is a done deal. Who else is going to challenge him in Rivers? Who? Which other party in River State? No, tell me now. Which other party? There is no other party. You know it, I know it. So what are you saying?
Okay, so we have a pattern in River State now where Oyedele came in, installed, put in Amechi. Amechi betrayed him. Amechi brought in Wike to be his chief of staff. And at a point, they had problems. Wike managed to become the governor And now he started having problems with Amechi. Like Amechi said, capital of betrayal, that Rivers is capital of betrayal. Now, Wike brought in Fubara, and Fubara has now overpowered him. So it's become a pattern in Rivers State. Do you expect, or do you see, can you look into the future and see, based on what is happening, do you think that Fubara, while living, if he eventually becomes second-term governor, while living, do you think he would like to install someone?
He is going to stabilize this bad pattern in Rivers State.
Okay.
He will because I don't see Fubara trying to play Godfather.
Okay.
I don't see him.
That was exactly what Wike said.
That was the Wike.
Obaseki was. That was what Wike said when Obaseki was fighting Oshomole. And Wike said, I wish I could get the video and play. Wike said,
I know. I know. But by their fruits we shall know them.
What fruits now?
Wike, there is no truth in his mouth. Remember when he said that his father was the general manager of all the companies in Nigeria.
Okay, have you checked him out?
We said what?
Have you checked him out? And you
when Senator Mbata called him and said, you this boy, are you not the one who used to come and wash my car in my house, and I used to pay your school fees? Okay. Did Wike reply him and say, that you didn't hear that one?
I heard that. I know too that Wike has replied to Senator Mbata.
What did he say?
I know that he has replied.
Did he say that the man was lying?
But I know that he has replied.
Replied him in what form now? So when the truth is there, you don't need to argue it. Everybody knows.
Now you believe that Wike is someone who lies.
He talks to. In fact, he has several mouths.
Okay.
And
that Fubara is not like that.
You can see it by their fruits. We shall know them.
By their fruits.
What causes the problem? Is it not when you want to install, when you want to play God, when you want to play Godfather? Is that not the problem of Rivers State? That will tell you that Rivers State people are always resisting Godfathers. When you say betrayal, is it for good or for bad? No. It is when you want to play God. That is the problem. So, in fact, I celebrate the people of Rivers State for resisting this evil.
Okay.
Yes, I respect them. I respect them. Yes, it shows that yes, they can resist it.
Okay, they can
unlike
resist
some people.
Okay, you praise the people of Rivers State for resisting it.
Yes,
so what will you praise Fubara for? Fubara in the years that he was accountant general?
Because he was, oh my God, he was trying to be a good boy.
A good boy.
Yes, he was trying to be a good boy, but they took it for granted. Yes.
He was trying to be a good boy by helping Wike to do what?
He was trying to be a good boy, but they took him for granted.
How?
That's why
Explain that. He was trying to be a good boy by under declaring the state's internal generated revenue.
No. Wike was the governor. He cannot have squabbles with Wike.
Okay.
He cannot. That's why I told you that.
So he's a good person. He's a good person.
Fubara helped.
Wike is a good person. Fubara is a good person.
Fubara helped Wike more than Wike helped Fubara.
Barrister, what did Fubara help Wike to do?
Because he helped him to cover all the atrocities he did.
So Wike had atrocities. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. Somebody had atrocities. He had an accomplice, and you are saying the accomplice is a good person.
When we get to court, we argue that.
When you get to court. Now, Barrister, let's get into our last topic.
Let Wike open the Pandora's box.
The United States Department has announced an indefinite pause on visa processing for applicants from 75 countries, including Nigeria, Russia, Iran, Egypt, and Afghanistan. Well, and starting January 21, the move is aimed at tightening enforcement of the public charge rule to block applicants considered likely to rely primarily on public assistance in the United States. Under a new state directive, consular officers have been instructed to refuse visas while screening and vetting procedures are reassessed. Officers are to consider factors such as age, health, finances, English proficiency, and potential medical needs, with limited exceptions allowed only after applicants clear public charge concerns. While the public charge rule has existed for decades, this enforcement has fluctuated across the administrations. The latest action signals a return to stricter interpretation, reversing the narrower approach adopted under the Biden administration, which had limited the benefits considered in public charge determinations. Now, Barrister, America keeps tightening the news around Nigerian people. To what extent do we have all of this coming to Nigeria?
Donald Trump don't want destitute in his country. What is wrong with that? He said likely to depend on social welfare. Okay. Is that not what he said?
Okay.
So he doesn't want destitute. You stay in your country and then work it out. Is that a bad idea? I have told him already in the morning that he should ban everybody.
You told him, Donald Trump?
No, in the morning when I was doing this analysis.
Okay.
Yes, I told him that he should ban not just political leadership of some selected Nigerians. everybody, including their children who are schooling there, because they are there because of our taxpayers' money that their parents are using to train them. Ordinarily, those civil servants can afford to pay school fees in America. But because of what they did with that Omar, is that not his name? The one that the children are schooling at the best, the most expensive school in Switzerland. Do you think that man is the only person? These other people are involved. So let him send all of them back here, Mr. Okoro. How can we continue to depend on America on just everything? School, health, money, aid, handout. Let him send everybody back here. Let all of us come and sweat it out here. That's what I'm saying. He do not even select some people. No, everybody. No Nigeria should step into America throughout the period of Donald Trump. What are they looking for here? How many Americans come here?
But Barrister, look at the countries we are nested with: Russia,
that is
Iran, Egypt, Afghanistan, and Yemen. That is all non-democratic states. Is that a statement?
That is the most embarrassing thing. That means you are not regarded.
Okay.
All these things that you are posing as a democratic state, you are not one of them. And look at the smaller, apart from Russia.
Okay.
Apart from Russia.
Sir, if you say it's an embarrassment, are you aware that the federal government is paying about $9 million, or is going to pay $9 million, to lobby group, to start cleaning Nigeria's image, to change Trump administration's perception of Nigeria? So if they are paying so much money, $750,000 a month, to this I group, and Nigeria is getting all of this, what is the value of that lobby? Does it look like it's working?
That will tell you that it's not working. Apart from the arms they sent the other day.
Even without the lobby group, Nigeria has been getting arms from US.
So it doesn't. I don't think Donald Trump is letting down. His eye is still on the ball. All this one, he's just making money for American lobbies. But I see what Nigeria is doing as bribe. The federal government of Nigeria is bribing America. And this bribe it has been ongoing. I remember when Chicago scandal broke, you saw what happened. The professor they forged her signature was, in fact, she threatened to go to court all of a sudden. Do you think she just relaxed? Do you think she just relaxed? So that is, in fact, with that kind of development, the woman would have made a lot of money. So what I'm saying is that Donald Trump should ban all Nigerian politicians from coming to spend our money in America.
Okay, so that would have been your concluding thought.
Yes.
But I want to ask you, how much of this will help reshape the war on terror? How much of this tightening of the news, like visa ban, all of these actions,
Mr. Okoro, when this matter get to a head, Nigerians will fight for themselves.
Okay.
These people that are looking for war, they will see it from Nigeria when push come to shove. They will see it. By that time, the government will now sit up. No, it's not possible. You cannot Islamize everybody. All this thing that we have been talking, government just pretend as if when it gets to a point, Nigerians will carry arms themselves and say, no, all of us are dying today.
All right.
Maybe by that time, government will sit up. How can you Islamize everybody in Nigeria?
Right.
Is it possible?
Barrister Darlington, we are out of time.
If they don't want to do anything, Nigeria will do something on their own.
Okay, Barrister, this is where we draw the curtains. It's important to state that the opinions expressed here are those of the analysts and not the official position of Voice of the People Television.
It is equally...
Barrister Darlington, I thank you very much for your appearance on Political Lens. I appreciate your appearance, and I hope that we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the ingest engineer, and the sound manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemduto. Join us again, 7 o'clock on top of the hour. Bye for now.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP-TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP-TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP-TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
VOP TV. Now.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, and we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government ordering 7 soldiers and fallen heroes on Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, to Oyedele Momodu disclosing that President Tinubu can be toppled if INEC is monitored. Also, Kwankwaso set conditions for potential APC defection. And finally, federal government strikes out defamation suit against Senator Natasha Oduanga. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you details to the stories. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. As the country marked the Armed Forces Remembrance and Celebration Day, President Bola Tinubu and other government officials have honored Nigeria's fallen heroes and reaffirmed support for the armed forces. In his address, the Vice President honored the courage and patriotism of officers and soldiers who have served on various fronts defending Nigeria's territorial integrity. Speakers at the event also called for renewed national unity, improved welfare for troops, and stronger support for families of fallen heroes. Earlier this week, the Defense Headquarters had officially designated January 15 as Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day in recognition of both historical milestones and the enduring sacrifices of servicemen and women. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Richard Oshimole, who is the editor, Front Page, who is an editor, and of course, Assistant General Secretary, Guild of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, Richard.
My pleasure, Nina. Thank you.
Yeah, and also we have joining us from our Benin studio, we have Comrade Roy Oriabo, who is a public affairs analyst and a member of the coalition of civil society organizations. Glad to have you join us, Roy.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hope I didn't murder your surname, please.
Of course, but I give God the glory.
I'm very sorry
the real pronunciation is Oribabo. Roy Oribabo.
Oribabo. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for correcting that. Oribabo. I would not mispronounce it next time. I have two Benin men in the show today. That's a very good one. Let me start with you, Roy. Let's look at this. The commemoration. We have our Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is held today. Would you actually say that this celebration, does it genuinely deepen national appreciation, or is it just merely ceremonial?
Over the years, it's a culture. On a yearly basis, we roll out drum to celebrate it, but they have not been, the government of the day over the years have not been total, they have not been sincere, they have not been committed toward the celebration. You see, some of those who are in the military, they are still crying that they have not been taken care of. They are still struggling. The issue of abandonment is still very pronounced. Therefore, the Nigerian government have not been sincere. They have not been very determined and total in regards to celebrating the heroes, celebrating those who have been protecting us, appreciating genuinely those who have fought for this country. We still see people are being abandoned, their wives being abandoned, their children being forsaken. That shows to me that there is no sincerity of purpose. It's just a mere yearly ritual. That on the 15th of January, we all just we'll come out with drums and just celebrate. After that, nothing happened. After the pronouncement, nothing happened. after this usual 15 of January, tomorrow you ask them what was the discussion, what was the submission, what was the presentation. Those in position of authority have since moved on. They will not implement anyone. If you take your mind by what have been happening for the past 10 years, 20 years, that was the same thing that happened today. If you take your time to read some of the speech presented by our leaders, that was not it. The only thing that was changed there is the date. It's just the date. Of 15 January was constant. It's not the 2026 that was just changed. Therefore, they have never been sincere. And I hope and pray they have to be sincere. That's the reason why the insecurity in this part of the world still remains very formidable. Because we have not demonstrated that love for our security personnel who have been there for us. Some pays the supreme price. We don't care about them. We don't care about their welfare. If you serve in the military in the U.S., when something happens to you, there is a fund that takes good care of your family and you. And people are in any foreign military serving in the U.S. Army. If anything happened to him, once they are bringing that, the airport is shut down totally. Whether you are a day old in the military or you have 20 years, they give you that maximum respect. In this part of the world, we don't do that. We don't honor them. We just rush and fix something on the 15th of January and we say we are celebrating. It's quite very unfortunate. I hope and pray that in the nearest future, those who are leading us, our leaders should know that they have to be sincere and determined so that those who are protecting us will have every reason to want to put in their best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me get to Richard. Richard, we've heard, like Roy said, these ceremonies have come annually. But in your own opinion, how can such ceremonies be linked to real policy change and the welfare of our veterans and, of course, military effectiveness?
Yeah, thank you, Nena. Just like Roy pointed out there, there are different angles to the celebration and remembrance of armed forces on this day. If I may call your attention to the real genesis of this date, January 15th. It is political in that angle. So you want to ask yourself, those things that actually led to the January 15th event of 1966, have they been addressed? That's number one. So that is the political angle of it. We still carry on, the political class elite still carry on as if nothing happened. Then when you also look at the welfare of the personnel and the officer, you want to ask yourself, how could you give arms and ammunition to people and to watch over you while you sleep, and then you leave them to lament on the social media? You have a couple of them on the social media complain about even the stipends they've been paid not getting to them on time, the allowances not getting to them on time. So, and in the midst of all this, you wonder how we have survived this far, and the reason why the insecurity that bedeviled us for this long. How you're going to get to know that it's really not by accident. If personnel in this country with the right opportunity coming their way, I can assure you will prefer to work for insurgents than to the state. So, and these are issues of concern, that we should sit and ask ourselves, the welfare, the political will. What we have on ground today, Nena, it's like a civil war. And we've lost so much officers and men. So what we are saying here is that we need a political will. For instance, look at the case of General Uba, Brigadier General Uba recently, and you want to cry over the kind of equipments a whole general had to rely on his phone. So in such a way, he was intercepted and his location detected. So what we are saying here is that we need the political will to actually put in place a good environment, political environment, where we will have less security issues. Then number two, the welfare of the personnel. Eventually, when we have a threats coming from outside the country, they will be in best position to confront those threats. Presently, we do not have them, but I know we can get there.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my submission for now.
Oh, okay, okay. So I was actually going to ask, but I think you spoke a little bit about that, but you can still speak more on that. You know, in a climate of persistent insecurity, like we've had it, and we're still having it. Is remembrance actually enough to sustain the morale of these troops?
Yeah, it is to sustain the morale. But look at today, we have like a private in the army earning less than 150,000 naira. And we are talking about an economy that has a bag of rice at about maybe minimum of 50,000 naira. Did you get that, Nina? So where does that take him or her? So this is the welfare angle I was talking about. The political will to make sure, look at what Airpeace introduced some years back. And I think that program had been cut off and discontinued. You understand? So what we are saying is that if Airpeace, Chief Oyema, the Airpeace chairman, could come up with such initiative, like each time any of our personnel has any reason to travel, to be airborne, they should have no reason to struggle. And he put in, I expected that initiative to have come from the government. You understand? So this is part of the issues I discussed about political will to create welfare so that if any temptation was coming from any angle, that, then our soldiers will not compromise the security architecture of this country.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Let's move to Roy. Roy, you know, with all of this, do you think that the Nigerian military is adequately equipped to actually handle security threats and the insecurity we have in the nation today?
You don't need to ask me that question again, because you and I know that they are not adequately being empowered and equipped. You know, as he said, very just now, you saw what happened to General Barr. Are you not wondering at this level, even in a court arrangement, you cannot just get their number one or their superior or their superior, as the case may be, to be killed as if nothing happened. Look at, if you interrogate the entire process, you will agree with me that our militaries are not being equipped. There is nothing to show for it. Those who are in the battlefield on daily basis, they are lamenting. They are crying. Demonstrating a level of bitterness that they don't have what it takes to confront these bandits, the terrorists, and the kidnappers that have bedeviled us. We must, Nigerian leaders and those in position of authority must demonstrate that sincere commitment by proper funding. Our military need to be proper funding. We cannot negotiate it. As of today, we were told, even in Nigeria, the police, that some of our police personnel, they still use their personal money to buy their uniforms. They use their money to buy their shoes. They use their money to cater for what? It's as bad as that. How do you expect those kind of arrangements? How do you expect them to put in their best? Some of them are still on a rented apartment. When we were growing up in those days, if you are a member, if you belong to the armed forces, you hardly be within the streets. You're always within a confinement. You are within the barrack. And that's the reason why in those days they commit harassment, because you don't see them all the time. Once they are out on the street, they show that respect, that dignity is there. But now you see them, they are hobnobbing and romancing with you, even in the swamp. They are trying to get their one room to a two-room apartment. Yet nobody cares about them. It takes the grace of God for a man who is holding a gun to be hungry. Take the grace of God, and it takes a level of decency for you to have a gun and you are going to bed on empty stomach. I must commend our personnel, despite the limitation, despite lack of fund, even the payments have not been regular. We have seen where some of them, they complain bitterly that payments are not be regular. Even the peanut we are talking about, 150, 120, as we are still talking now, that your salary cannot conveniently take you to a market. If you are a family of 4, how can 150, 120,000, how can they sustain you in a month? That is excluding your house rent. And you know, we're in Africa, we also have a extended family. If your mother is there, your father is there, your brothers, they're also looking at you. They must ask you to also show that concern to them. And when you are limited with that kind of resources, 150,000, what can you do? For you to be able to recharge your phone, unless you are very, some men have 50,000 cannot recharge their phone. Even the data we are using to talk to you now, some persons 20,000 cannot take them for 2 weeks. The situation is as bad as that. Therefore, the Nigerian government must show that serious concern and capacity that for we to fight insurgency, there must be proper funding. Our personnel need to be highly motivated by ways of funds. We must encourage them and give them reason that they are working for a system that recognizes their efforts. With the way we are going now, the system does not recognize their effort. They are not proud that they belong to the military or to belong to the police force because they try to source for them. We were told in this country, the cost to run a police station. A DPO will have to go out and be looking for money to run a police station, telling the boys to go out and look for money. Do you know what it takes to buy fuel, to power a jet to run an average police station? It's happened. It's across the federation. In an arrangement like that, you are not going to be seeing people who want to put in their best. Rather, and that's the reason why, as of today, the Nigerian military, they are begging people to come and join the army because the respect is no longer there. What motivates people in that ministry is no longer there. They are moving from, they are doing serious effort now, trying to convince people to come and join. And very just now, we were also told one of the tragedies that have befallen in this country from the last President Buhari, that those who were members of those terrorist organizations, they told us that they have embraced repentance. They were now dragged into the system. Is that not the height of it? How will you reduce a system, a country like Nigeria to that level? That because somebody say on mere confession that I have to discontinue my romance and my identity with the terrorists. Now, terrorist organization, now you are dragging them to come and join the military. How do you expect us to get results? Go back to what happened to General Uba. Look at the communication between General Uba, where people were now reading on the social media, on the pages of newspaper. What kind of society will work in that kind of regard? These are some of the issues. Therefore, we need that not just only political with sincerity of purpose. We must demonstrate to us, the leadership must demonstrate to us that of a truth, they are the leaders of this country and they want Nigeria to work. The way and manner we are doing now, as far as I'm concerned, on the 15th of January, it's just a mere jamboree. It's a mere ritual, yearly ritual that people just go and gather in one place and start laying risks. After that, the next day, nothing happened. The money they promised last year, go and do your research. What they promised last year they will do, as of today, they have not been able to do it. What they promised 5 years ago, as of today, they were not able. And what they also promised today, they will not do in another 10 years. That is the calamity we had, and that is what is befalling us, and that is the reality on ground today. Let us not pretend about it until we have that political way to say, let's call a spade, not the desert's move. It's only then that Nigeria will progress. It's only then we can overcome and confront this insecurity that is confronting us. Thank you.
Okay, and while you were talking, you made mention of funding and how important funding is to our military and, of course, in fighting insecurity. But I want you to speak to, we know that during the budgetary allocation, this 2026 budget that the president had actually come to present, the Ministry of Defense, the allocation for Ministry of Defense is about 3.15 trillion naira. Would you actually see that as a step in the right direction?
That budget allocation can just be a mere political statement that will not go down to those who are in the battlefield. We have seen it in this country where the formal security, I think national security advisor, how monies were being shared to brothers and friends and girlfriends all over the country. The money that was meant for purpose, they will divert it. And diversion is very regular in this part of the world. They have been diverting money. And they continue to divert because there are no consequences for action. We can just see it on the paper and the presentation was done. How do we follow it? How do we take it to the next level? How do we monitor it to know that those who are in the battlefield, they benefit from it? How come as of today, our personnel are still lamenting that the 3 square meals is not guaranteed? They that are even in the battlefield, they are still lamenting. We are not talking, salaries are not being paid. The equipments are not there. Are you not bothered that once any general is leaving position now, they want to contest for governor? If you take
okay, we seem to have. Go ahead, please.
You are a journalist. I want you to be doing investigative journalism. Still estate in this country. You find out that you read boys, the battle in the battlefield, they don't enjoy those things. Therefore, I cannot judge Nigeria based on the allocation that have been done, based on the budgetary allocation. And we only judge them based on what is obtainable by those our personnel who are in the battlefield. When they are happy and they know that the money gets to them, it is then we will now say, yes, we can celebrate. As at now, I see it as a mere budget presentation. I see it as a paperwork, and I see it as a political one without action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move, Richard, let me move to you. Okay, so I don't know if you actually heard some days ago, of course, during still about this Armed Forces Celebration and Remembrance Day, during the forum to also celebrate this, the former chief of defense staff, it should be former chief of defense staff, Burutai, he was talking and he was saying that the army and the military men are not supposed to be handling internal security, that this is the job of the police, and that it looks like that the police has been educated and then the military is now the one doing internal security, which is not supposed to be. So what do you make of this statement? What do you think is the role of military in addressing internal security challenges in the country?
In my appearance there 2 weeks ago, Nena, you recollect I mentioned the same thing. It is the failure of intelligence and failure of internal security that has led us to begin to call the military to help us quell insurgency. In the first place, we should not have anything like insurgency at all. Because, for instance, when you have disgruntled citizenry, as I pointed out, when you have disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, no security can be guaranteed at any point. So what we are saying right here is that now, I pointed out 2 weeks ago on this same program that when you have different checkpoints and roadblocks that are primarily manned to extort citizens, not to check for to security of the citizens, but to extort citizens. So that same citizens can never be of support in terms of intelligence to the security architecture. So what we are saying here is that in the first place, the Ministry of Interior, through immigration, through the customs, through the police, whatever, they have failed woefully, and the political class as well, taking into consideration the welfare of the citizens, they have done virtually nothing. So you now have a situation where citizens have come together more or less to connive and sabotage the security architecture of the system of the country. Now, so there is no one to trust than the military. We call them in and they have to do whatever they have to do. So the military are actually fighting citizens, because most of these insurgents, they are also Nigerian citizens, even though some foreigners find their ways to come into the system and subvert our security system as well. So, but what we are saying is that disgruntled citizenry, hungry citizenry, citizens that are deprived of welfare can never be of any support to security and the safety of any country.
Okay, thank you very much. But let me ask you, we've seen We've seen Nigeria, the military actually go out for peacekeeping roles. We've seen them, of course. We saw the one that happened in Benin recently, and so many persons were complaining that how would you allow our military go to Benin when we have so much at hand that have not been done. But I would want to ask you, what do you think are the benefits and drawbacks of our military engaging in peacekeeping missions?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay because when your neighbor has issues, you are most likely to have issues. Look, the population of Nigeria is more than that of the whole of West Africa put together. So when any country, our neighbors have any issues and we refuse to treat them, promptly, then it would spiral into it was already coming. The Niger Republic, the Burkina Faso, the Chad, the Mali. So it was getting closer. And when it got to to Benin Republic, the distance between Lagos to Benin Republic is shorter than from Lagos to Jos, Plateau State. So it was already coming. So we had to do something. And as I said, it has never been the competent of Nigerians, whether in the military or in the medical sector. It has always been the political will to give them that capacity to do the right thing. And again, we shouldn't have gotten the military involved in the internal security of Nigeria. If intelligence architecture had been perfect and the welfare system to the citizens had been well taken care of.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to Roy. Let me move to you, Roy. Are you still with me?
I'm with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what, in your own opinion, how can the military balance its constitutional duties with the need to respect human rights and, of course, the rule of law?
The military was not trained to respect human rights. They were trained to protect us against external aggression. They're not supposed to have dealing with human rights on a daily basis. And that's the reason why I told you that when we were growing up, you hardly see a military personnel on the streets. They were all restricted to the barracks. All their conduct and disposition, there's a bit that within the barracks. Anytime you see them on the streets, you will be bothered. It was after the coup, I think after the Civil War, that you now see the military, you cannot see them anywhere. Even when you go to beer parlor now, you see them, so holding their gun and drinking. It's as bad as that. They were never trained like that, but because of the failure of the system and corruption, and there are also low consequences for action. That is the reason why you now begin to see the military personnel anywhere, and you expect them to not to respect your rights as a human being. They were not trained for that. Therefore, we are even overusing the military. We cut them on where we are not supposed to cut them. We cut them. Communal issues now, they now call the military to come and intervene. At times now, people now call the military to come and help them to even go and draw money. When the husband and wife have issues now, people now call military, depending on how the relationship they are. It's as bad as that. Like that. What do you expect? What's supposed to be internal arrangement? People that were trained to do that internal job like the Nigeria police, we have seen jettisons there, and they have also even their responsibility. One, because the state does not take responsibility. Once the state don't take responsibility, what do you expect? Once the central can no longer hold, things will fall apart, and that is what we are seeing today. Therefore, we need a system, whether we like it or not. The system we need are those who have the political will, are those who believe that Nigeria should work, and those who believe that our institutions should be strong. We have a weak institutions. That's the reason why you can see a military man will be there protecting a property. A building construction is going on. You are seeing a military man there because institutions are gradually now being weak. You want to do a birthday party, you are seeing military, they are protecting the environment because our institutions are weak. These are jobs that are to be done by Boy Scouts, man of war. The military are not doing it. And you expect them to also respect human rights. It's not possible. You can't eat your cake and have it. That is where we find ourselves. Until we have a system that is working, where institutions are strong, not strong, maybe strong institutions, and that anything you do, there will be consequence for it. It's only then that Nigeria will work. As we are today, we are only just deceiving ourselves. With the structures of Nigeria today, Nigeria cannot work. I'm sorry to say. I'm not a prophet of doom, but Nigeria cannot work under this arrangement until we have to revisit it and reprogram ourselves. It's only then that we cannot say, yes, Nigeria would not be on the road to progression. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. An ex-presidential aspirant, Dele Momodu, says Nigeria's electoral landscape could change dramatically if election management reforms are closely monitored and implemented. Speaking on the 2027 general election, Dele Momodu said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I beg your pardon, can be toppled at the polls if the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is effectively monitored and held accountable. Momodu stressed the importance of transparent elections, active civil society engagement, and robust observation mechanisms to ensure credible outcomes. His comments come as political actors intensify discussions on electoral reforms and the integrity of Nigeria's voting processes ahead of 2027, a contest many see as crucial to defining the nation's democratic trajectory. Momodu's remarks add to growing calls for stronger election safeguards, from technology adoption to civil society oversight, to guarantee that citizens' vote count. Let me come to you first, Richard. Let me just ask you, for you, on your own opinion, what do you think about this statement Momodu saying about being for the election to be closely monitored, and if INEC's credibility is closely monitored? What do you make of this particular statement?
Yeah, I think it's a right call. It's a right call, and a noble one for that matter, because of even though we pretend to practice a democracy, we must also, in that pretense, make sure we have some little bit of shame in conducting that whatever that is attached to it, which is an election anyway. If you take out any credible election, then you have nothing like a democracy. So he had called for a noble action, and the disheartening part of the whole thing is that since 1999, there is no election that has ever been judged free and fair. And this is about 27 years now going forward. And that alone should call for concerns to everyone, that if you run a process for about 27 years, and that process is still being disputed, the process is still being queried, then it tells you that you are you are wasting your time. And that is why I've told people that what we have is a civilian government, a civilian process. There is nothing close to a democracy in what we have in this country, except you want me to deceive you, but I won't deceive myself. So, because democracy, the tenet is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, is it what we have on ground today? Is it by the people? How many, the number of the figure that registered for voting, successive elections, what has always been the figure that turned out for elections? You understand? So you will query that alone, the failure of the process. The other thing is the process itself on election day. You've seen videos, you've seen everything, where police personnel have monitored the tearing of ballot papers. Now, everywhere it's still on the internet. So that is brought me to the conclusion that, look, we have no democracy in the first place, but we can have one. We can have one else, because there is no alternative to it. And I actually pity the political actors because they will be the first losers if this process fails. They will be the first losers. So I will beg them that they should please hearken to the voice of reasoning and then let the will of the people count. But it is also very difficult because today politics remains the most viable enterprise, and that is a big concern to me. There is no one that wants to leave the office because the economy is on its knees. So which business will you run now? For instance, every 30 days and you smile to the bank with about 20 million as a senator. Which business will you do that together? So you can see we have made the polity, the political system to be so much attractive that nobody wants to leave the space. And it has become, like Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president once said, it has become a do or die affair.
Okay, so I want, do you think that, like you mentioned the high cost or the what they get, the paraphernalia that they surrounding the party, or no, they surrounding the office, as what these people get from, from being officers or from being legislators or from being governors, and you feel like that is what, according to you, that is what is actually making them want to still go into these offices. So do you think that if some of these things are curbed, some of these things are reduced, do you think that we would get to the point where we begin to have the rights, or we begin to say that we have democracy in our country?
Of course, Milena, of course. For instance, look at the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and I have seen him one-on-one doing that. He will often go to the office on motorcycle, on bicycle. Could that happen here? You understand? Then the democracy, the process will work. Now, look at the convoy, of the ministers, of the president, of the vice president. Look at the security votes being given to the governors, and look at the state of insecurity. So what we are saying is that if you make, for instance, legislature the part-time, duty, it will free up a lot of things. It will allow people to do this for service. Presently, our democracy is not hinged on service delivery. It is not hinged on patriotism. It is majorly all about enrichment, self-enrichment, and the self-gratification, and what all you have about it. Governors that have siphoned 80 billion, they've already become a godfather somewhere in Kogi State. The governors of 99 class, many of them that were sentenced, they have been practically pardoned by this administration. Look, the senators there, and I will mention Senator Ojuzo Kalu. He still had a case at the Supreme Court, and the EFCC said, look, they were going to appeal. Till then, they haven't appealed. So what we are saying is that it has become a kind of organized crime. Politics in Nigeria and democracy has become an organized crime that has been put in place like a plutocracy to benefit a few and the cronies, not to serve the people. And if we continue this way, we will have to start all over again from ground zero. But I don't know when it's going to be, because it will never, Nigerians won't take it like this forever.
Well, I was going to ask you another question, but let me go to Roy. Let me hear his view about all of this. Roy, how realistic do you think is a peaceful democratic turnover in 2027, given the dynamics that we have in our country today?
Well, if you can take it, you can do it. And if you can do it, it is possible. Let us not be scared. You record in this country, PDP once boasted to us that they will rule for 60 years. They were not able to sustain it. It was we Nigerians that we stood up to say, no, enough is enough. was the present president, they all joined us in the struggle. We start mobilizing. We mobilize and mobilize. We get to the level where an incumbent president, we voted him out, unceremoniously was removed from office, democratically. Heaven did not fall. Therefore, it's impossible. We can do it. Nigerians who participated, they are still very much alive. They are still very well. They are still very good in the position to also do it. Therefore, there is nothing. It's just for we to keep on pushing. INEC, as an umpire, what they need is cross marking. People should be there who will mark them. People should be there who tell them to do what is right. Let us not believe that a present administration cannot be democratically toppled. If the oppositions have what it takes, they believe they can jettison that spirit of selfishness. They believe that they can work together collectively. Toppling the government democratically is the easiest thing. What they need to do is mobilization. As of today, there's a high level of unemployment. There's poverty on the land. You can see poverty physically walking on the street. Frustration is written all over. Deprivation is there. People are not sure of tomorrow. Therefore, all the indices that make a party or a government, for you to say government are failed, they are out there. It's just what the people need is who will governize it, who will be there. We already have what it takes. There is already a formula on it. When Jonathan was there in 2015, later Buhari, the present president, the Arofa, Amechi, they are mobilized. You remember from the PDP, they have the 5 governors left there and said we are no longer comfortable. And they start pushing. And most persons believe that the incumbency, because PDP has had there, nobody. Even the prophets were saying that Jonathan will not fall. Across the globe, people were saying will not fall. But Nigeria keep on pushing. They have an opposition who believe that this is doable. And that is why when I listened to Dele Momodu, I was inspired. That what we just need to do, what the Nigerian people need to do, is to tell ourselves that we can do it. Let me tell you, there is no political party in Nigeria now that have the numbers to win early election in terms of registered political parties. There is no political party in Nigeria. If the people decided to say, we want to come out and do election, even in 2023, you saw it. Let me tell you, in Delta State have a candidate, a vice presidential candidate who was the governor of Delta in Delta State. He was not able to deliver his state. It was as bad as that. Is it not because of mobilization? Even the incumbent president in Lagos, despite the election, the suppression and all the shenanigans and the gimmicks that happened, he was not able to deliver his state. Is that not enough for you to know that the people power rests with the people? Let us not be discouraged that we cannot do it. We can do it. If we have the people are there, the opposition, they are willing. You saw people like Buhari were in the front. People like President Tinubu were in the front. Them Oshamola were in the front. The matter of fact was there. The commoners mobilized around there and said we can do it. We need people like the Matiku now to be on the front. Peter Obi, Dele Momodu, Arofa, Amechi, they have to be on the front. The people will follow them. Once the people follow them, you will know that it's doable. Let us not be scared. INEC is an umpire. Let all of us be there to also monitor the elections from INEC. INEC officials, they are not sent, they are not from heaven. They are also people we know. It's just for we to also monitor to say, is it the society we want to live for our children? The president told us that if he can one thing at all best, that if he cannot get light right for 4 years, that we should not give him second term. Is that not enough for all of us to build on? He have confessed to us that for 4 years, if he cannot give us a stable power, that we should mobilize against him and vote him out of power. Is that not enough? Has he been able to? Then let us not be scared. Nigeria belongs to all of us. That determination need to be there. If we can do it, then it's very possible. Let politicians, those who are leading us now, not to mortgage us. They should be there for us. If they are there, it will be easy for we to get it. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you this. While you were talking, you made mention of the opposition, but I want to ask you, do you really think that we have a strong opposition party today from everything that we're saying in Nigeria?
it's too early for you to say whether we have a strong opposition or not. But what matters is that there is already an opposition. And the opposition are already organizing themselves. They are mobilizing. Therefore, there is seat time. In 24 hours is enough time in politics. We don't know what's going to happen. Some governors who are moving to APC now, they are doing that because they are sure them they will give them ticket. They don't know what the people will tell them. And that's the reason why I believe that the power rests with the people. Since the power rests with the people can get it, and they will get it, and they will get it, and heaven will not fall. The president believes that the power belongs to the people, the incumbent president, and you can see the way he's moving around, trying to get more governors to himself because he's convinced that governors can do it for him. Why would the people believe that the power rests with us? And that's the reason we are saying 2027 is going to be politicians versus us. We that are on the street, and I said, go and do your research and find out that how many persons are registered of political party. No political party can confidently tell you now they have 10 million votes, 10 million registered members there. They are not there. PDP ruled this country for how many years? They don't have that kind of number. APC is here now. With the number of governors they have now, go and check their register. They cannot boast of 8 million registered members. That is enough for you to know that what we need in this country now is total mobilization. We continue to organize and mobilize the people. Let the people come out to vote. We have about we are told now we have over 100 million registered voters. In the last one, we have barely, we were not able to secure 25 million voters. If we can mobilize people, if we can mobilize 45, 50 million voters will come out. Where is the political party that will dare us? Where is the governors that will prevent us not to cast our vote accordingly and the future for we to take our future very sure? That is my position. We can do it. Let us not give up. It is too early for we to be questioning opposition. No matter, these are just elementary gimme as far as I'm concerned. Governors are moving. As the governors are moving, are the people moving with the governor? The answer is no. It is the people. Because we believe over the years that elections have been manipulated and